A very good afternoon and welcome to talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing, which is new from William Hill. It is 18 plus at gambleaware.org. It's Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Scott Saunders and Marcus Speller with you on talkSPORT Goals, live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and also on your smart TVs for another busy and fun day of football. We got Spurs Man City to come at 4:30, another massive game in particular in the title race. City looking to close the gap back to 4 points after Arsenal won yesterday convincingly at Leeds United. But three big games to come, though, right now at 2 o'clock in the Premier League. The games have just got underway. We got Aston Villa versus Brentford. Aston Villa themselves looking to go 4 points behind Arsenal with a win today. Aston Villa well winless in their first 5 league games this season. But since the start of match day 6, Villa have won more points and more games than any other side. Brentford have lost their last 2 Premier League games against Chelsea and Forest. Man United, Fulham, United are going well, beating City and Arsenal in the last couple of games, but Fulham have earned as many points in their last 8 Premier League games as they managed in their first 15 of the season. Fulham are just 4 points behind Man United. So we've got Villa, Brentford, United, Fulham and Forest versus Palace as well. Since match day 16, Palace have won the fewest points, scored the fewest goals, lost the most games and have the worst goal difference in the Premier League. Forest are 1 place outside the relegation zone, 5 clear of West Ham. They're just, though, 3 behind Crystal Palace, who are in an awful run of form. So United, Fulham, Villa, Brentford, Nottingham Forest, Palace, all just got underway. Afternoon, team. How are we doing? Another big game, a big couple of hours of football.
Yes, indeed. Thanks for having me back. Always a pleasure.
It's weird to see you smiling, Scott.
We'll see how long it lasts. But yeah, it's been a good couple of weeks for me.
Yeah. And a good couple of weeks for you. A good couple of months for Fulham, really, because, all the talk about Man United, but a win for Fulham today, you go 1 point behind Man United.
There you go. We've got to keep up the chase, haven't we? If Fulham are going to get Champions League football, and everyone's talking about it, today has to be a win. It's a must-win game at Old Trafford. It's an interesting one at Old Trafford today. For the first time under Michael Carrick and Steve Holland, the best duo since, I don't know, Siegfried and Roy, maybe.
Not a dash of sarcasm.
It's the first time under those two, though. Man United are favourites.
Yeah, and that's possibly something that maybe some Man United fans say might not be a good thing for United. Almost
not necessarily
the
a good
last
thing.
2 games felt like a free hit. Yeah, Matt Sells there making a say. There's Will Hughes. There's no Adam Wharton today, by the way, in the Palace team. He's suspended, isn't he? And of course, Jean-Philippe Mateta doesn't play. So Pino, Sarr and Johnson are the front 3, and it's Pino that's able to carry the ball forward a long way. Takes a ricochet out to Brennan Johnson on that left-hand side inside the box, and it comes back infield to Pino, lays it off to Sells. It takes a deflection. I think that's Jefferson Lerma, who has that shot, and Sells gets down low and pushes the ball out wide. Lee, where do you want to go in terms of odds for these 2 o'clock games?
Yeah, well, the Forest Palace game, when we did the preview on Thursday, I'm kind of swimming against the tide here with Palace. I don't think they're as cooked as everyone makes out they are. I think there's still something in this team, and I think the manager is, even though he's had a pretty rough month, and so losing his players and himself obviously kind of being run ragged, really. I think there's more to this Palace team, and I think we'll get a bit more out of them. I think they're overpriced at Forest, 13-5 the price. I mean, the draw is probably the more favourable one, but I like that. I think it's going to be a decent game. Both teams know they're going to go after it. Both fans are kind of here come Forest now, the chance.
Oh, is that a really good tackle? Did he get the ball first? Yeah, I think he did. It was Igor Jesus that came in down the right-hand side. And to be fair to the Palace defender, he went to ground. And you almost kind of wince, don't you, when you see a defender go to ground there. The penalty wasn't given. It was Richards. Morgan Gibbs-White wants a penalty, but that remains 0-0.
Yeah, Jesus has been in good form recently as well, if you're looking for goal scorers in that match. But I think it's going to be open until, if it's still a draw, kind of 70 minutes, and I think they might just settle for a draw.
First chance there for United, cutting in down the right-hand side. Ahmad on his right foot, getting it onto his left foot, has a shot. The keeper pushes it away.
Yeah, that's the first thing out of United. Sorry, Lee.
I was going to say, does he get the ball? That child, I think he has. Yeah, has he moved on? Yeah, he's moved on. Sorry, go on, Scott.
Yeah, first thing out of United here, Marcus. I think Fulham have had a little bit of a chance themselves. Maybe found a way to play through United in the first few minutes.
Yeah, a 25-yarder that was high and wide, I wouldn't put down as a chance. But Fulham started quite encouragingly. But the first shot on target, which was fairly comfortably saved by Leno, although we needed to push it away, was from Manchester.
Oh, the Forest score! Yeah, they didn't need the penalty because Morgan Gibbs-White from the resulting corner has just scored for Nottingham Forest. It's a really good first-time finish with his left foot, beat Dean Henderson at the near post. And Crystal Palace, Marcus, who are in an awful run of form, are well and truly being dragged into this relegation battle, aren't they?
Well, they absolutely are. And I'll tell you something, yesterday, they would have been relieved that Chelsea came back against West Ham. My goodness. And I think Forest would have been a little bit. Forest, I mean, I'm not entirely convinced with Forest under Dyche, but I think, you probably do enough to see them okay. I don't think Dyche will be there past the summer. Crystal Palace, though, lose today. And it's not looking good at all. I mean, we've had a situation now. What is it? This is the third time that Glasner was moaning about players. I tell you what, finish that. Blocked by the defender. It was offside anyway.
Never worried.
What an offside.
Poor defending from Palace. I mean, just get rid of the ball. I mean, it's bobbling around a lot, I know, but
Lee, the vibes at Palace are awful at the moment. I mean, look at Glasner already. I was going to say for the third time this season, he's saying that one of their players, Mateta's not been sold at the time of recording, but he's all but gone really to Milan. I mean, we thought he was going to go to Juve. Then Forest came in for him, which seemed a bit strange. And now it looks like it's going to be Milan. I mean, Mateta himself posted on social media an angry, huffy-puffy emoji as if to say, come on, why is this not getting done? But Glasner sets up his team, and then the day before it's like, oh yeah, and your man up top's not going to play. He's fuming. And if I'm honest with you, I have thought, as I'm sure a lot of people have done, that Glasner might well walk from the job by the time.
I'm surprised he hasn't already.
Well, indeed,
it's a European. If they go out of Europe, he goes, doesn't he? But while that's still on the table, he deserves the right to go for that trophy.
I totally agree with you. But right now, Palace lose today. Suddenly, this season that they were having, where it was all rosy, they start off brilliantly with the Community Shield, of course. They're among the favourites, still are for the Conference League, and you're thinking, blimey, they could even, Champions League seemed very, very unlikely, but still they were kind of up there with those times. Now they're looking over their shoulder. It's such a shame for those Palace fans. I mean, yes, they'll always have the memories of the FA Cup and so on, but they've reverted to type, really, a lot of Palace fans are saying. And it's such a shame. I'm
sure we'll talk about it later on, but if you're saying that about Crystal Palace and Tottenham lose to Manchester City today, it's the exact same situation for them as well.
Yeah.
Same points.
But what I'm saying, I agree. And look, I think Glasner's a more capable manager than Frank, even though obviously Frank did a good job at Brentford, one always has to say that. But Spurs have clearly got a squad where they shouldn't be down there. Mm-hmm. So I think if push came to shove, Frank would go, they would get in anybody who could get a better tune out of them, and they would be fine. Tottenham are not going to get relegated. I don't think Palace will get relegated, but Palace are a club that have been relegated of late. They've been up and down a little bit. So the nerves will creep in, and it's the last thing you want.
Marcus, what did you make of the way it's kind of unfolded over the last couple of weeks with Oliver Glasner being quite public in terms of his criticism of the way the board have handled transfers and stuff like that? Do you have sympathy for Glasner, or do you think he needs to keep his mouth shut and just get on with the job at hand?
Yeah, I have sympathy to a degree, but I don't think you should be going public like he did. And I think that he's very lucky. I think it shows you that he is so important to that football club. It's not ridiculous to say he's the best manager in Palace's history. For argument's sake and purist's sake, you have to say one of the best. Of course, he delivered that trophy. He knows he's pretty much untouchable. I'll tell you what, is that Mbeumo in?
Oh, Brian.
Oh my God. That seems like. And Mbeumo was in.
I thought he was offside.
Well, I think he thought he was offside, didn't he? He had the ball in the box, and Fulham seemed to almost sort of stop. And
it's a bad first touch, though, wasn't it? That first touch wasn't good. Yeah,
generally quite good. But yeah, that wasn't a great touch. He's got the ball there, so there's no real worries.
Cuenca's made a good
or anything like that.
Can I also just say, Will Hughes there has just taken a corner, and normally when they signal, you kind of get a one up in the air or two. He's just gone like this to signal for a corner. Either that or he's a West Ham fan.
Well, I was about to say, is that a subliminal message? Come and get me, Nuno.
You heard it here first. Breaking news. Will Hughes, he's basically handed in a transfer request of some sort, hasn't he? No, but have you ever seen
emoji? Just use now.
I like it. I like how different it is. It's just half a chance here for Fulham. Chuck Wade has got the ball on the left hand.
That was a chance for Palace, by the way. It was a decent header, decent cross in, good header, but over the bar in the end.
I tell you what, the game at Old Trafford, it's very open.
Yes,
10 minutes.
Yeah.
Which is what I think Silva's banking on this, that Manchester United, obviously brilliant against Manchester City and excellent against Arsenal. But of course, particularly, more so against Arsenal, not so much against Man City, but they expected to have a bit of resistance and to have to just defend well. And my goodness, they did. Maguire's been rejuvenated really of late.
Yeah,
Martinez and so on. You said before we came on, with Steve Holland there, they are defending like, sort of vintage Southgate's England, which...
It does remind me of that. I don't know, we've only seen a couple of games at United so far, but I think that it's easier to defend like England would do in tournaments, and because obviously this coaching team or Steve Holland has worked there previously, and I've seen hallmarks of United's defending previously with England as well. It's a different game today though, and I wanted to ask you, how would Fulham come at this? Because United have traditionally last few years struggled with beating teams that come in and play a low block or be difficult to break down or something like that. But I was wondering what Fulham would be like, but they've been front-footed, to be fair.
Well, they have, and I think it's interesting because I think...
Another chance.
Jesus couldn't get his foot on it. I think it's interesting that if Fulham would tend to, when playing one of the bigger or better sides in the league, especially away from home, they would tend to have another holding midfielder in there. Well, they've gone for Alex Iwobi, obviously back now from the African Cup of Nations, who is one of Fulham's best players. He's in there alongside Sander Berge, and they've got Emil Smith-Rowe in front. Samuel Chukwueze, who's on loan from Milan, obviously come back from AFCON as well. He was with Nigeria as well, with Iwobi. And you've got on the other side Harry Wilson, ever present at the moment. Hopefully he won't leave, but maybe he will in the summer. And so it's quite an attacking side. That side, to me, suggests we're going to be a bit more attacking, a bit more expansive, because they think Manchester United will probably allow them to do that. And I think that's what they're banking on. They're thinking Man United will not play like they did against Arsenal. They're going to try and come out, and therefore there'll be more spaces, and we'll try and exploit that. Yeah, that's what it says to me.
There's onus on them to do that, but
yes.
I think United have looked a little bit easier to cut through in the first few minutes. If anything, Fulham have probably shaded it first few minutes. Here, United have had the best chance, I think, with Ahmad cutting in on his left foot and forcing a save. But Fulham have got a corner here, and Harry Wilson is one of
player of the month. Would you say, Scott?
Is he player of the month, or is it Patrick Dorgan?
It's Harry Wilson.
Part of it possible.
I mean, is this Harry Wilson's been fantastic.
What
I would not begrudge him winning it.
You're a fellow Welshman, of course.
Yes, I am.
Be very happy with that. I mean, I thought today was going to be the true battle for player of the month, but Dorgu's not in the Manchester United side, so maybe they
are missing something with him.
Shot to Fulham! The keeper makes a really good save. The corner comes to the back post. Fulham with the initial header. It comes back into the box, and I think it's Joachim Andersen who throws a big left leg at it. And the goalkeeper, I think, looks to kind of come initially, then backtrack. But he does really well, Scott, to get a big right hand on that and push the ball away. Yeah,
he's had to react quickly there. I think he's quite close to it. So, he had, the reaction time had to be really good. It could have just snuck in at the near post. But, Fulham are causing United problems. This is the kind of fear that I had coming into this. The onus will be on United to go and, make things happen. And it's been completely the other way so far.
Lammens, the goalkeeper.
Yeah.
It's funny how there was such a huge amount of chat and focus around, a number of positions, but the goalkeeper, of course, with Onana coming in for big money and a huge reputation. Lammens has come in, young goalkeeper, inexperienced. Seems to have just quietened that.
It's so blissful.
It's
amazing.
Yeah. Your silence is golden, because does he get the credit that perhaps he should get? I know he's not. One might not say he's like one of the best goalkeepers in the league, but I don't mean that as a criticism. But you have to remember, young goalkeeper, he's just come to the Premier League. Inexperienced in terms of playing for a club. I mean, how many people have played for a club that size? He's done really well.
Yeah, there has been a lot of pressure on him, but I think the way that every time I was watching Onana or Bayindir have to defend or come for a corner, I would be worried sick that United would it would somehow lead to a goal.
Yeah,
there's another.
It's
chance for Fulham here. Another chance for Fulham.
Well, I tell you,
Fulham are playing like Manchester United did against Man City and Arsenal.
They are at the moment.
After everything at the moment.
Is Marco Silva using their own tactics against them?
Well, it's an obvious thing.
He knew how to pick apart Ruben Amorim's tactics in the reverse fixture, didn't he?
Oh,
but you were right. I mean, Fulham on a couple of occasions have found it really easy to play through Manchester United. They've had a couple of really, really, really big chances.
I mean, I tell you what, Samuel Chukwueze there, when he got the ball, he drove past his players. It's a player I really like. He's only been at Fulham, he was not that long, of course, on loan from Milan, but he's really, really taken to it. Scored last week against Brighton. I'm surprised, actually. I mean, obviously, Fulham have just signed Oscar Bobb, which I think is a brilliant bit of business. Suggests to me that maybe Harry Wilson is likely to leave, probably in the summer.
What do you say, Marcus? It's with the contract running out in the summer, and you think you can have so many clubs coming for him. Is it almost impossible, do you think, for Fulham to keep hold of him?
Yeah, obviously money talks. So if he goes to a similar type of site, a similar size of club, similar ambitions to Fulham, you kind of go, you know, is that kind of worth it? But if he's getting another,
what do you think is his highest level that he could get to in the summer if he carries on this form? Let's say from now until the end of the season.
Villa?
But Villa, I think that's probably fair.
And that's Shamsi football, isn't it?
Yeah,
most likely.
I mean, I wonder if maybe Newcastle United, but
maybe. Yeah,
we'll see.
Cunha.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, nice work.
Good tackle from Anderson.
Was that a penalty? You're giving a penalty.
Oh, he's given a penalty for Man United.
That's not. That doesn't look like a penalty to me.
Mateus Cunha goes down the right-hand side, gets to the byline. It was that Cuenca who goes to ground, makes the tackle. Marco Silva's complaining. All the Fulham players are playing, and we'll have to have a look at and see.
Well, I'll get reversed if it's not a pen, won't it? I mean, but looking at it,
but the problem is that
dragging his shirt,
he's got hold of his shirt
back there.
That's outside the box at the moment. And does he let go?
It's never a pen.
That's not a penalty.
He has hold of Cunha's shirt outside of the box. They then come. I think he lets go of his shirt when they come into the box, and then there's no doubt he gets the ball. That's not a penalty. I think this should be overturned.
I tell you what,
even like optimistically, I can't.
If he doesn't overturn it soon, Marco Silva's going to get himself sent off.
He's running a risk by having hold of his shirt in the first place, but he definitely lets go before he goes into the box, and then when he goes to ground, there's absolutely no doubt there. He gets a big right boot on the ball. This shouldn't take too long to overturn it.
Never a pen. By the way, in the other game, Aston Villa versus
Tammy Abraham was
Tammy Abraham going for us. Good to see him back in an Aston Villa shirt.
And they, oh goodness me, Brentford, Charles should score. Long throw comes into the box. Emi Martinez doesn't deal with it. The ball was just hanging around the box a couple of yards out. Shard's had a really good season in front of goal. Takes a first-time shot and kind of almost scuffs it. And Aston Villa managed to clear their lines. But Tammy Abraham and Douglas Luiz, by the way, both start for Aston Villa today, both coming in January. Jordan Henderson's back in the Brentford team today. And the VAR here at Old Trafford.
They're checking to see where the shirt is.
I think, they first had a look to see whether Cuenca got the ball, and he did. And surely here they're going to see he let go of the shirt before he comes into the box. Am I missing something here, boys?
I think that's the part of the replay they've been looking at there, and they frozen framed it like when Cunha's about to run into the box, and it looks like he stopped grabbing his shirt.
He lets go as soon as he comes into the box.
I think it could be given as a free kick, but they're not going to do that in this circumstance.
You can't do
that in that circumstance. But pulling the shirt back is a free kick, but he's not going to get anything for that. That's a goal kick for me.
As Scott said, the frozen frame should tell it all.
Yeah, referee has signalled he's going to overturn his decision, and I think he's going to tell everyone that the shirt pull stopped outside the box, and then when Cuenca went to ground, he won the ball.
However, I remember the 1990s at Old Trafford. I'm worried he's still going to give it.
It's not the 1990s anymore.
Can you still do that with VAR? I mean, you can, but it's less easy to do that, right? In fact, to be fair, they probably can award a free kick, can't they? Because
I tell you something, Marco Silva there. He was ready. Of course, there was that time in the FA Cup a few years ago. He can get very, very feisty. If that didn't go Fulham's well, I think Marco Silva would have been done with the Premier League altogether. He'd just been off.
Handed his resignation after 19 minutes and go, I'm done here.
It's a free kick, is it?
They've actually gone and given the free kick.
Yeah, the good news is it's not a penalty. The bad news is you still got to defend quite a tricky free kick here from a tight angle.
I mean, I might say the free kick was slightly generous, but...
He would have been shot,
fouling him. He was fouling him.
Outside the box.
Okay, all right.
No?
It didn't seem to put Cunha off at all, but okay.
Just a strong runner, isn't he?
It is going to be a Manchester United free kick, though, into the 19th minute.
Until he gets in the box.
It's going to be the right-footed Bruno Fernandes going to dink it into the box, and it's a goal anyway. And that's Casemiro who scores. Bruno Fernandes with his right foot just dinks the ball into the box, and Casemiro gets up above everybody, heads past Leno, and I guess all that penalty or no penalty ends up being absolutely irrelevant, Scott. The perfect start for Man United.
Happy with that. Fulham have given a good bit in the first 15 minutes, and United have needed just to cool the nerves, calm the nerves a little bit. You know how Old Trafford can get when it looks like the opposition are on top, the crowd can get nervous, and Casemiro has had a habit of scoring a lot of headers for United and a lot of big goals as well. Look, I think this game actually is quite important in the grand scheme of the season for United. We've had these last two games, Arsenal and Manchester City, but a lot of fans and supporters have been worried about this. Like that, we've had big wins before, but then they've never really been backed up. Sure. And I think that United fans, to start believing again that they're actually going in the right direction, need to see...
I don't have the stat to hand, but I'd love to know how, in the last 3 or 4 years, how often Man United won 3 league games in a row.
Yeah, I know.
It wouldn't have happened often, would it?
I know. It's just consistency is the most important thing. And look, all respect for Fulham, United should be winning this game, just on the basis of the teams. United should be winning this game. The issue has been that they haven't been able to be consistent at all, and you just need a goal to settle the nerves, and Casemiro's had a habit of scoring some big goals. So
Marcus, that feel a bit harsh on Fulham, given how you've started?
Well, I mean, it's frustrating. I think, I'd rather take my chance with the penalty.
Now knowing the free kick goes in, you would.
Bruno skied one at Craven Cottage, didn't he, at the start of the season?
That was quite something. No, but I think, as a Fulham fan, obviously it's a bit of a sickness as they've started the game well. But, Fulham are a mid-table side. I know that they have ambitions and we want to be in that top half of the table and see if you can push on. But, Man United have got quality. I mean, Bruno Fernandes, it seems like a simple sort of dink into the box. It's not simple. He stood it up beautifully for whether it was going to be Maguire or Casemiro or whoever else to go and say, there you are, lads, you got the run on them. There's still a long time of the game left, but after that start, often as well for a side, when you're playing a better side, especially away from home as Fulham are today, when you have a bit of joy in the first half, it's almost like you've got to get ahead or you've got to do something in that first half.
Make the dominance pay almost.
Totally, because so often in the second, well, I tell you, here they come again. I mean, it's
that Castagne at right back. That's an awful ball,
isn't it? He was giving it away. He might as well have just had a crack himself. Yeah, there you are. He paid for that. I don't know.
Oh, he did. Yes, he did.
I mean, Casemiro, very, very experienced player there. I think you basically you want to do something, as you say, while you're on top, but particularly before half time if you're getting joy in the first half, because once you get into half time, the better side, far more often than not, West Ham found this the other day, didn't they? Yesterday. They regroup. They can bring on another player, etc., and then you're up against it, and the home crowd are up. So if Fulham go in at half time 1-0 down, it'd be such a shame. But look, as I say, plenty of time to go, but they need to make it count in the final third.
We are halfway through then our 2 o'clock games in the first half today in the Premier League. The only game that's goalless is Aston Villa 0, Brentford 0. Aston Villa have never lost in 10 previous home league games against Brentford. Nottingham Forest are still leading Crystal Palace by a goal to 0 thanks to an early Morgan Gibbs white strike. That's been very, very end-to-end. And Manchester United leading Fulham by a goal to 0. That Casemiro header. Man United have won both Premier League matches under Michael Carrick this season, and a win here would see Carrick in his current spell equal Ruben Amorim's longest winning run in his 47-game tenure. That was 3 back in October 2025.
Villa are starting to come into this game. They sometimes Villa are a little bit not lazy, but they just don't really push in the first 15 minutes. It's almost like like a boxer kind of allows the other team just to settle in and see what's out there. But they are pushing on a bit more. 2 shots on goal, nothing. 1 on target that we saw from Abraham. 2 from Brentford. Brentford have been really entertaining to watch the last couple of weeks. Forest, they were probably the poorest they've been for a long time. When
Chelsea game, they should have won.
They should have won that game. They had lots of chances against Forest as well, but not been putting them away. I think if these two teams both have the same amount of chances in this game, Villa win it. Even without Ollie Watkins, they drifted quite a lot in the betting before the game. And they're 8-5 now, Villa. This is a team who are...
Is that good price for Villa? Yeah, 2-1 at home against a mid-table Premier League team?
I think it really is. I think it's, why should they be that price? The trader said it was because Watkins was out. But, you've brought Tammy Abraham in. I know he's not played in the Premier League for a while, but he's scored 12 goals in all competitions this season already. Obviously, he's got a bundle for Villa. 26 goals, I think it was, in that Championship season.
Also, as well, the midfield 3 as well, isn't it? It's McGinn, Kamara, and Tillemans. They're also missing.
So that's changed, yeah. but they're still quite.
I mean, Buendia, lest we forget.
Buendia is still
Buendia supports Abraham.
Emery's record in Europe in the past as well. You just think if there's an opportunity to go and win a trophy, that takes precedence. And if you win the Europa League anyway, you get in the Champions League.
Yeah, I hear that. Emery did say, and apparently often says this, but he stated again that the league is our priority. And now I do look at it and think, well, it's a funny one with Villa because Brentford always through. Chelsea.
Ouattara through for Brentford. He drags it wide. Dango Ouattara gets played through. He takes a good touch, and with his left foot, he tries to almost drag it towards the near post and beat Emi Martinez. It's Igor Thiago who has the ball midfield, does really well, and then he plays a lovely through ball, doesn't he? I'm not sure if he tried to play it to Sharda, but he ended up going through to Ouattara and just lacks a little bit of composure there, doesn't he? Tries to drag the ball towards.
What they've been doing now. They've been making the chances. They did it against Forest. They just can't finish at the moment.
That's a really poor finish, isn't it?
I mean, he did look like he was offside. The Linos flag didn't go up, and he would have loved it if the flag did go up. It would have saved it. But, maybe someone should shout over, don't worry, VAR would have chalked it out. All right, thank goodness for that. Take the pressure off him. I think with Villa, if they win today, they go back to being 4 points behind Arsenal. Clearly, their best chance of a trophy is Europa League, as you've said. I mean, English teams have been doing very well in Europe generally, and Emery knows how to win that competition. And Villa have not won a trophy since, the mid-90s? Now, a major trophy since the mid-90s. So that would be such a huge boost, and back in the Champions League, as Scott said. So that's almost like the kind of your smart money would say that. But if they win a game, they should win today at home to Brentford, 4 points behind Arsenal, and you've got Man City obviously to play Spurs later. Well, Man City and Arsenal are not the most trustworthy teams we've seen in first and second position at this stage in a Premier League season. I think Arsenal will go on and win it. I think that they've been slightly harshly criticised, but anyway, that aside, I just think for Villa, again, they should win today. No disrespect for Brentford, but Villa are the better side. 4 points. And you're into February. Oh, my goodness, in a title race this late in the season, you can't ignore that.
Then go, I'm going to prioritise.
You can't. I mean, of course, when people say you prioritise, doesn't mean they say, it's not Ange's Spurs. You're not just going to completely neglect one of the competitions.
Do you think people are saying they have to prioritise something because of these injuries? Those injuries take them back a long way, don't they?
And I understand
they have that this week a little bit, though, haven't they?
Douglas Luiz and Tammy Abraham have come in,
And Bailey's come back as well.
Yeah.
Well, and even Ross Barkley's on the bench today. Now, people might say, oh, well, okay. But
and Harvey Elliott's on the bench again, who hasn't been involved.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, Barkley, Sheffield United wanted him on loan. That showed you where...
That'd have been a good little championship signing, wouldn't it?
It would have been a great signing for Sheffield United. But Villa said, no, we can't, because, we need all hands to the pump kind of thing, So I think, there's still an awful lot left in Aston Villa's season. And I think that, again, with the Premier League title race, which they're still in, you can't just kind of go, we probably won't win it. You have to dedicate an enormous amount of energy to that. With the Europa League, again, great opportunity. That is one way you would think, going on what English sides are doing and have done in European competition this season, that you could maybe be slightly more experimental. But then, of course, if they'll finish in the top four, I would have thought, in the Premier League.
If it goes to fifth, you'd be absolutely gobsmacked if they finish below fifth, right?
They're the third favourites to finish in the top.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Obviously behind Arsenal and Man City. They're 1 to 12 to finish.
But I think
shorter price than Liverpool, shorter price than Chelsea, shorter price than Manchester United.
But they're having a brilliant season. Look at the start of the season. They weren't doing much. Everyone thought,
scored in the first 4 games, did they?
Everyone thought they dropped off and so on. And then suddenly the tactic was, right, lads, shoot from range. And if you look at the statistics, they were banging them in from range way more than
expected. XG is much lower than everyone's else.
And then, of course, what everyone thought, well, we're playing Aston Villa. We can't give them room on the edge of the box. Gives them a little bit more room in behind. So they adapt to that. So I've been really impressed with Villa this season. I wish them all the best, because as a neutral in terms of the title race, my goodness, to see them do something would be great. But it would also be a club that size who have had their trials and tribulations in sort of recent years in terms of relegation down the Championship. If they could win a trophy in Europa League, the most likely one, it'd be marvellous.
You would expect them to win. You would expect them to win today, but if they don't, and then Liverpool win yesterday, Chelsea win yesterday, if United win today as well, then you do potentially risk getting dragged into that. Does anyone think that they will get pulled into that?
I think if Champions League goes to fifth place, there's 8 clear at the moment of Man United, and that's with you guys winning. I'd be really gobsmacked if they drop below fifth place. I even think if it's top 4, they finish in the top 4. But I think they got too many good players. They got a decent little gap there. I think that'd be a monumental drop off, and I don't see Villa doing that.
And they've arguably got the second best manager in the Premier League, behind Pep, in terms of trophies won and his ability to.
Pedigree,
what's interesting about him is when you look at their results, and they do chuck in an odd performance now and again.
Yeah.
Everton a couple of weeks ago,
but they bounce back. He gets them back again. And there's no kind of. He doesn't seem to go on the start of the season apart, which was really unlike him. They don't seem to go on bad runs that often. I think it's interesting you say, Marcus, about Arsenal, about they've been unfairly criticised.
Well, slightly.
Yeah,
they are top.
Yeah, they're top, but you feel like they're that good that they're labelled as being the best team in the world, best team in Europe.
Yep.
They should be further ahead than they are, because every other team has had some seriously bad spells.
Yeah.
City have, Villa did. Obviously Liverpool and Manchester United are way away from them anyway. But I think they should be further away. And I think the performances where they've looked a bit iffy has been of their own doing. They should have gone and won those games.
Fair. I think that they'll look at that and think they should probably have more points. But do you think Arsenal their squad is much better than Manchester City's, for example. And you think the managers...
Well, maybe not the manager, maybe not. I think the squad probably is. I think it's more together. It's been built better. It's been built over a few years, whereas City's is a bit...
They've patched it together. They spent a lot of money on
They have.
the last 3 transfer windows, haven't they? Really?
Well, Scott, you and I, I remember last season.
I know where you're going with this.
I did, and you were the one who was with me on that, where we both said, in terms of Guardiola at Man City, the peak of it's done, and now it's kind of you're in the sort of the downward trajectory now. But of course, it was so high that a downward trajectory still means you're a very good side, even if you're on from that a bit. Blimey, Man United peppering the Fulham goal here. We are where we are. I think with Arsenal. Again, you think of them last season, how poor their title attempt was against Liverpool, who just strolled to a league title, really. I think with Arsenal, they've had a funny situation with trying to sort out the striker. They've had their injuries as well. I think they probably should be, say, maybe 3 points, a few points higher.
Under the win.
Exactly. But, I mean, we'll see what happens with Spurs and Man City today. But I honestly think that people still are projecting the brilliance of Manchester City in particular, at times Klopp's Liverpool, you could say, and maybe even Arteta's Arsenal when they were kind of a bit more free scoring and were just pipped by Guardiola, in that season where, they got an enormous amount of points. I think people are projecting all of that onto Arsenal, going, well, come on then, you're meant to be the best team in England, but you're not bulletproof. Do you know what I mean? And I think the beauty of this Premier League season, which has been criticised by a lot of people, is that when Manchester City or Arsenal come to town, you can get at them. We should be really happy about that. As a mid-table side, supporting, I support Fulham. I'm delighted at that.
That is so good from us.
Here come Man United on the break. This is what Man United want. This is it. They're suckering Fulham in and they want to hit them on the break. So I think this is an intriguing Premier League season. Aston Villa are up there as well. Yes, Arsenal, as I say, might be 3 points or so better off, but they are still top of the league. They are currently 7 points. To the good, with the others obviously yet to finish it and yet to play. So, and we're perfect in the Champions League. So, I think again, everyone's saying, well, why are they not blowing teams away 3 and 4 every week?
They did yesterday.
Well, I was going to say they did yesterday, which took a step in that direction.
You think people think back to that 98-97 Man City Liverpool title race where they basically won every single game?
Yeah, I think people are expecting that.
If you're not doing that, you then can't win the league.
Yeah, and those days
you still can, obviously.
I say those days are gone. This season is not that season.
Well, yeah, that Man City team are half as good as that team, aren't they? The one would often not win 16, 18, 20 games.
Chance there. But yeah, no, I absolutely, Sam. And I think as well, go on, Chuck Wazer, get in there, son. Lucky. So I think as well, and Arsenal, I'm going to sound maybe a little bit like an Arsenal fan last season or the season before. If you think about what's going to happen next season, so sorry everybody for talking about next season, by the way, but think about it, right? Will Pep still be there?
I don't think so.
Probably not, but possibly. If they win the league, he won't. I think it would be a great note to finish on, but I'm not sure they will. Arsenal will improve next season. Will Liverpool next season? Will Slot be there? There's question marks there. Blah blah blah.
We said Liverpool would improve.
Yeah, well, we did. So the here and now is good for Arsenal. Obviously, they want to win the league this season. Forget next season and all. But I'm just saying that the way it's going with the manager, with the squad and everything they have, I think they're still in a very, very good position. I appreciate the nerves of that Manchester United loss, but I think people are too busy to write them off when they have a good lead.
Wilson! Can he get a shot? Oh, the ball got played into Jimenez. Then he got played to Wilson. I thought inside the box he was maybe going to get a shot away. And to be fair to the United players, they did close him down well and he just couldn't sort his feet out and get the shot away. But Fulham continued to have possession. Man United 1, Fulham 0, Forest 1, Palace 0, Villa 0, Brentford 0. How do you see that, the title race going, Scott? Marcus thinks that maybe some people have been a little bit harsh on Arsenal. Is that fair?
Look, in terms of the most entertaining champions of all time, I don't think you can call them that. But I think the consistency has been really good. I think last week was, as great as it was for me and for United fans. I think it was a bit of a shock for everybody. I think a big thing was how would Arsenal react, and there's no better way of reacting really than going and winning 4-0 at Leeds, no matter how it comes about. I think after they scored the first 2 goals from set pieces or whatever, and the joke that goes on around that. They did look a lot more fluid, and some Jesus' goal in particular was really, really good. Look, I think that they've been. I thought they would have won the league for the last 3 seasons, so it's a little bit overdue for me. To me, I think they've got the most complete squad. they've had problems with Gyökeres, but he's on the score sheet yesterday, and now Havertz is back, Jesus is back, and he's, injury-free at the moment and scoring goals. So I think they have a lot of options in that department, can change things up depending on what the game's like. And to me, Villa, for some reason, I just think that at some point they will have a bit of a lull.
I think the Villa are an unbelievable team. The job Emery's done there is unbelievable, but they're going to come top 4, but I still think coming back end, I can't see Villa being there with 4 to 6 games to go.
If Brentford won today, I don't think it wouldn't be a huge shock. Leeds beating Arsenal would be a big thing. If Spurs beat Man City, it's a big thing, although Spurs often do beat Man City. And that's where it is right now, and therefore you expect it to kind of play out as it should.
Yeah, and combined with Man City not... I don't think Manchester City can be that team that goes and wins the next 15. I think and they have been in the past. I don't think they're that team anymore.
They just don't. They can't and don't dominate and control games. I think from a defensive point of view, I think they're still as dangerous as ever. But I think from a defensive point of view, I think any team can get at them and cause them problems. It's the Rodri, isn't it? Rodri was there, got injured, Hanvin replaced him. Now he's come back and he doesn't look anywhere near as good as he used to. And I think Pep struggled, hasn't he, to kind of work out that right balance in midfield to be able to be really good going forward, but also still be able to control games and dominate games.
But also tactics come and go, and also as well, we often think that a manager doesn't have a shelf life at the very, very top of the tree. Pep Guardiola, one of the most impressive men in the history of football. What a player he was, and even better, like one of the best managers of all time. There's no doubt about that. But at some point, it could be just fatigue. It could be the ideas that he brought forth and repackaged and.
Well, he's tried to change things, hasn't he, in the last 18 months?
But again, tactics have changed. This Premier League season is different to what we've seen before. The styles have come in. I mean, we talked a bit about Brentford there and Aston Villa. Keith Andrews is purring because he says, we're quite hard to predict. We've got different systems. We play in different ways. We've seen, much has been made of long passes and long throw-ins coming sort of back into it a little bit more. The idea of dominating games is not quite the same as it was, certainly not for Manchester City. The only thing I would say about Arsenal is I think at times Mikel Arteta has thought, right, we're going to try and dominate games and we're just going to slow it down and we're just going to see. But unfortunately, I think that's where Arsenal can be a little bit pedestrian. It reminds me a little bit of, as much as I love Southgate at England and so on, again, he wasn't above all the criticism that was labelled at him, and England could do that. They could be a bit pedestrian and go, right, foot on the ball, let's just come back.
Was Arsenal 1-up, instead of trying to kill the game, they often try and just stay at 1-0 and dominate.
Yeah, and even if it's a 0-0, they kind of go, right, we're just going to figure it out and we're just going to try and shuffle the pack like Pete Pep's teams did so effectively. But the difference is, I think teams now have had years to deal with that, and they get in quickly to defend. And Arsenal now struggling to get in behind us, and that's why maybe he's...
And they've got quality wide players.
Yeah, totally.
So go and use them.
Yeah,
That's
indeed.
the frustrating thing. I mean, it's a bit harsh maybe against Man United, because actually Carrick's team have actually doubled up really well against very good wingers in City and Arsenal. So maybe it was harsh to criticise them on those games. But yeah, you just think...
Forest, when they went away to Forest, for example, you've got to be quicker.
Yeah.
And I think that's it. You've got to...
It all starts from quite a long way back, doesn't it?
Yeah. And that's the thing. And I think Arsenal, quick in, to use sort of modern parlance in football, quicker in the transition.
Alex Iwobi tries his luck from 25 yards out. Lummans gets down well and collects it, Marcus. Back to you.
Yeah, it's not Andre Nara in goal anymore, is it?
It's so nice.
Pretty boring. I mean, having a goalkeeper that doesn't just push and parry.
In a complimentary way, that's been levelled at him as well. He's just like quite plain and just does everything that you'd expect.
Which is what goalkeepers supposed to do.
Which is exactly what goalkeepers are supposed to do. There's so much fuss over the last few years about getting a ball-playing goalkeeper and making sure that he can pass and break lines and all of this.
But that's even Guardiola's done that, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's thinking, when he signed Donnarumma, it's like, well, I mean, he was shipped out of PSG because, despite winning everything and playing in one of the best sides we've seen in recent years, concerns about not being able to play with his feet. But it's kind of like Pep thought, again, it's almost done a bit of a patch-up job at Man City. It's like, yeah, but he's a really big bloke. He keeps the ball he keeps the ball out the goal, doesn't he? And he'll give the defenders confidence. Right, get him in. It is. I think this season has been brilliant so far. I talk of it as I say, more of a neutral from a.
Well, Fulham are doing well, right?
Well, Fulham, that's pretty good. But
this man's a neutral over here, the Grimsby fan, not the Fulham fan, who could be 1 point off Champions League football if they win today.
That's very true. There's no neutral here. But I just think it's been a good season. I think it's been a really enjoyable season. I think people are are moaning that it's not as good, if you like, as it has been. I would argue it's the top two that have not been as good. But I think generally that kind of feeds in quite well.
Do you think the ceiling is almost rising, but maybe... Let me do that again. The floor's almost rising.
Yes.
But maybe the ceiling...
The floor is catching.
I like what you're doing there.
Go.
Yeah, well, and the Champions League results would suggest... I mean, look at the English teams.
Yeah.
Anthony Gordon said the other day, didn't he, before the PSG game, like the differences between the Premier League and the Champions League, and he thinks that in Champions League, you know, how many teams, like 5 teams from the Premier League finished in the top 8, which is crazy, and then Newcastle in the playoffs as well.
And there was a moment on Wednesday, if Newcastle had scored, it would have been all 6 in the top 8, which was absolutely crazy.
It goes to show the quality of the Premier League. I just look at it a lot of the time, and you think... You know, today, for example, if Crystal Palace are going and signing Strand Larsen for 43 plus 5 million, like what other club that is 16th or wherever they are in the league can go and spend that much money on a player that plays for the team at the bottom? Which is why, Scott, it's crazy.
When your lot and the others and Sam's lot as well wanted to join the European Super League, it was like, you know, lest we forget, it was like, lads, what are you doing?
No one.
You've already got the de facto Super League, which is the Premier League, really, in terms of the money. You know, you've been hoodwinked there by Juventus and their friends, you know, and obviously it didn't happen thanks to the fans. But that's the thing. The Premier League is such a wealthy beast, and that's really why this is happening. You know, you can't suddenly, they like a fried breakfast and, you know, repeats of Only Fools and Horses. That's not why everybody's here. It's why I'm still here, you know, but it is because of the money in the league.
What's your favourite part of a fried breakfast?
Oh, that's a great question, and one I'm very willing to answer.
I know you are. Lee, come on.
It's got to be
the old Lee, not the new Lee.
It's got to be the bacon, hasn't it? Did you say the favourite part of it?
Yeah, the favourite element of it.
I love the sausage, the beans, and all. I think you can't beat bacon. You can't beat bacon.
No, you probably can't. I do like hash brown.
Oh, the hash brown.
Yeah.
Hash brown's good, but come on, you're not having a hash brown over a slice.
Well, if I had a hash brown with beans and egg and
sausage,
tomatoes and mushroom, I quite like that.
What's your worst part?
Hold the mushrooms. Hold the mushrooms.
You can keep the mushrooms.
No mushrooms.
Dirty boy.
If someone said to me, you can only have a vegetarian...
well, that's a totally different...
the hash brown would still carry it for me.
Well, you basically
the hash brown
both my hands behind my back there.
The hash brown would carry it for me, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, of course. But if you took away the whole vegetarian...
I think I still really enjoy it.
Look, I do as well. I'm glad you do.
The hash brown is elite. Let's not be
the bacon and the sausage.
I think the hash brown's the Aston Villa. So we're getting close to the top, you know.
The hash brown's the Aston Villa.
No, do you know what I mean? Let's
I agree.
have it right.
Bacon is Arsenal. All right.
Whoa, no.
Yeah.
I think the bacon is Man City.
What about Man United? Hey.
Well, you Carrick Man United,
to be good, but not so good anymore.
Fried bread,
fried bread, yeah. As fun as this is, let me dot the I's and cross. It is my fault for asking the question. We're a couple of minutes away then from half-time in the Premier League. Aston Villa 0, Brentford 0. Brentford won the reverse fixture against Villa in August. They've never won consecutive league meetings with Villa before. Been end-to-end game of football. Best chance there at Villa Park fell to Tammy Abraham back at Aston Villa. Went through 1-1 with the goalkeeper and was well saved by Kelleher. And Ouattara missed a 1-1 for Brentford as well. Man United still leading Fulham by a goal to nil. A Casemiro header from a Bruno Fernandes free kick following a 1-1 draw at Craven Cottage in August. Fulham looking to avoid defeat in both Premier League matches with United for the first time since 03-04.
There's been a red card for Kevin Schade.
Schade has gone off for... sorry.
What's happened? No, tell me. What's happened at Villa Park?
There was a bit of a tackle between him and Matty Cash, and then he's
ended up on his shoulder, isn't he?
He's pushed back. His foot's kind of in his groin area, and he's pushed back to stand up. I don't know if he's done it intentionally to do it, but he's basically studded him in the groin area, and he got a red card for it.
As he's walking off there, he looks pretty resigned to it, doesn't he? He doesn't look like a guy who feels like he's been hard done by.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what I haven't seen that there's been any ongoing kind of like. Any aggro between Schade and Cash, but I mean, Cash went down like he'd been studded.
I mean, if you look at it, he has dug his studs into
he's gone
Cash.
to push himself up.
Oh, goodness me. Sorry, an unbelievable goal line header away there from Nico Williams on the line. A Palace corner comes in. Palace win the header at the back post. And there's been a red card. In fact, maybe he didn't head it away. Maybe he punched it away.
Oh, my goodness.
Palace win the header. I thought Nico Williams headed it away. But it's been a straight red card. He's looking down on the ground. Everyone knows what's happened. He's obviously punched that away. So Palace are going to get a penalty at the City ground, and Forest are down to 10 men. Nico Williams punches it away. Will Hughes comes in, cross comes in, Lerma wins the header, and
that is an incredible save.
Great effort.
I think Williams tries to head it, misses it, and then it comes off his hand like that. And that is going to be a red card and a corner penalty.
It's a good save. It's a
really good save, yeah.
He looked more guilty than Kevin Schade did. 2 red cards there.
Good save, by the way.
Great reflexes. Incredible reflexes.
But surely
he's better than Onana, isn't he? Yeah, honestly.
I mean, surely.
And sorry, Marcus, carry on.
That's all right.
Buendia had a shot there from close.
Not often you get 2 red cards where you need a player.
Can you imagine if this happened during our Friday breakfast chat? Like this would have been carnage on talkSPORT goals. Where do you want to go first?
Tin tomatoes for both players.
Scott, what a massive moment this for Palace. Forest down to 10 men, and Ismaila Sarr's got the ball in hand.
Yeah, we've been talking about how Palace need something. They need to show something else, and form's been terrible. Like, controversy over the manager and whether he's fallen out with the football club or not. But this game today, we've spoken about how important it is for Crystal Palace to not lose,
Forest
because
go level
on points with them if they do, and now they have a massive opportunity to go level here with Sarr, and then an opportunity in the second half against 10 men. Massive moment.
Yeah, Ismaila Sarr, who's possibly been Palace's best player this season, certainly before he went away to AFCON, has got the ball on the spot. 4 minutes of time added on in this first half. Forest are 1 up. It's Sarr against Sells. He walks up nonchalantly and goes down the middle, and the keeper goes to the left, and Crystal Palace, Marcus, are back on level terms.
Yes, I mean, that is a huge moment for Palace. It looked like the ball would have gone in the back of the net,
definitely.
so it was either going to be a goal or a penalty. I mean, that is Nico Williams. Like, you can't do if it's the last minute of the game and they're 1 up. You kind of it's not even half time, and now they would take a point, wouldn't they, Palace?
Yeah, they need Sarr. I mean,
Palace take a point?
No, I said sorry. Forest would take a point now, because if you Palace, it's 1-1. They've got the whole of the second half, a little bit of injury time here as well, but the whole.
Marcus, do you think he almost chance it for Brentford?
What a goal!
Brentford are down to 10 men, but Brentford lead at Villa Park. It's Dango Ouattara, who midway through the first half missed a 1-on-1 from a tight angle right-hand side with the left foot, fires the ball into the top corner. I'm not going to ask you, Lee, how to say his name. You had a bit of a mare one time, didn't you, on the goal preview show?
What did I call him? Ouattara.
Ouattara, huh? But that, Scott, from a tight angle there, Ouattara, top bins. Aston Villa give the ball away in midfield. Aya just plays a long ball forward to Ouattara. I think there is onside. Mutson can't get there. Ouattara gets there first. He tries to go across the face of goal first. The ball comes back to him, and then he rifles that into the top corner.
Whatever his name is, it's a cracking finish.
It is Dango Ouattara, I can confirm.
Dango will do.
Brilliant the Brentford right winger.
Top corner, and just after the red card as well. It's just come out of nowhere, really, for Brentford. And look, big moment for them.
Well, Ouattara's already missed one, of course, hasn't he? You know, a great chance. So to finish with a plum like that, cool, blimey.
So yeah, big moment there. And yeah, with Nico Williams, do you think he looks like he almost does go to try and head it first?
What are you thinking in that moment?
No, but do you think it's one of those where, like, when he realises he's not going to get there, do you think it's almost just instinct the hand comes out?
Yeah, probably.
Rather than thinking, I'm going to punch this away and take a red card. You don't have time to think like that, do you, mate?
Yeah, it probably is. I mean, look, he's going to regret that, I think. It's a big game for Forest as well, isn't it?
But as soon as he did it, his head was down. He put his jersey.
You don't see many of those anymore, do you? Like intentional handballs on the line.
What's the most famous one of those of all time? Suarez to the World Cup.
But in a day with VAR as well, you probably thought in that moment that I might get away with this if I possibly could, and then you realise...
Abraham! Oh, he should equalise! Sancho gets to the bar line, puts the ball into the danger area, and I think as Abraham gets the shot, where I think Christopher Aya does really, really well to block it, it's a really, really good sliding tackle. Abraham was unmarked, makes a good run, but that from Aya is an outstanding last-ditch tackle.
I mean, that would have been a goal, surely, if Aya hasn't done that. Brilliant tackle. I mean, this is, even though they're a goal down now, Aston Villa, the dynamic of the second half will be them just going at.
Yeah, it's going to be a good watch. This, isn't it? Because
that might suit Brentford.
Well, it might do, but they need goals and they need them quickly, because, as you say, the last thing they do is.
You're absolutely right. I think Brentford will be happy to sit back and then hit them on the break, because they know in Thiago they've got. Can I just put another handball in there? Mm-hmm. Was it Stephen Taylor?
Oh, yes.
My favourite of all time, I think.
Yeah.
When he pretended it hurt him.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
He pretended it you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I saw that recently for some reason. It was amazing.
Yeah. Whereas now with VAR, you just can't even bother pretending you've got a really sore shoulder. Palace could score again in Mitchell at the back post. Oh, it just doesn't fall for him. And I think Palace are going to win a corner there. It's half-time in the Man United-Fulham game. Man United 1, Fulham 0. Brentford 1 up at Villa. 5 seconds to go until half-time there. And we're going to get one more chance for Palace from a corner. If Mitchell's first touch there was a little bit better at the back post, he might have been able to get a shot away. Is that corner kick for Palace? I think it is a corner, isn't it?
Doesn't look like it. Palace fans in good song, though, as you can imagine. I mean, they've just been... no pun intended. Oh, it is a corner. So they've been handed a great opportunity now, quite simply. And tell you what, I thought Brentford were away there. Thiago's annoyed. Konza judged to have fouled him, but he was away there. But defender's always going to get given that decision.
From a neutral's point of view, if West Ham had won yesterday,
it'd be incredible. Wouldn't it?
Will Hughes! Oh, they worked the corner short to Hughes, who has a shot, and now it's pinball in the box. And Forest might be able to counter-attack now with Morgan Gibbs White. Yeah, again, if West Ham won yesterday, got on to 23 points, they'd have been just 5 behind Spurs in 14th place. We know Spurs have got a tough set of fixtures coming up. So Forest 1, Palace 1, nearly at half-time. And Villa 0, Brentford 1, nearly at half-time as well. In fact, at Villa Park, that's half-time. And the full half-time whistle should go in the Forest game any time now as the long ball comes forward to Igor Jesus, who goes through. He wants a penalty. It's not going to be given.
No, he's not that convinced, is he? I thought for a minute there that was a credible call, but Jesus' face kind of said it all. Look, it's so funny what a mad moment can do. Palace will be desperate to get out for the second half now. Those fans are in good voice. Forest will be thinking, oh, blimey. Like, again, they would bite your hand off for a point, you would imagine, which they currently have. But in that second half, it should really be all Palace. In the same way at Villa Park, it should be all Villa. Who are a goal
and then
Ouattara
well. Puts one top pins, doesn't he?
And in the second half at Old Trafford, it should be all Fulham.
There we go. We're still waiting for the half-time whistle, are we, at the City Ground? There is the half-time whistle at City Ground. So 3 half-times then in the Premier League. Villa 0, Brentford 1. Brentford go down to 10 men, but score right before half-time. Ouattara scoring after Sharda gets sent off. United 1, Fulham 0. Casemiro heading Man United in front midway through the first half. And it is Forest 1, Palace 1. Forest scored early thanks to Morgan Gibbs White. Forest go down to 10 men after Nico Williams handles on the line. And this Ismaila scores the penalty. Here on talkSPORT Goals, we'll take a very quick break. And then when we come back, we're watching the second half games in the 3 2:00 games.
I've got to say, though, I mean, I am with Dino on this one, really, as opposed to yourself, Jay. But I think Thomas Frank should be given Tom. I think the trouble is, you see, it's too easy to sort of say, oh, we're not doing well, sack the manager, right? He's only been in the job 6 months. Let's be frank here, right? I'm going to spell it out for the other fans, right? They're listening to your glorious channel, right? We finished 17th in the league. He has not taken over a team that finished in the top 4. We qualified the Champions League because we won that trophy.
Yeah, we won the Europa League and we had a load of injuries and we sacked off the Premier League at the end of last season. So, yeah, I know we finished 17th and it wasn't good enough. I get that. But there needed to be a massive improvement. With the players that we've got, we shouldn't be where we are in the table. You can't... The performances, Chris, are not acceptable in the Premier League. That's your bread and butter. And look, we're a great side in the Champions League and we're a joy to watch. But that's got to go into the Premier League performances.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the thing is, look, we should have done better against Burnley. There's no question about that. But I do think as well, again, this is where with Dino in this one, right? The thing is, I don't think it's all Thomas Frank's fault, right? We need, right? And the thing is, look, this is a hangover from the old boardroom that were there, right? We did not push the boat out enough for signings, right? I mean, we've got a lot of average players in that team, right? I mean, apart from Van der Ven, Porro, and maybe Kulusevski,
Romero.
They are bang average. Romero as well. They're bang average players, Jay.
Kulusevski ain't.
Kulusevski, I think he's a great player.
Xavi Simmons is starting to show some signs of being a top player.
Is Richarlison injured?
Richarlison's injured. Solanke's come back. Solanke, again, jury's out for me on him, but he's a good player. When we signed him, I was happy that we signed him.
Well, he's 60 million, wasn't he?
We spent a few quid in it.
A very good afternoon and welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. We are live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and also on your smart TV. Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Marcus Speller and Scotty Saunders are with you until 6:30 this evening. Abby Summers is going to come in at around 4:15 to watch the Spurs Man City game. Big game that is, isn't it, in the title race. And also for Spurs, let's not forget, who need to find themselves some points. Aston Villa 0, Brentford 1. Brentford are down to 10 men. Kevin Sharder. But then only moments after that, Brentford took the lead thanks to a really nice finish from Dango Ouattara following an 8-game winning run at home in the Premier League. Villa lost 1-0 against Everton last time out of Villa Park. They've not lost consecutive home league games since February 2024, but I'm still the stat the league just told me that Sam Matterface told him via the radio. Aston Villa this season won around 18 points or 17 points, was 18, it, from losing position. So possibly, maybe...
Yeah, best in the league.
Better. That's some effort, isn't it? Probably need half their points, I reckon, this season. United beating Fulham by a goal to nil. Casemiro scored a header midway through the first half. Man United are unbeaten in 6 Premier League home games, and it's Forest 1, Palace 1. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't lie, mate. And it is Forest. Maybe I would. And it is Forest 1, Palace 1. Forest to the lead thanks to Morgan Gibbs-White. Early goal, and then Forest went down to 10 men after Nico Williams handled on the line, and Palace scored the resulting penalty. So Villa 0, Brentford 1, United 1, Fulham 0, Forest 1, Palace 1. Scott, what have you made of United in that first half?
Something great, really. I think that the important thing is that United are winning, but I think for Michael Carrick to get a chance at getting this job, I think I maybe need to see a little bit more.
Come on, Fulham, Marcus. It feels like I'm watching 3 games at the same time, but you've had lots of possession in good areas. Maybe he's lacking that quality.
Not really threatened. They've not really threatened.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I said to Nine that in the first half that you got to make it count against sides who have got a bit more than you. And when you get into half time, you would expect Carrick and Holland to look at that and go, okay, we've not been great in there. Fulham have been kind of breaking with a bit of ease, not producing the goods in the final third. They'll do something to counteract that. I have hope, though, because this is a different type of game for Carrick and Holland, and they have not been great. They've been a little bit patchy in that first half. So Silva will be smelling blood and thinking, okay, lads, come on, what can we do in this second half? So I think it's all to play for at Old Trafford. But Scott was saying that it's an important game for Manchester United because it's all very well, give it some welly when you're on the telly and for the big games and all that kind of thing.
I think they still might be on the telly today, though, I think.
True enough.
I think all 3 2 o'clock games are on TV. I think it's one of those, yeah.
Well, perhaps it would have been more accurate to say to me in the bigger games when you're playing a derby or you're away to Arsenal. And,
I know what you mean. I was being facetious.
No, but you were right, though. You were right.
I don't know what facetious means, but I know that's the word you say in those situations, right? Yes. I'm hoping anyway.
Yeah. Different, yeah, indeed.
I like it.
Lee, do you want to give us some odds for the second half, please?
Yeah, Man United are 1-4 to win this game in 90 minutes, which I get because they were very short before the match. Fulham 9-1. Not saying they go on and win. The draw 4-1. I think Fulham have got a goal in them. I don't think they don't score in this game. Yeah. Bruno Fernandes and Matheus Cunha each at least one shot on target is 7-2. Penalty to be scored is 5-1. That's a price boost. And Man United to win. Fulham most cards and Man United most corners 3-1. I like the draw. I liked Fulham before the game. I liked Fulham and the draw before the game. They were about 8-5, so I still like the draw at 4-1. I don't think Man United will have it all their own way. Forest versus Palace. Forest are 4-1 to win this game now. The draw 7-5. I like that pre-match. And Palace are 21-20 to go on and win this, which that's like, obviously well, just because obviously they're down to 10 men, aren't they? So I think Palace will probably pour it on.
I made that noise, so I thought that was quite a big price given the fact that Forest are down to 10 men. I thought
you think so? Yeah, it was because the friendless, Palace. Palace are absolutely friendless in the market. You know, Palace fans aren't backing them. They don't really like it.
Friendless.
Yeah, because
I know the
one
feeling,
likes
Lee.
them. No one likes them at all.
We don't care.
There's no one's on Palace's side. Even Palace fans won't want to back them
Even the
anywhere.
manager hates Crystal Palace, right?
Enough, yeah.
So I guess that's the reason why. The interesting game, obviously, is this Villa game because of the fact that they're down to 10 men. Villa are 2-1. They were only 8-5 when it was 0-0. Remember, Brentford are 29. The problem for Villa is even if they do come from behind, Brentford are capable of hitting them on the break, aren't they? I think if Villa win this, it needs to be 3-2. I mean, that'd be crazy second half if that happened. So Villa 2-1. Yeah, the draw 15-8. Probably fancy the draw. I could see a 2-2 draw here.
We're going to take one more quick break then on talkSPORT goals. One thing for certain, all three games are very nicely poised. Villa 0, Brentford 1, Brentford down to 10 men. United leading Fulham by a goal to 0. Forest 1, Palace 1. Back in a couple of minutes.
I'm doing this gig up a ski slope end of season in Austria, and I'm with my dad, and we're travelling down to the gondola. It's a big gig, but we'll get up there in a gondola, and my security goes, Maradona's here and he wants to say hello to you. I'm like, Maradona in Austria? I'm like, yeah, get out of the car and there's Maradona. And like, you know, I don't speak Spanish. And, you know, but we're very happy to see each other, and we have our pictures taken together, and we go up in the gondola, and my dad's like, what's your life like, son? I go, it's amazing, isn't it? People like Maradona want to come and see me, And then 2 days later, I'm looking at the news on the Mac, and Maradona is at the Chelsea game. And that Maradona hasn't got a beard at the Chelsea game. That wasn't Maradona that I met.
No, it was.
It was an imposter.
What, claiming to be Maradona?
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. You ever been scammed like that?
Not like that. Maradona come
Didn't you scam someone though, didn't you?
What was that? What
It was
scammed a lot of people, mate. Which one?
You scammed someone to get in a club, didn't you? Saying that we thought you was a monster.
Oh no, that was the guy that was the lead singer. Oh my God, you've thrown me now. His name. What was the band? Oh my God, Brother Beyond. And his name was... can't remember it.
No.
But anyway, I got in there, and then I'm in the club, and he thinks I'm the lead singer. Nathan Moore, right? Nathan Moore. And he thinks I'm the lead singer from Brother Beyond.
Yeah.
And they had a song, The Harder You Try. We'll play it in a second, right? Yeah. And Nathan Moore, at that stage, was one of that Brother Beyond. Everyone like, oh, Brother Beyond, Brother Beyond. And then I go in there, and I was only about 18, 19 at the time. And then he comes up to me. I've got 3 drinks there, and he comes up to me, he says to me, can you come on stage and sing? I'm like, no, I can't.
God, that Abby Summers drives us mad, doesn't she? I mean, she was literally trying to work here, trying to do a show. And, you know, in between, you know, we missed the first cue, didn't we, out of the ad break? Because, I mean, she's in here. I mean, yeah, we get it. You go to the gym. Good for you. Hey, that's bang out of order. That's not pleasant.
Racking up the ad breaks.
Yeah, racking up the gym sessions, isn't she, Abby Summers? We should also say that for those that don't know, Abby Summers wants... Yes, I can hear you, Abby. I don't think so. Can you hear Abby right now?
No, I can't. The important thing is the viewers can't hear Abby.
Yeah. Yeah, the viewers can't hear us. This better be really, really good, Abby.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Anyway, that is bang out of order. It is talkSPORT Goals. We are live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and on your smart TVs. We are with William Hill, our very good friends at William Hill. I know that I'm biased, and I don't have to say this, but I do love William Hill, by the way.
Oh, right.
Like having William Hill and Lee Phelps part of this show. It's been absolutely wonderful. You know that, Lee?
Right, no, I appreciate that. And I know it's heartfelt.
Aston Villa 0, Brentford 1 in the Premier League. These games are about to get underway in the second half. Only the bottom side. Wolves with 9 have lost more Premier League away games than Brentford this season, but they are 1 up away at Villa. That's the good news. The bad news is they're down to 10 men. Manchester United 1, Fulham 0. Harry Wilson been involved in 10 goals in his last 11 Premier League appearances for Fulham with 6 goals and 4 assists. He's going to need to do something in the second half if Fulham are to get back into this game. Now it's Forest 1, Palace 1. Forest took the lead thanks to a Morgan Gibbs white goal. Palace equalised and Ismaila Sarr penalty after Nico Williams was sent off after handling on the line. Forest are unbeaten in their last 6 top-flight home games against Crystal Palace. And also, as well, I should say, there are some big games as well in the William Hill Scottish Premiership, Lee Phelps. Which we
0-0. Hibs Rangers 0-0 at half-time. By the way, and Hearts won last night in a crazy game where Dundee United had 2 men sent off. Hearts were favourites going into these 2 matches, obviously with a game having played a game more and with a bigger advantage over Rangers and Celtic. But there's only the second time they've been favourites this season in the William Hill Scottish Premiership, 13-8. But obviously, if Rangers and
Rangers
Celtic
start the day 7 behind Hearts, and Celtic start the day.
They should beat They should beat Hibs. They beat Hibs. I think they beat Hibs twice already this season, and Celtic have also beaten Falkirk twice already this season. So they both should win these games in what's like we keep saying, it's a fantastic 3-way title race.
And the Hibs Hearts game, by the way, is ahead of that's at half time and it's 0-0. Celtic Falkirk has just started. What Marcus, we were here last week and we watched the Hearts Celtic game. I mean, goodness me, it's been all the talk about England being great. Celtic
that was like a proper cup tie. That 2-2.
100%,
amazing game.
No, I remember how long ago it was now. Wilfred Nancy was still in the job, and I said on this show that while he's still in the job, Hearts will still be in the title race. Yeah. Funny enough, a lot of Celtic fans took umbrage with that. Well, obviously Celtic fans, your board agreed with me because they got rid of him. But now Hearts are still in the title race. Yeah. They're leading the title race. And
they're leading by 8 points.
Well, indeed, and O'Neill's there. So I mean, it's absolutely extraordinary. Hearts fans are saying, let us dream, but they're well aware of the history, as everybody is. But if Hearts were to actually go on and do it, it would be one of the most stunning things. You look at the budgets between the old firm and, say, a club like Hearts. It's night and day. I mean, you are talking, even though people will think, nah, it's not like that, you would honestly be, I think, in terms of finances, in terms of likelihoods and so on, not in terms of odds, but it's almost akin to Leicester winning the Premier League.
Yeah, we were talking about this. We were talking about this the other day in the office and saying, it isn't like Leicester in terms of the odds, because the odds were 5,000 to 1, and I think the biggest Hearts have been is maybe around 80s at some point pre-season. But
they finished second in was it 05, 06, I think, under Jeffrey, something like that.
But huge, massive.
No.
Mbeumo for United, keeper does well. Leno comes out to save. Mbeumo got played through on goal. Leno comes out, spreads himself. I think the offside flag might have gone up. Still United 1, Fulham 0.
Yeah, and it would be amazing to, like we were saying last week, as a title sponsor.
Totally,
it's amazing to be involved in it. Just for the game itself, And I know old firm, fans and the teams won't agree with this at all, of course. But for most of the others in the SPFL, then they would be, it'd be great to see it. We'll see what happens.
Unless you're a Hibs fan, it would be amazing to see.
And Hibs have had a go at kind of derailing it, haven't they? So,
indeed, It was funny. Did you see that thing where they were asking Hibs fans outside Easter Road, what would you rather, Hearts win the league or England win the World Cup? They asked, I don't know, say 12 fans, all of them bar one said England win the World Cup. That's how much they don't want Hearts to win the league.
Like Spurs are in a tricky position today. Do they want to beat Man City? Are Hibs in a tricky position today as well? Do you think some Hibs fans have gone to the Rangers game today thinking, come on Rangers, we really don't want.
I don't think you'll ever get any Hibs fans wanting Rangers to win, but the circumstances dictate that they would probably rather them than Hearts.
A couple of changes in the Forest Palace game. Matt Sells has been substituted. Angus Gunn's come on there, and Callum Hudson-Odoi makes way for Ryan Yates, and Ryan Yates will obviously come into that midfield to try and shore it up. Marcus,
one in the Villa game as well. Just substitution at half-time. Leon Bailey's come on for Bogart.
Oh! You've got to do better there, Fulham.
Who was that? Was that Chuck Wazy?
I think he should just stick his boot through that. Beautiful work from Iwobi. Yeah. He's picked him out of the back post.
Was he just so on? Yeah.
I get that it's at an angle and he's trying to kind of play it across, but as Scott said, Manchester United at the moment under Carrick and Holland are very adept at kind of backs to the walls defending. I think you get a moment like that. I think you've got to go for goal. And a player who scored a few goals already for Fulham this season.
Was he caught in 2 minds, you think? One of those where it's like a kind of wasn't.
Yeah,
I sure whether to shoot or cross.
I think, I get. Or Wilson. Oh,
free kick.
Free kick.
I'd take that free kick.
Well, the reason why was it Luke Shaw who brought Wilson down. Wilson did that thing which he's been doing all season there. He gets the ball at the angle, opens the body, cuts inside, and Shaw's thinking, the form this guy's in, I'm going to have to take him down because that's probably going to be
not in the box.
Marcus, was there any point, like when Harry Wilson's been at Fulham now for a few years, like what he's doing here? Did you ever think like there was a player in there that could get to this level, or was this kind of surprising everybody at Fulham?
No, I think you knew he got the talent. I just saw that Chuck Wasey one back again. I was a bit harsh. He was probably right to square it across the centre. I don't think the shot was on, but Martinez was there to clear. In terms of Wilson, Wilson's technique and his shooting ability has been there for ever since we've known him really as a player. You remember him hitting them from range when he was all the way back at Bournemouth, and you knew what a player he was. Obviously once on Liverpool's books, couldn't quite cut the mustard at Klopp's Liverpool, but I mean, there's no shame in that. I think with Wilson, it was all about a consistent run in the team to show what he could do, and without Fulham having two proper strikers, really, or at least.
The keeper pulls it away. Can Fulham score? It was Harry Wilson with a free kick, and he goes goalkeeper side and bind it. I don't know if he sees it. Lamon, sorry. I don't know if he sees it late.
I understand why you thought that was bind.
Fired it right at him though. It was hit really hard.
And he almost just pushes it back into a danger area, and the ball for United, fortunately for them, doesn't fall to a Fulham player. But it was quite similar to the Brighton one, Marcus, where he goes goalkeeper side to try and catch him out.
Well, and he nearly did. I mean, that if Lamon sort of let that go through, all that nice chat we were having about him earlier would have been undone, let's be honest. But I tell you, the good thing for Fulham is the second half has kind of started where
more
the first half left.
Yeah.
Indeed, Fulham have been on the front foot. But in terms of what Wilson can do, an absolute wand of a left foot. I mean, I remember thinking that the Wales national team, look, understandably,
he's going to win the World Cup for Wales.
That's too much. He'll get you there.
He might take a step, potentially.
He'll put you in the conversation by getting you there. But I
Villa.
surely!
Yeah, he does
Was
score.
he offside?
I think he's onside, and he's
Tammy
back
Abraham.
in the Premier
Come
League.
on,
He's
Tammy.
back at Aston Villa, and
Love
Tammy
that.
Abraham
Love
has
that.
equalised for Aston Villa. Was that Morgan Rogers on the edge of the box, who takes the ball when he does really, really well to find room, has a shot. The goalkeeper, Kelleher, gets down to his right-hand side. All he can do is push the ball back into the danger area, and Tammy Abraham keeps himself onside. He kisses the badge, and he puts the ball into the back of the net. But they're so open, aren't they? On the left-hand side, that's Morgan Rogers, isn't it, in possession? Who
just
does
holds
so
it
well.
and
He
holds
holds it, cuts inside on that right foot, and yet Abraham is well onside. I think Kelleher, by the way, is one of the best goalkeepers in the league this season. But I think he'll be disappointed there. He pushes that ball back into a danger area, doesn't he?
Yeah, was it Jadon Sancho, I think that is.
Sancho, sorry, guess.
No, but it's the same position and same thing.
You can see what I thought was Morgan
Totally,
Rogers, the way he
Well,
glides with it,
you've been so conditioned this season. Sancho started though on that left side and is coming in his
great effort.
I mean,
I played Sancho there. He does really well in possession, doesn't he?
A good little run.
You would
Sancho as well.
keeper. I mean, you are the harshest of keeper critics, and you would say there that if he could, he should have pushed it to the side.
He should not be pushing that ball back into danger area.
Yeah.
It's harsh because it's a good save, but
Was the ball out?
Oh, it's out of play.
Are they going back to review that?
Well, I don't know. The ball looked like it was out of play in the move, in the build-up to that Villa. I mean, it is right down the other end.
It's right down the other end.
Play goes on for enough amount.
I think VAR are looking at it.
It's definitely out, isn't it?
It's definitely out of play.
So
I don't think that's one of those like Arsenal at Newcastle kind of vibes.
But
that was miles
how
out.
long do you think they can? Because Villa has to go all the way up the other end. Do you think because it's the same attack?
It's the same move.
Yeah, sure.
The goal will probably be disallowed, I would have thought.
Well, it was definitely out. It was definitely out, wasn't it? It looked miles out, to be fair, didn't it?
I think that's out.
It's out of play.
It's hit his other leg.
The ball is out of play.
Oh, I'd love to see it down the line. I mean,
That's
I think
out
it is
there.
out,
That's
but I'd love to see it. I'd love to see how close it is.
The only thing you would say, though...
Is it out there?
Well, the only thing you'd say, it looks out of play.
It
looks out, yeah.
I mean, if you can't give that, you can see to the...
Yeah, you can see there. It's clearly out.
Yeah.
I don't think that's even... Yeah.
That bit there.
Yeah, that's out.
Where it touches his
What a
foot.
shame! What a shame for Tammy Abraham as well, who's back in England and scoring. But I think we can see from that angle, can't we, team, that looks pretty out.
It's got to be given out. I mean, I don't know why they're taking so long. That is out of
That's
play.
out of play. Yeah.
You can see that's out of play. The naked eye can see
It's
that.
just one bit where I think it's weird with the ball, isn't it? Because when it can often be a tiny bit be in, but that's before it hits his leg. that is out.
Yeah,
It's got to be out.
I think all four of us are in agreement here that it's.
So if they'd a reset play come back
but also, but why are we now looking at a replay if they've got the ball going in the back of the net?
Because it is the same. It's the same. I think they're probably trying to decipher whether it is the same phase of play, which I
it's
think
definitely the same phase of play. Because from that moment on, they play it into Douglas Luiz, then plays it out to the left hand side and Jadon Sancho, right?
Yeah.
I don't think they can give that goal.
No, I mean, unless there's a sort of quirk in the rule, which we're all about to find out, which we often do.
I can't wait to learn and find out this new quirk. So the ball, I think we all established the ball's pretty much out, and we would all say that from that moment the ball comes in.
Oh, it's a sickener. It's a sickener for
Villa. They're on the attack, Aston Villa.
But yeah, I think there's no sort.
Is that where VAR is good or bad? By the way. Because if that's the FA Cup, that's a goal. Everyone celebrates them off a goal.
Lee, it's where VAR is inevitable. I don't know whether you think it's good or bad. It's inevitable.
I mean,
that is for me. That is a clear. It's not. I don't think it's a mistake. It's just they didn't see it, but there's a chance here.
Kuna!
Oh, finish, Kuna. Lovely finish.
Kuna scores for Fulham. Man United 2, Fulham 0. He gets played inside the box down the right hand side. First time finish. Powerful shot past Bern Leno. Wonderful goal. Confirmation by the Villa goal has been ruled out. Scott talked to me about Mateus Cunha. Same celebration as we saw last week at the Emirates.
He's bringing out the circle.
How good has he been this season for Man United?
It's taken off over social media over the last few days. We've been waiting for him to start showing his true self, and he got that goal against Arsenal last week. He scored earlier in the season as well at Old Trafford, his first goal. Bit of a weight lifted off his shoulders. We've been waiting for him to step up because we feel like he can be that guy. He's that personality that can maybe take United out of difficult places in games and like thrust them forward. And here is a pass from Dalot into Kobbie Mainoo, and they've worked it well. Casemiro, he's onside. He's onside. He's on. Yeah, he's onside, and it's a brilliant finish at the near post. And look, we've been saying for most of the afternoon that Fulham have had a lot of possession. They had a chance with Harry Wilson just now. But United
Casemiro, it's really nice
slipped it in, and brilliant finish as well. It's a big goal for United. It really is, because I've been watching this and I'm thinking, is this going to be like another one of those games at Old Trafford?
This feels harsh on Fulham.
It is. I think it is. But like, regardless, I think United just have to win. They have to build momentum and build consistency, and that is a big goal.
With Villa, by the way, we've. I think if you didn't back them at 2-1, then you should be backing them at 2-1, because I just think that's a matter of time before that happens again. That they stand off, or Brentford attack and get caught out on the break. They're just under 19-10. So I think if you didn't back them, it's gone back to 0-1, and I think Villa do come back and win this game now. I think Brentford will. Well, they picked up another yellow card, so they've already got a red. I think that's 3 yellows now. The indiscipline is starting to creak a little bit, and I think Villa will just push and push and push. 53 at 54 on the clock. And I think if it just gives you another chance at having to go at Villa, I think.
It would take something for Villa not to get something from this game.
Well, yeah, and anyone who backed the epic boost was both teams to score before the match, and I think that will land if you've already backed that. Totally. But as we just showed, I think, and I know. It's mad, isn't it? Because he didn't score the goal, Tammy Abraham, but that'll do him the world of good, actually. Just knocking the ball in the back of the net, even though it wasn't given.
It's a real good striker's finish, isn't it? Being in the right place at the right time.
He was there to pounce, absolutely right.
Marcus, is this harsh? Is this scoreline a tad harsh on Fulham, given how you've had a lot of good possession?
Yes, but that's football for you. And that's why you pay big money for a player like Mateus Cunha, because the finish was superb. You saw what he did at the Arsenal stadium. What's it called? The Emirates. So I couldn't think of it there.
By the way, Arsenal actually did put up a picture once of like, today we're playing this team at home. I think it was a Man United game. And they did call it the Arsenal Stadium. So possibly maybe you know something we don't know. Maybe by mistake got it correct.
As the sponsorship expired or something.
It was Champions League the other day, wasn't it?
Was it Cairo at home, was it? Yeah.
Well, yeah, look, I mean, here come Fulham again. Man United camped out.
Abraham! Sorry, Matson with the ball at the byline, back across goal with Tammy Abraham trying to flick that ball behind him with his left foot, but it's good defending.
He's got the bit between his teeth, Abraham. It's nearly a
Ayer again, really good defending.
But he's got the eye of the tiger there, which is great for Villa, because Watkins has not scored that many goals, particularly in the Premier League this season. We know he's a capable scorer, but for him to be out injured and whatnot and sold, Marlon, not that he was a huge scorer of goals, but he was still an attacking player for them. To have Abraham come in and look like, as I say, he's got the bit between his teeth. I think that Villa surely aren't going to lose this match, and I would imagine another chance will drop to Abraham because he's looked very, very lively, and he looks like the type of guy who is very happy to lead the line by himself and get in there. He's a tall player, we know that. He's good in the air. He can score all types of goals.
3-1 to score in this game he is now.
Well, there you go.
I like it.
But go back to Fulham, though. Yeah, it was a bit of a sickness, and this is the annoying thing. When you just put aside, again, you're playing against a better... you're playing against better opposition. You can not dominate the ball, but you can have the lion's share of it. You can have more pressure. And just for a moment, there's a little lapse of concentration, and a player of Cunha's quality, bang, and it's just like, if 1-0 felt like a long way back, 2-0, it's just a mountain to climb. Again, there's still half an hour to play. I think if
Fulham can get back into it and score a goal, even up to like 80 minutes, you know, the way that things have gone at Old Trafford for United over the last few years, to be honest, those nerves will just creep in. And it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy a lot of times as well. I think even the players may think that it's inevitable that might happen. That's something they have to work through at home. So I think Fulham are still in this. United needed that goal, but Fulham are still in this. If they can score next, I don't think the game's over yet.
No, I agree with you. I think, though, that the one real difference with Manchester United at the moment is defensively.
Yeah,
they are. Yeah, sometimes you might.
Just 2 banks of 4, really. Isn't
totally.
It?
Yeah, it's when people talk about sort of simple tactics and whatnot, but these are really effective. And like you say, Cunha is going to get a chance or two. And when they signed Cunha, I remember thinking it's a really good signing because if not much is happening, he can be the player who can just do something out of nothing. You saw that against Arsenal. That type of goal he scores, he's got plenty of that. A bit of confidence and put him on the pitch, and you're away. You know. So I mean, here comes Darlow. I mean, they've got so many good quality forward players. It's just a case of having that platform behind them to build with and putting Bruno Fernandes further up the pitch where he belongs. You know, I wouldn't say it's a masterstroke. I'd say it's a round peg and a round hole.
It's an obvious one, isn't it? Yeah, but Casemiro today, I think that assist was a no look pass as well. If you watch this, it's look at that from Casemiro.
Even looked at the camera, I think. There.
No look pass.
That's what you're getting for £375,000 a week.
Why are you letting him go?
That's what we're gonna miss. That's what we're gonna miss. I'm hoping he has this arc for the rest of the season where he just shows how good he actually is, because this is a class player. He's been one of the best midfielders.
Villa are piling it on.
The Villa game, no real surprise. I think Brentford have literally got 9 players on the edge of their box trying to do everything they can to hold on.
The thing is about Villa, you might think, can they hold out? The thing with Villa is that they've got magic it's from their players. You've got the likes of Buendia, who we've seen score brilliant goals this season from outside the area. He's 7-4 to score or assist. And obviously, Morgan Rogers can score. We know that Sancho had a good effort before. So I think the problem for Brentford is that they could score from outside the area, intricate passing inside the area. There's loads of ways for Villa to score, basically.
So an hour in then to our 3 games at 2 o'clock. Lots to play for in the final half an hour. It's still Aston Villa 0, Brentford 0. Brentford went down to 10 men late in the first half, but scored just before half-time. Will Morgan Rogers be the one to get Villa back into it? Only Bruno Fernandes' goals and assists have been worth more points to his side in the Premier League this season than Villa's Morgan Rogers. Brentford were pretty much 9 on the edge of their box, trying to hang on. Tammy Abraham having a goal disallowed for the ball being out of play earlier on in the move. As we were just telling you, Mateus Cunha doubled Man United's lead against Fulham at home. 64 gone in that game. United 2, Fulham 0. Manchester United with this victory would move back into 4th place in the Premier League table. Chelsea 5th, Liverpool 6th. There's still as well Forest 1, Palace 1 at the City Ground. Forest down to 10 men. I'll bring you team news very shortly in the Tottenham Hotspur Man City game, but having a first glance at the City team news. Gahey starts. Haaland, of course, leads the line. Semenyo's in. Phil Foden on the bench for Manchester City, and Rodri also starts for Tottenham. Dominic Solanke will lead the line. There's a start as well for Conor Gallagher. I know that Jed Spence has been ruled out as well for Spurs today with a groin problem. And in the William Hill Scottish Premiership, it's still Hibs 0, Rangers 0. Hearts, of course, winning last night. Rangers starting the day 7 behind, Hearts at the top. 61 gone, Hearts 0, Rangers 0. 24 gone at Celtic Park, Celtic 0, Falkirk 0. Is that a free kick in Harry Wilson territory, Martin?
Territory it is.
Well, I think it's more Raul Jimenez's side, though. So I would imagine Jimenez.
He's got the ball.
As he...
I still want Harry Wilson to take it, though.
Jimenez can hit
I've seen him. That's not a free kick, is it?
Of course it is.
It's not a free
kick. You can't get them all, Scott. Come on.
And the yellow card.
What are you complaining about, Scott?
So Casemiro yellow card every week as a banker.
I am pleased for Casemiro because especially at Real Madrid, what a player he was. And when he comes to Manchester United, obviously, as time goes on, he becomes almost like a bit of a joke, really. Which
it was a phase, yeah.
But I mean, he felt like his legs had gone and he just couldn't hack it. For him now to be putting in more performances in the sort of run up to him going, I for a player of his quality and what he's given the game over the years,
I do hope his
glad
career
about that. You know what I mean?
In the Premier League really ends well. Because he's had a difficult phase, but obviously I don't think there's any question he's been an incredible midfielder. But this is a big chance.
It's a really good area. It's about 25 yards out in a really nice position. It is on the left-hand side, so Wilson's over it, but so too
Lee,
is Raul Jimenez.
What else are you giving me for that as a goal?
It's going to be Jimenez. Into the wall. Not a lot.
Any hands?
Surely.
Goal for Fulham.
He's going to give it off.
Yeah, he's onside.
Goal.
Fulham have scored at Old Trafford. Wow. Cuenca, the goal scorer, the free kick from Jimenez went into the wall. The ball then came, and there was a couple of ricochets, took a wicked deflection, and it's the Fulham centre-half Cuenca who scores from close range. Game on, boys.
Yeah, and he got away with the penalty earlier on, didn't he, as well? So he's had
got away with the penalty.
No, I mean, from his point of view, he got overturned.
Yeah.
And now he scored. Brilliant.
Yeah. No, justice was done. I'm just looking, is there an offside? Oh, he's offside. He's offside.
He's offside.
This is the trouble with...
That's offside.
And this is not...
By a foot.
I think that might be given offside. I was worried. Oh, deary me.
I just wondered if it came off the Man United player before it got to him, but I think he was already off, wasn't he?
I think he might have already been off, which would be a great shame. Which would be a travesty, quite frankly.
Just show I need to see the... Yeah, they're checking this. I think that's offside. And we're going to get semi-auto offsides, aren't we?
See, when they look there, he's not, because it comes off...
He's off, I think.
Yeah, but it's still hit by a Fulham...
I think he's off. Unless you want to do the other phase of play, which... If they did, then he would be onside.
It hits the Manchester United player, doesn't it? But
I mean, what are the rules on that? If anybody knows, because
that must be the same.
Because you could argue that's a different phase of play.
It's deflected.
They checking handball there as well from the wall.
Wow.
I don't think you can give anything there.
I'd rather the goal than a penalty.
On that angle,
I think that's offside.
You gave me the options, lads. Do you know what I mean?
What would you say?
I could do with this being ruled out. I've got to say.
What else is on the menu? Red card and penalty. I'd take a red card and penalty over the goal.
No, just red card.
Want 3 goals as well? Can we give you that?
If you can.
Pat on the back and hard luck Fulham.
Take that.
Nothing.
Well, I don't want to.
Probably what you will get is 2-0 and hard luck.
I'll have another spin if that's all right. They're taking their time, aren't they? I think it's very tight, but I was hesitant to celebrate because
I thought he looked offside.
Yeah, me too.
When that shot comes, I thought it was right leg look behind Martinez.
I did as well.
I've done, but I get. How many times have we sat here and gone, he looks miles offside, and then it just gets given us a goal.
It depends on the angle.
We're so wrong. So I thought the semi-automated offsides are supposed to make these things.
It makes you think, are they checking something else in the lead up to that?
They showed, as you said, the wall, didn't it? I don't know whether they've cleared it for offside, but they're checking a penalty.
I'll tell you what, if nothing goes Fulham's way here, then yellow card Marco Silva incoming.
Yeah. Is he one of the moaniest managers, the fourth official? Dyche is up there.
Dyche.
Slots up there, but Marco does love him.
No, but Dyche does it in a very kind of old-fashioned, kind of slightly jokey but menacingly sort of way.
Because I'm quite boring on Sean Dyche. I was watching, the pronunciation videos that come out from. And Sean Dyche is on there. Have you seen his?
No.
Sean Dyche.
Yeah, but is he joking though?
I don't know. It's hard to know, isn't it? But everyone calls him Dyche, and it's Dyche.
I was listening to I'm not mentioning any names here, but it's all a little bit fun. A talkSPORT bulletin the other day. It was the early hours of the morning, and a newsreader called Sean Dyche and Sean Ditch thinks that Nottingham Forest are. And I thought that's one of my favourite.
Well, to be fair, Forest might ditch him yet. To be fair,
yeah, there we go. Marcus, as the most sensible man in this studio, please can you explain to us what's happening at Old Trafford?
Referee's waiting for some information, and he's
what information is he waiting for now?
Whether
this is getting
it's
a bit
offside,
silly.
whether it's goal, whether we can move on with our lives.
It's ruled out by the looks of it.
It's offside.
Yeah,
How far? That's brilliant. That is. It's been a wet weekend, and it's only just got wetter. For me as a Fulham fan.
There were 2 checks, right? We think there was one on Chukwueze offside firstly.
Oh, here comes Igor Thiago. Oh, he's been fouled there on that.
So that's a shame for Fulham. But as I say, it did look offside. I don't know why it took them that long to figure it out, but they did. 2-0 to Manchester United.
They haven't showed the still yet, have they?
Oh.
From I think we all could see it, really. I think it was just a case of who the ball came off when it led up to him or when it went to him, what position he was in, whether he was offside or not. But that's the thing. That's how quickly it can turn. What I was talking about 5 minutes ago is Fulham are still in this.
Yeah, they're less in it than what they were a few minutes ago, though, because it's.
But they'll tack those minutes on. I can't sit here confidently yet and say that United will win this, because I've seen this game a few times before.
Speaking of red tape and things, what did you think of David Moyes' comments? When he was
celebrating,
when he was on the pitch celebrating,
Good fun.
I think he was absolutely spot on. I mean, like a man celebrates his team scoring a goal and gets given a yellow card. It's like that time Enzo Maresca had the audacity to celebrate a last-minute winner again. Like seriously, do we really want to take the fun out of football? So I thought David Moyes moaning and complaining about that was pretty justified.
Yeah, he said it was, to paraphrase him, very sad.
Matty Cash get a shot away. Straight to Kelleher, Morgan Rogers, and onto the roof of the net. Well, did you think it was fair, the Moyes stuff?
I do. I understand that when Moyes sort of gallops onto the pitch, just only a few feet onto the pitch.
I've got a problem with that.
No, but technical area is there for a reason. Sorry to sound like a bore. And if suddenly
you do sound like a bore.
No, but where do you?
I wasn't even. They didn't even go with the Cuenca.
Well, Arteta would get booked every match, wouldn't he?
Well, he would. But so if you're saying like, oh well, for a last minute goal you can run on the pitch and do what you like, then that's fine with David Moyes. I would trust David Moyes, but maybe let's say like, I don't know, Jose Mourinho came back to the Premier League or something, and he ran down the touchline and he was giving it plenty to the opposition fans or whatever. Do you see what I mean? These rules are in place for a kind of a reason, and it sounds so unbelievably boring when you start doing that. I think case by case basis. I think there's David Moyes having a little gallop around. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. But I can understand why they do have lines.
Marcus, you make a great point.
Thanks.
You are once
It's a boring point. I know
but Marcus, hang your head in shame. That was the most boring thing I've ever.
I'm so sorry. I can only apologise.
Scott, can I ask you about Casemiro? You saw a goal today, a really good assist today. Do you think United made the right decision, allowing him to go at the end of the season, or do you think he's still got a role to play moving forward?
I think he does have a role to play, definitely. I think he's probably United's. We're seeing Mainu back in this team, but I think the influence that Casemiro actually has on the team when he's in it versus when he's not in it is very clear to see based on results over the course of the season so far. He has to play. For me, United, I don't think they will sign anybody before the transfer deadline, so it looks like we've got this squad, and it's going to be this squad for the remainder of the season. I think Casemiro, what they've done with this formation now in this defensive setup, just Kuna and Bruno Fernandes has flicked it so many times today. Maitland's going to have a shot here, it's just blocked. But back to Casemiro here, I think what they had to do was just limit weaknesses in the team, and I think what United have done over the last couple of weeks and what Steve Holland and Michael Carrick have done is just put in that two banks of four and make United difficult to break down. And Casemiro, you can see that he has that game intelligence to be able to break things up. And in this game, he's got a goal. He has the aerial prowess, and the assist as well was just absolutely amazing. Complete no look, looking the absolute other way. And he's unlocked the game for United today. He's had a habit of doing that. But generally, I think, look, he's on so much money at United, and the age that he is, like 33, 34 years old, you can't extend that contract as it is. I think I would have been on board potentially if they could have found a renegotiation for him to get lower wages and maybe bring it more into line with the wage structure that United are trying to get towards. But I don't think that was ever a realistic thing, really. I think there's opportunities elsewhere for Casemiro to go and play. I don't know where he's going to go. But, I think I hope that we can look back on his phase at Manchester United and just look at him and appreciate him for the player that he has been. Because at Real Madrid over the years, he's been absolutely incredible. And he's had a storied time at United. But it's a chance just over the bar there. I think that was Kuna. He's really important to this team. But United, I think even in this game today, the fact that United haven't actually dominated possession and Fulham have had a lot of the ball, you can see that the midfield needs upgrading. I think United will sign two midfielders in the summer.
Yeah, I think Casemiro going at the end of the season makes sense.
Because of the wages or because of where he's as a player at this age?
I would say the second point, but obviously getting those huge wages off the wage bill does help.
Just before, I'd have liked him to stay on as an experienced rotation option. I would have, but I don't think that was ever realistic. Yeah,
I don't think he would settle for that, probably. I do agree. I think Manchester United will strengthen in midfield, definitely, as Scott was saying. To look at Villa and Brentford, sorry, if we may. Brentford there. Yeah. If Thiago could have sorted his feet out, it came to him quickly.
It was a long throw bomb, wasn't it?
Totally, yeah. We were expecting Villa to go on and win this game. We were expecting Palace.
25 minutes.
The scores are still the same as they were at half time. We've only got sort of 20 minutes plus injury time left. Casemiro has talk of him. He's just going off the field.
Do you think he's been a bit disrespected though, Mike? I mean, there's the Jamie Carragher quote, isn't there, about Casemiro, lead the football before the football leaves you.
Yeah,
it's kind of done the rounds over the last kind of. Do you think there has been a little bit of disrespect to Casemiro over the last couple of months, maybe?
Not last couple of months, but when all that was being said, I understood it because he did look like a passenger, and
but he was hung out to dry by the tactics.
Yes, he was hung out to absolutely.
Playing that midfield too.
Definitely that.
The 10, not even Amorim's midfield. I think if anything, like the last few months, he's actually been quite good under Ruben Amorim and quite important. But Eric Ten Hag's midfield, ever since Eric Ten Hag tried to open up the midfield, I was at a game, Tottenham v United, at the start of
Oh, blimey, yeah.
They absolutely run rings around United, and that was the case. It was like basketball every single week.
Yeah.
And the way that Ten Hag was setting up that midfield, it was never going to work. And he was a victim of that.
Totally, yeah.
Chance for Sesko!
Ball comes in from the right-hand side. Sesko, who's just replaced Kuna, gets up above everybody, heads it into the ground off the post, and the header comes back to him, and he goes over into the side netting, Scott.
Yeah, I think...
Probably should score there.
He actually should score. He should score. It'd be good for his confidence as well, because he doesn't seem like an automatic start at the moment. Just back to Casemiro, I think he's been disrespected. I think he has been disrespected. Like, there's obviously lots of lines that have been said about him, and they have stuck because really he wasn't playing at his best, but he was never used to playing in a midfield like that. And you got to look, he got a lot of money out of this Manchester United move, and you can definitely say that. And United, maybe it was not the most sensible financial decision at the time that they made either. But you got to look at him and think, it was a ballsy move for him to actually think, I'm going to go to the Premier League and I'm going to fix that team, which is the famed quote that he said when he was going to move. And then he did for a short while. United were really good in his first season after he arrived, and they won the League Cup and they came, I think, third in the league. And he made a big difference before Ten Hag tried to change it. And then that's where it all went awry and the wrong way. And even when Amorim came in at the start of it, he was behind Toby Collier in the pecking order at United, which was crazy. But I think you got to look at him and think, for him to come back and put in the performances that he's been putting in over the course of this season, consummate professional, unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, Scott would know more about it than me, as he's a Man United fan, obviously. But I would agree with that, and I would say that he probably was disrespected a little bit. I think people nowadays, you want a big old pile on, and another one of their players, Harry Maguire, had that. Which, again, I totally agreed with what Southgate kind of came out and said when he was England manager, when some of the criticisms have been a joke, and it has been, because people go, oh, well, that fee they paid for him, and you're saying about Casemiro, the wages and so on. And I think people revel going in on... You've also got... There's sometimes a school of thought, isn't there, that if you're seen as slagging off a big player who's had big performances before, and they have a little bit of a stumble, it's some fans, or maybe even one or two pundits, and I say that with respect, because, what we're doing now, but there's almost like, oh, well, you're trying to score cheap points by just sticking the boot in. And who can stick the boot in harder? Mm-hmm. Who can go harder against, some of these players? And I think it was a touch harsh. What I would say, though, is Casemiro did look like a passenger for a little while. And it looked like he needed a rest and come back to a team that was tactically different. Well, he is definitely, and he looks much more fresh now and in a team which is very tactically different. At the start
of this season, he came back looking a lot leaner.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah. So, again, the player is not without criticism. No player is above that, but I thought it was a touch too harsh. But I think it's great for him, and I think it's good for Manchester United that if indeed this is to be the types of performances he's going to play for the last sort of handful of months of the season or until his contract finishes, then good, because he's been a brilliant midfielder in his career, and you don't want to see a player of that stature getting so much stick.
Just one more on the United midfield. Is there a name out there that kind of jumps out with you that you'd love to come in and be starting next season for Man United?
The hot one at the moment is Elliot Anderson, given how he is pretty much all action. He has... He's the modern midfielder, really, and I think you're just looking at Forest, and obviously they're in relegation trouble and that, and even Adam Wharton, he's not playing today, but the United's list of three, I think, is Adam Wharton, Elliot Anderson and Carlos Baleba, who's had a bit of a rocky season himself. But I think, to me, I don't know whether I'm being greedy here. If you're not going to go and get in the Champions League,
go and get two.
Go and get two. Honestly, I don't know whether it will be two of those three, but you need to go and add physicality to this midfield. You need to add mobility to this midfield. Get that totally, and they are the most important things, and I think United are lacking. And as much as what we've just said, that Casemiro has been brilliant over the last few months, and especially today, he does have limitations to his game, and you need to find a partner for Kobbie Mainoo in there. But United really need to build a midfield that can get on top in matches and start pressing teams back and being dominant in possession. And they haven't been dominant today.
Another good chance for Villa, but good effort from outside the area from Douglas Luiz, but just saved by the substitute goalkeeper. down to his. It's a good save in the end.
Good save.
Villa just pressing on. Sorry to interrupt, Scott.
No, that's all right. That's all right.
Just the Premier League Match Centre's just tweeted about the Fulham goal. That
I just
called out
saw
for
it.
offside.
Yeah. It was Chukwueze who was
Yeah,
offside.
VAR checked the referee's
was-
call of goal and established that Chukwueze was in an offside position and recommended the goal was disallowed.
Technically, he was offside before Cuenca was offside in the move.
Oh,
Well, but he was the one who did the ball come off him and then it went to yeah. So it's an even sort of more marginal.
So they were offside twice. So if anything, there's more reason for the goal.
They've even uploaded
Should be 2-1 basically. Should have lost a goal.
They've even uploaded the picture to the like the picture of the of the line.
It's very marginal.
It still looks onside to me. Like they're trying to tell me why he's offside. I'm like, he looks onside. Right, we've got 10 minutes to go then, give or take, in these 2:00 games. Man United 2, Fulham 0. Perhaps the scoreline maybe doesn't suggest the dominance of Man United. Fulham have been really good as patches. That's some good possession. Maybe haven't created enough clear-cut chances. But Casemiro and Kuna's 2 goals give United the lead. Maybe could have been a third goal, to be fair. Benjamin Sesko off the bench, headed against the post. It's still Villa 0, Brentford 1. Brentford are down to 10 men and possibly could be 2 up. Igor Thiago missed a good chance from close range. And Forest 1, Palace 1. Forest in that game down to 10 men. We have got around 13 to go in that game. Looks like Harvey Elliott is set to come on for Aston Villa. So he's getting closer now, isn't he, to that number of games where if he hits it, there'll be an obligation for Aston Villa to buy him on a permanent deal. Lee, what's catching your eye?
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of quality from Crystal Palace. They are pushing for a goal. It doesn't look like they'll break through. Just haven't got that extra bit of quality that they had obviously a few weeks ago. 77 on the clock. I did say if this was level after the 70th minute mark, then they might just settle for a point each. I think Forest probably would settle for
Jimenez just score! Oh!
What a
A
save.
ball gets whipped in. Harry Maguire gets up, misses the header. It then falls to Jimenez. And Lamans gets down and manages to tip it away. But it's a good ball in. Maguire misses the header. And then, to be fair to Maguire, he gets back in. Right? I think Jimenez's first touch, Marcus, maybe just lets him down a little bit.
I think he was surprised it got there. I mean, it's one of those ones where he's waiting and the ball from Anderson was so accurate, but as it drops behind Maguire's head, Jimenez can't quite get it under. And Maguire just recovers and manages to tackle it. I mean, it is a chance. I don't think it was a shocker from Jimenez by any stretch, because it was a difficult one to take. But I get it. Like, if they score a goal here, it's the hope that kills
Old
you.
Trafford, I talked last week about how the Emirates would get edgy if United were in the game, and it's the same thing here. Fulham are, like, there's 9 minutes left or whatever plus added time. If they can go and get a goal, United have ironically actually looked at a little bit more free-flowing over the last few minutes. They might have a chance here. Oh no, it's just gone through away from Mbeumo. But that's the thing. I think the time is running out, obviously, but I think if Fulham had scored there, or if Fulham can go in the next couple of minutes and get a goal, Old Trafford will be on edge, because we've seen this so many times before.
Indeed, but what we've seen more times before is Fulham playing against the better side.
That's true, yeah.
Who are trying to score. And you said, well, if they score, and I appreciate you're looking at it from a Man United point of view. That's
how I'm feeling at the
But of course, if they'd have scored, but they haven't scored, it's still 2-0.
Yeah.
And if I'm honest with you, it's probably more likely to end 3-0 rather than 2-1 or even 2-2, you know. So, but you're right. If Fulham can score, I mean, there's still a goal in the game, you would say, despite there being only 8 minutes left. But I think it's still, it's all not quite there, and the time is ticking on. But interesting though at Villa. I mean, Harvey Elliott's come on. Well, I tell you what, they got a chance.
This is in.
Good save again.
I think the offside flag is penalty. Raul Jimenez goes through on goal. Goalkeeper comes out and saves it. But the referee points straight to the spot. There must have been a late tackle there on Raul Jimenez when he gets the shot away.
Whenever do they give penalties for that? He got the shot away.
He did get the shot away, although, as Phil Foden, Phil Foden found out, didn't he, at St James's Park, that you don't often get them. He gets the shot away. Maguire's taking him
Maguire
out.
takes him out.
I think that's a penalty, and the reason why I think it's
because he could have got, if he hadn't, he could have got the ball off the keeper.
But also as well, you can't.
That's a penalty.
It's a late tackle. Maguire goes through him. Yeah, I think that's
but
a foul.
Look where the ball breaks. Look where the ball breaks.
Yeah. Well, the ball's still alive, isn't it?
The ball's still alive, but Raul Jimenez is not alive because he's been absolutely clattered. So I think that's a penalty. I think that is.
I take your point. I do think sometimes those types of challenges maybe go a bit unnoticed, but I don't think that makes it right, does it?
Well, look at the Foden one at Newcastle, where he was. I think it was Foden, wasn't he? When he was taken out, I forget who by.
Was that the cup game?
No. It was. I think they lost 2-1. Did they on that?
Oh, in the Premier League, yeah.
And he's absolutely clattered. To me, it's a penalty all day long. It doesn't, okay, fine, he got the shot away, but my goodness, Anyway, that one wasn't given. This one has been given.
Raul Jimenez.
Well, Raul Jimenez. Bearing in mind, it doesn't matter what I say; it will have no effect on what's happening hundreds of miles. But Raul Jimenez has a very good record with penalties, so I'm reasonably.
Sorry, Harvey Elliott from close range had a shot blocked there. It is Raul Jimenez who.
There you go. There's his record on the screen.
There's lots of green on the screen. That's 6 greens. His last 5 penalties he scored. It's going to be a long run up. Sonny Lummons has had a decent game, hasn't he? He's made some big saves.
Yeah.
This is going to be one of those slow sort of jolty run-ups.
He'll have a little stutter. He'll wait for the keeper, and then he'll pick his spot.
And will he score?
Yes! Get in there, big boy!
The roof of the net. Goalkeeper goes to his right-hand side, and he puts that into the roof of the net. Yeah. And Scott, you mentioned if Fulham get a goal, it's going to be early. It's well and truly game on at Old Trafford.
Come on!
I did say, and United have made a habit of this season. This has been the worry. Like, if Michael Carrick is going to go and really put himself actually in line to go and get this job, I think we need to see United get through moments like this. And you think of West Ham a few months ago, and United were at home and they were 1-0 up, and then in the last few minutes West Ham were dead and buried essentially, and then they got back into the game out of nothing. And again, Fulham have had a fair share of the game. They've deserved a goal.
Yeah. Talk to me about that penalty, eh?
Yeah, it's a brilliant penalty.
Just put it top bins, right? Yeah. And it's irrelevant. The goalkeeper goes right away. He's never going to save it.
He's got a funny technique, Jimenez, with penalties. And I didn't want to say this because for some reason, despite being a Christian, superstition suddenly walked into my head. But I was going to say that he hasn't missed a penalty, I don't believe, when he's been playing in England. His record with penalties is very, very good. And but yeah, he sometimes doesn't convince when he does that stuttery run-up. But what he does do is if the goalkeeper actually doesn't move or doesn't go, he thinks, do you know what? Even though my body shape and my lack of momentum, I'm just going to almost chip it in the top corner. Because if you stick a penalty in the top corner, keeper's not going to save it. Oh, Villa. I'll tell you what, Villa are destined not to score today.
Yeah, I know. This is the Morgan Rogers ball from the left-hand side. Cuts in on his right foot, whips it in with real pace. It was Harvey Elliott who makes a run at the back post, but leaves a little bit too much pace on it. And it does feel like at the moment, they're having all the possession, Brentford on the edge of their box, but are just lacking a little bit of quality in that final third.
Yeah, same with Palace. Not quite as good as Villa, but both going for it. But just that killer ball. I thought, given the amount of possession they've had, I thought in the last 20 minutes or 15 minutes that they would have found a way through. They haven't really created any cast iron chances. You can see shots on goal, 18.
Only 4 on target. It's not a lot,
Yeah, it's not enough, is it?
I tell you, sorry to interrupt. It's really interesting that I don't know whether it's an injury that made Silva bring off Cuenca for Calvin Bassey.
Didn't look like an injury to me.
No,
but went off fine.
But seldom do you see a tactical change where you swap your centre half, and Bassey is
Ruben Amorim made it every week.
True. See, Marcus Hill just paying respect to his fellow Portuguese.
That's what it is. That's what it is. Bassey loves it though. He'll get the ball and he'll drive. Yeah. And I think he's there at Fulham now. Are really going to go for this.
What do you make? So Kevin's come on for Smith. This was before the goal. Kenny for chunk away. Is he assessing on for Robinson?
Yeah, I mean, that happened about 15 minutes ago. Kevin's not really done too much since he's come on. Difficult game to get in if you're not getting the ball because most of it's been down Fulham's right wing, where obviously Harry Wilson's been sort of put out back there. But Tom Kearney's come on. My goodness, I love that man. He signed an extension on his contract. But yeah, I love it when Kearney comes on in a game like this. There's just that when you're going to get the ball, a little bit more control. It's
quite calm, isn't he, in possession?
Very calm, yeah. And I mean, Fulham now really they're in the ascendancy here. Big it's cleared. I think every football fan knows what that noise means.
It's fine. You haven't got to explain yourself, Marcus. It's absolutely fine. I want to hear 10 more of those before the game ends. So United 2, Fulham 1, 88 gone. It's Villa 0, Brentford 1, 84 gone in that game. Forest 1, Palace 1, 85 gone in that game. Spurs City to come at 4:30. Celtic have just scored against Falkirk. Celtic leading that game by a 1-0. Ball comes in the box. That's a really bad first touch, that from Kevin. I mean, Marcus, that image there of Pau Torres having the ball.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Lee here. I'm talking to you. Marcus, and I wonder what you said,
Go on,
I mean, that's been the whole game where the centre-back's got the ball on the edge of the box. There's about a dozen players on the edge of the box. But Brentford, to their credit, are sitting deep and are heading everything away, are winning everything away, and they're executing their game plan so far to perfection.
Yeah, I mean Brentford and Forest. To be fair to them, they've as Palace come on the attack. You know, we were concerned for both of them in the second half. Neither of them have looked like really conceding. You know, I know Villa have had a few efforts and so on, but it's been more near misses, not quite getting on the end of it. There's no real clear cut chances. But I suppose the brief was obvious. You've got to sit in and defend deep.
So bad, isn't it? Yeah. Forest fans are absolutely pouring on. They're imploring their players to get on it and win this game. And they're having a go, to be fair. You wouldn't think this was 10 versus 11, by the way. Forest on the attack.
Gibbs White's got a chance here.
Lay it off. He's got to lay it off. Yeah. Oh, it's a bad pass.
Gibbs White has the ball outside the box. He's got Sangare to his left, and very un-Gibbs White-like. He overhits the pass. He comes back into Ndoye, and the goalkeeper there, Henderson, wins the header back. What is this? Do you think? I mean, is this a good result for West Ham? Possibly, if both the two teams immediately above, not immediately above them, but Leeds and Spurs are there as well. Almost kind of doesn't get those two. Don't go away from West Ham. Do you think, guys?
Yeah.
Well, they prefer Palace to win and just focus on Nottingham Forest.
Yeah, I personally don't think it matters. I think West Ham are probably down, but Palace 29 points. I think 32 points will probably do it this season. Because I mean can you really see
32 points? I mean, Forest are 2 wins away from 32 points.
Yeah, and West
yeah, you're basing that is the title the relegation battle done and dusted.
You think 32 points? I mean, I suppose that would.
Well, West Ham need another.
West Ham can't win 4 games from their remaining 34.
Well, yeah, they can, but
I think it might be
the others
higher.
will win.
They can, but they might not yet. Yeah.
I think it's higher than I think West Ham.
I think West Ham have got something in them personally.
I think they could win 4 games from now until the end of the season.
No, they don't know Old Trafford.
I knew there would be like 7 or 8 or something like that.
That VAR was 5 minutes in itself.
They've won 5 in 24.
Oh, they have to turn.
No, but they have turned recently. They have turned recently.
1-2 of the last 3.
They won 2 in a row when he started.
That's the stat I'm leading with. They won 2 of the last 3.
Yeah.
I think though ultimately
they look like they got some extra in attack as well over the last few weeks. And Somerville's got 4 and 4 as well, right?
No, he has started playing much better actually. Somerville, yeah.
I'm not saying Palace are desperate. Sorry, Will Hughes just tried one of the most speculative shots from 30 yards out, which
he's had a few bad shots.
Goes into the River Trent. And Oliver Glasner there, I think, is saying just still stay calm, be patient. Marcus, is there a goal here for Fulham?
I think there is. I think there is. Well, I think
10 minutes ago you weren't having it. You said it more likely to finish 3-0 than 2-1.
Goals win.
He's been given new evidence how they need to go on.
Come on, the boys. I think Fulham could win this 3-2. And
is it?
Oh, what a goal! What a hit! Wow!
What a strike! That's unbelievable!
It's superb. That's what you pay the big for.
From the left-hand side, cuts on his right foot.
That wasn't
and
offside.
bends it top bins.
We need to talk about Kevin.
We do. Absolutely do. Oh,
Marcus, the floor is yours.
My giddy aunt. What a goal that is. That's his first goal in the Premier League, I think.
What a finish that is.
He's been threatening to do that in recent games. I can't. That is.
I want to see it again. Show us it again.
It's coming. He's been watching Harry Wilson because that was Wilson-esque, the way he cut inside, and he's curled the ball from the edge of the box into the far corner.
And Scott, by the way, is vigorously tweeting something on his phone. I can tell.
It's been coming.
It has been coming. He plays a nice 1-2, gets the ball outside the box on the left-hand side.
It's a bit like that
and
goal.
He just whips it top bins, top left-hand corner.
Remember that goal Dewsbury Hall scored?
Yeah.
It echoes
almost
that.
identical position.
United have invited it on, and I think.
I'm going to ask you one more question now, Marcus.
Go on,
Can Fulham win this game of football?
Well, what did I say? Is that just about left his boot? I said I think Fulham could win this 3-2.
It was a lovely 1-2 as well, wasn't it? He picked the ball up on the wing.
Peach.
Lovely 1-2, picks it back up and just bends it in top corner.
It is a glorious strike.
Literally got no chance.
Marco Silva, absolutely loving it. The thing is, there is still plenty of time left in this game.
7 minutes.
For either side to do something. Do you know what is fascinating now is what do Man United do? Fulham, because Fulham will be in the ascendancy, but being the away team and the side who are the inferior side ultimately, do you go right? We hold what we have. It will depend on what Man United do.
You've got to play on the crowd here.
Well, what do Man United do now? Because they've been, as you say, they've been sitting deep. And Fulham, the whole game, the dynamic of the game really hasn't changed that much. The goals...
From the first whistle of the game, Fulham have been pretty much on top, and United have been happy to play without the ball.
I think, Marcus, you've shown Man United way too much respect today from a Fulham point of view.
Yeah, well...
this is the United team of the early 2010s who battered teams every week, the base on. Would you not say, Liam, the 93 minutes we've.
Oh no!
As I say that, though.
Foul him. Get rid of the ball! Sesko!
Yes! Yes!
I don't believe it.
Oh my God, needed that. What a big goal that is.
Benjamin Sesko.
What a finish that is.
United come down the right-hand side. The ball comes into the box. And to be fair to Sesko, he keeps his composure. He takes a good first touch. He puts it in the roof of the net. And there's me saying that Fulham are showing United too much respect. Of course they go on and score. What a goal.
Oh, mate.
Was that Diallo down the wing?
I think it was. I don't actually know who. I think Bruno Fernandes. I think
whoever it was down the wing. That's why I was shouting, foul him. I was like, foul him. You can see he's going to put that ball in the.
Oh, sorry to interrupt you, Leon Bailey. Such a big chance there for Villa. He's got so much space on the right-hand side. 10 added on at Villa Park. Bailey cuts in on his left foot. Tries to go top corner. Just goes over. Back to you boys in the United Fulham corner.
I'll tell you what. Like that. Benjamin Sesko, we've been waiting for him to really start showing his true quality there. And look, that goal just a couple of minutes ago from Kevin was top corner. That's Bruno Fernandes.
Oh, the dummy to get through was so good.
You've got a foul in there.
And look, a brilliant touch, and then top.
That's a great thing. When that ball came in, I thought that first touch was going to be so poor he wouldn't be able to get a shot away. But the first touch sets it up for him perfectly to then be able to just swivel and rifle it into the top.
Stops it, invites the defender in, and then he can just
it's a great finish.
Use him as a shield and put it in the top corner.
Starting to slowly show signs now of
Look, I think a couple of the finishes that we saw at Burnley a couple of weeks ago in the draw, you just sensed that he was maybe starting to get to grips with things. But
the new trim as well.
Yeah, I know.
Makes him look a bit harder.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? But I think he's been waiting for that moment, really, where at Old Trafford, when United need a goal, he comes up big, he comes up trumps for people to like really start taking notice of him. He hasn't had the best season to start with, but he's needed a moment like that. It's a young striker, big price tag, and you've needed just that statement. And United needed it there. I was speaking a couple of minutes ago about how United have afforded possession to Fulham this entire game. What United have done here is change the dynamic. They've often not found a way to bounce back, but they have here, and it's a big goal in the context of the season.
Playing Bruno Fernandes further forward, you see his quality there. The way he dummies that ball past Calvin Bassey and then puts in a beautiful cross to him. That's what you get. He's calm. Like other Man United players might be going, oh, blimey, we've just conceded 9 minutes to whip it. Brilliant play.
He's bulked up. Lenny Yoro's got...
Yeah.
Well, this shows you what Carrick's thinking now. He's thinking bring on an extra defender. He's just taking him boom.
Ruben Amorim sat somewhere in a room watching this, smiling and seeing Lenny Yoro being substituted on late into a game. Incredible turnaround. Kevin equalised for Fulham. Then literally right at the other end, Benjamin Sesko scores a lovely goal. We've still got maybe 3 or 4 minutes left in this game.
Still another goal, though.
Possibly still another goal. There's 10 added on in the game at Villa Park. Villa 0, Brentford 1. This win for Brentford, by the way, takes them up to 7th in the table, on to 36 points. What a job Keith Andrews is doing there. But Morgan Rogers outside the box now, plays it in field to Buendia, who slips. Can Aston Villa just try and find a little bit of moment of quality? Rogers shoots, slips though, takes a block deflection, and Igor Thiago's going to clear that ball away. It does finish. Nottingham Forest 1, Crystal Palace 1. It's all over at the City ground. Nottingham Forest took the lead after 5 minutes. Morgan Gibbs-White, a lovely finish, beating the goalkeeper at the near post. But right before half-time, Nico Williams was sent off for handling on the line. It's Ismaila Sarr equalised. No goals there in the second half. So that game finishes Nottingham Forest 1, Crystal Palace 1. So West Ham, 18th on 20 points, is now Forest 17th on 26 points. And Crystal Palace move up to 29 points. They do, in the process, go above Tottenham Hotspur on the table, who now drop down to 15th in the table. What are we thinking then, guys? United 3, Fulham 2.
Well, the funny thing is that the dynamic of this game just hasn't changed despite the goals going in. Fulham still kind of with the ball, and Man United inviting pressure on.
They have changed to a back five now, though.
Well, indeed.
They're defending 5-4-1 or something like that at the moment. But Harry Wilson has got excellent quality. I think, look, we were talking about Casemiro earlier. Since United took off Casemiro, again, like, you know, I think the game has changed a little bit. They've lost that little bit of, intelligence, I suppose, in how to close out a game. Man Mugate's come on and he's not had the best time. But United have invited that pressure on, and the game's gone right back to the same pattern. What United need to do here is just win the ball back and try and get it down the other end.
Well, it is interesting. You know, as you said, you know, this is the kind of game that will really test Manchester United in terms of what do you do at home against an inferior opponent. It's all very well, you know, with Man City and Arsenal, you know how to kind of set up against those teams, and they did, and they were brilliant, and fair play to them. Whereas this game, you can see there's still obviously there's work to do. You don't come in and suddenly fix all the problems. There is work to do, but the character of the side's there to be pegged back. You know, 2-0 down to 2-2 with a wonderful goal from Kevin, to then go up the other end of the pitch and score. Again, it shows you that there's a bit of character and there's a bit of belief. I mean, there's still a few minutes left. I mean, Fulham coming forward now. Looks like it's going to be a throw. Yeah, a long throw maybe. I don't know. But it does show you that again, that like those late goals, that they're always going to fill the stadium with jubilation, and it's always going to mean something. Aston Villa just can't get
this. Great, but his body's being chucked on the line from Brentford.
I'd love to know how much possession Brentford had in this second half, because it literally has been all Aston Villa. They've another chance here for Villa. Matson. Ball into the box, takes a ricocheted deflection, comes off Douglas Luiz for a goal kick, 5 minutes left of added time.
I think if Villa lose this game...
We were talking at the start of the day, like how likely it was for Villa to get dragged into, that cluster of teams, that the Liverpools, Uniteds and Chelsea's, who are 4th, 5th and 6th.
United are 5 behind Villa with this victory.
And the reason why I've not been able to say confidently that I think Villa will absolutely go and get top 5 is because they have results in them like this. We saw it against Everton a couple of weeks ago. Lost 1-0 at home.
2 home defeats. I mean, Villa are closer to United, Chelsea, and Liverpool now as they are to Arsenal. It's probably been the first time, I reckon, for the last kind of 6 to 8 weeks they've been closer to the kind of chasing path than top of the table.
So there's still 5 minutes.
Maybe whoever said prioritise the Europa League back end of the season maybe that's true after all that. Just win the Europa League and everyone will be happy, right?
86%. Possession
in the second half. Do you know what? I'm surprised it's that little.
Yeah, I thought
I have not seen Brentford have 14% of possession in the second half. It has been remarkable, and it's been again literally now Brentford 9 men on
16 shots in the second half.
Chance! Oh, what defending that is! Buendia left-hand side whips in an unbelievable ball, and Matty Cash arriving in the back post, but Aaron Hickey does so well. And to clear it away, and I think they've given that as a goalkeeper. Aaron Hickey there at the back post is so well to read Matty Cash, get something on it, and clear it away. Unbelievable defending. Brentford's defending has literally been bodies on the line. They've been absolutely outstanding, and that there literally would have been a tapping, wouldn't it, for Matty Cash? But Hickey does so well, and I think actually the referee's given a goal kick. The Villa players weren't happy. I think it should have been a corner kick. We played over 9 minutes, but I guess 2 goals were scored in added times. The referee here is right to add on a couple of extra minutes as Tom Kenny just bodies Ahmad. Can Tom Kenny find a little bit of quality here for Fulham? He goes back to Bassi. That's really good pressing there from Sesko, but he gives away a free kick. And you imagine this now, Marcus, is going to be launched into the box.
Has Bernd Leno been watching Benfica? Has Bernd Leno been watching Benfica? That's what
I hope so for your sake.
Well, I tell you've got to get everybody in the box now. I mean, this is, to be honest, I'm glad that free kick was given, because Fulham were kind of just playing around with it and weren't getting any kind of crossing opportunity. So they got a chance to put the ball in the box.
No Bernd Leno.
With Kenny, that looks like it's going to go. It's cleared, and surely the referee.
Blow the whistle, man.
2 goals were scored now at time, Scott. You know that's about 2
minutes. I'm demanding he blows the whistle. I want to see him blow the whistle.
I'm surprised he hasn't. Oh, that's not the best ball.
Cross it. Martinez has been outstanding.
Lump it down the other end.
Yeah, I think it'll play. I mean,
he's still playing.
Oh, Villa shot. The other interesting thing about Villa is that
he's going to blow there.
You wonder if when you look at the European game in midweek, it was a fairly strong team. I mean,
he played a stronger team, I thought, given they were qualified. Yeah,
I was surprised at that. Really, you wonder if he could have rested a little bit just to, but he might have had to take a loss. But
that's fine, because they were guaranteed to be in the top 8, weren't they? Yeah. So it wasn't.
And I do understand why managers want to keep a winning feeling going, and losing Watkins, who hasn't been his prolific best this season.
There goes the full-time whistle. At Old Trafford, Man United 3, Fulham 2, a really good game of football there. We thought Fulham had come from 2 down to get a point when Kevin scored a wonderful strike, but Man United fight hard towards the end. Benjamin Sesko scoring. We'll get your reaction, boys, in a second. We'll just take you through the last 90 seconds at Villa Park. Aston Villa with a corner into the box, headed away. Matty Cash's shot goes out for a goal kick, and they are running out of time. 90 seconds to go in that game. The latest scores in the William Hill Scottish Premiership. Let me tell you that in a second. Celtic are 1 up against Falkirk at half-time. And it finishes full-time, Lee, in the Rangers game. Hibernian 0, Rangers 0. Yeah. So Rangers with that point move on to 48. 6 behind Hearts now with no game in hand.
Yeah, really, that's a big surprise, that. And I thought Rangers got the job done. Like I said, they've beaten them twice already this season. But great result for Hearts, obviously, that putting more distance between them and Rangers. Celtic on the same number of points if it stays that way. So back to 6 points between Rangers, Celtic and the league leaders Hearts.
We got a minute to go, exactly a minute to go in the Villa-Brentford game. Villa 0, Brentford 1. Aston Villa lost at home last weekend, didn't they? Or 2 weekends ago, I should say, against Everton. Bouncing back against Newcastle. This could be back-to-back home defeats. Brentford have played 45 minutes with 10 men. Another ball gets launched into the box. Aaron Hickey wins his header. Can Brentford clear it? Comes to Bailey. Once again, another really strong tackle from Aaron Hickey. Possibly a long throw into the box now for Aston Villa, who have 84% possession Villa have had in this second. But can you remember too many, they had the goal disallowed, sure. Can you remember, Lee, too many gilt-edged chances they've had when the keepers had to make a close-range save or something like that?
3 big chances. When you look at the stats, it says 3, but 6 shots on target, but nothing.
Oh, that was maybe one of the best ones, because Cash whipped the ball into the box, and that was Pau Torres who got his head on it, and it just goes over, and that possibly could just be that. And yeah, Aston Villa would stay 7 behind Arsenal in the race for the title. Man United 5 behind them in this victory. Even Chelsea 6 behind them. Liverpool 7 behind them after they all won this weekend. Brentford go to 7th on 36 points. And yeah, what a massive victory it'd be for them. Dango Ouattara scoring the goal for them. And possibly when Queverham Kelleher launches this ball up the pitch, the referee is going to blow the full-time whistle. And he does blow the full-time whistle. What a victory for Brentford, who had lost their last 2 in the league. They go to Villa Park. They have to play 45 minutes with 10 men. Marcus, Keith Andrews continues to do an unbelievable job. Brentford is 7th in the Premier League table.
Yeah, it's absolutely stunning stuff for Brentford. What a victory that is. I don't think at half-time when they were a man down, when they just got a man down and so on, none of us thought they would.
No, I thought Villa would go on and win it.
Yeah, totally, yeah. It shows you the spirit they have in that side. Yeah. And how many people had Brentford down?
I did at the start of
the season. How many of them had Brentford to go down? We were worried for them after Frank left, of course. You see how well run that club is and everyone pulling in the right direction. Yes, they've signed well and obviously didn't score today, but, Thiago's been brilliant.
Even then at the end, though, Thiago was defending and absolutely pumping fists and getting the crowd going. So, you can tell they're all in it together, can't you?
Yeah, they've been brilliant this season. Absolutely brilliant this season. So, yeah, huge credit for them. Disappointing for Villa. And people will now start to think, is that them dropping away? I mean, 7 points is a lot. With Arsenal being, hammering Leeds yesterday. So, bit of a shame for them. You can see them, they're disappointed. But look, still plenty to play for this season with Villa, and they're still having a good season ultimately.
And also in the FA Cup as well, by the way. So we've got the Europa League.
Absolutely.
They got to the semi-finals last year, didn't they? So 3 full times then in the Premier League. Villa 0, Brentford 1. 10-man Brentford winning at Villa up to 7th in the table. United 3, Fulham 2. A crazy end to that game of football. And Forest 1, Palace 1. Spurs Man City is at 4:30 in confirmation. And William Hill Scottish Premiership. Hibs 0, Rangers 0 was a full time. Celtic 1, Falkirk 0 just started in the second half. We're going to take a quick break on talkSPORT goals. Then we'll round up everything we've seen at 2 o'clock today in the Premier League.
This is Robbie Williams with Angels.
I sit and wait. Does an angel contemplate my fate? Or do they know the places where we go when we're grand? Cause I've been told that salvation lets their wings unfold. So when I'm lying in my bed thoughts running through my head, and I feel that love is dead. In your cars, on the buses, I'm loving angels instead. Everybody, and through it all, whether I'm right or wrong, and down the waterfall, wherever it may take me, I know that life won't break me when I've come to call. She won't forsake me. I'm loving angels instead. When I'm feeling weak and my pain walks down a one-way street, I look above.
Good afternoon and welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. We're live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel on your smart TVs. It's Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Marcus Speller, Scott Saunders with you until around 6:30 this afternoon, taking you through a busy day of Premier League football. Spurs Man City to come at 4:30. Abby Summers with us for that. But 3 games at 2 o'clock are over. Aston Villa 0, Brentford 1. Brentford went down to 10 men late in the first half, but scored before half-time. Dango Ouattara with a wonderful finish there. Villa absolutely peppered the Brentford goal in that second half, but didn't create enough clear-cut chances and lose at home. Back-to-back home league defeats now for them after losing to Everton a couple of weeks ago. Villa third, 7 off Arsenal. Liverpool 7 behind Villa in 6th place. Brentford up to 7th with that victory. Forest 1, Palace 1. Forest went ahead early. Morgan Gibbs-White scoring. They went down to 10 men as Meda Sarr scoring a penalty after Nico Williams handled on the line. It finished 1-1. Forest now go 6th clear of West Ham in 17th place. Palace on 29 points, 9 clear of 18th place West Ham. Spurs dropped down to 15th. But we had a cracking game at Old Trafford. Man United went 2 up after 56 minutes. Casemiro in the first half. Kuna scoring in the second half. But Fulham, who played pretty well even when 2-0 down. Raul Jimenez scoring a penalty after 85 minutes. Then Kevin in at a time with a wonderful goal from the left-hand side. We thought possibly it was 2-2. Maybe Fulham would be the teams go on and get the victory. But Benjamin Sesko took his goal really well. And Manchester United, Scott Saunders, have now won 3 league games in a row. It was City. It was Arsenal. There was then talk, fine, beat the big teams. Can you beat a lesser team, if you like, when they come to Old Trafford? And I guess it wasn't pretty. It wasn't convincing. But you've done just that.
I think the most important thing for me today was just getting the win regardless. I think we definitely need to see United go and really press themselves on games like this against... No, I think they lost the midfield battle today, really. Yeah, you look at Sander Berger in there and, the options that Fulham had. United, all they did really was sit off, and they picked certain moments to deliver. And I think nobody epitomises more today than Benjamin Sesko. It was a brilliant Bruno Fernandes to beat the defender and actually put the ball in the first place in order to get it to him. United won the game on moments today. But generally, process of the game, Fulham were very much on top. I think maybe that was part of the plan for United to actually let Fulham have the ball, because generally you watch United, when they have more possession, they don't actually win games. And that's been a trend that has been happening for a while. Look, for me, it's just most important thing. United are 4th in the league. They can look up now. 5 points towards Villa is, potentially doable. You can potentially drag them into it as well. The important thing was to stay ahead of Liverpool and Chelsea as well, and just really make yourself believe, or make these players believe, that they can actually go and get top 4 or top 5 and get into the Champions League next season. This is all they have to focus on when these other teams have other competitions. So just important for me today that United got this win. It's something to build on. It's something for the players to be confident in ahead of Tottenham next week. And I think they've got West Ham and Everton coming up as well away from home. I'm not convinced by the performance. I'm relieved. Really.
But then can you also say, do you think because football's more than just about running hard and patting each other on the back, but it does feel as if a performance like today, even just the way everyone's celebrating with each other, the way Casemiro is running on Michael Carrick, the way Joshua Zirkzee runs on Benjamin Sesko soars, it does feel as if everyone's really, really united over the last couple of weeks. You think that the players is actually think the players just not stop playing for Ruben Amorim, but have maybe just lost their hunger under him? Maybe
the confusion over the system was the issue that was holding them back. I mean, to me, regardless, I don't think they've ever really they never downed tools under Ruben Amorim. But what Carrick and Steve Holland and the coaching staff have done is lift the mood and make things basic and give the players a platform to go and show their best selves. And like Bruno Fernandes today, 2 assists again from him. And I don't think he really had his best game, but 2 assists, one for Casemiro and one for Sesko at the end, still impacting games. And he's still chalking up those numbers. Like, there are issues that United will need to fix. I've long felt that they were based on personnel, though. And I think that the summer transfer window is going to be absolutely massive for United actually going and sorting out that midfield, because Fulham were on top for most of the day in terms of possession. They had 58% by the end. So it's not the kind of performance that United fans are going to go and say, we're back, man, we're back. But they just have to get over the line at the moment. And that's what they did today.
Before Michael Carrick took charge of that Man City game, Marcus, what percentage did you give him of becoming the permanent manager? And how much has that changed over the last 3 games?
That's a good question. I
get one every show.
Yeah, you've had a few today.
One every 5 hours. What I aim for.
Is that what it is? I think you're being harsh on yourself. No, I think after the Arsenal game, you had to start thinking, well, it's definitely much more improved, and the feelings there, and so on and so forth. I think as well, we focus on Carrick. Steve Holland's there as well.
You love Steve Holland, don't you? Sorry, is he one of your mates or something?
Well, he was a part of the England setup.
How many times have you named Job? I'm not saying
more
you're
than
wrong,
Dominic
by the way,
more than I have Dominic Calvert-Lewin.
And that's saying something, isn't it?
I think that the two of them, you think, well, okay, this duo have lifted spirits.
Should Steve Holland be the next Man United manager?
No, I can answer that one clearly. There are 0% on that. But with Carrick, yeah, I mean, he's now beginning to put himself into the conversation. This performance today, the win's there, so it shows you that the character's there, because under Amorim, do they manage to drag themselves and win that 3-2? I mean, it's ultimately a pointless question. The fact is they did. They showed you the bit of character and a bit of belief and whatnot, and they got the victory. So good result. The performance wasn't particularly great, though, and I think that it is pause for thought. I think with Carrick at Manchester United, and I think you kind of go, oh right, yeah, the good vibes have got them over the line, but there are bigger questions that Scott was talking about there. So.
How heavy do you think that is based on personnel, though, in terms of the midfield?
Yeah,
they want to sign midfielders. They want potentially 2, maybe more in the summer.
Yeah.
Like I think that's a big part of why the team can't control games, personally.
Yeah, I do as well. I think the Fulham in midfield looked stronger, and Fulham's midfield was it's decent, but you shouldn't be going to Old Trafford and really kind of dominating the ball like they did. So I think that Manchester United, I think really Carrick. I think from now until the end of the season, that is the audition, really. Manchester United will always have suitors to manage them. Rightly or wrongly, they will. They're one of the biggest clubs in the world. Yes, at times they have looked like the unmanageable club, a bit like Spurs at the moment, so whoever comes in, but you will always have people wanting to have a go, and so they don't have to worry about that. They've got to try and think, well, who would be the right man to take over? But I think Carrick's audition, I think that's a reminder that it is now until the end of the season. You can have a couple of good results, or 3 now, but what is the longer term project? But Scott's right, personnel is one thing, but I think lifting the mood is got to be huge.
And he has done that.
He's a clear favourite to be the manager on the 22nd of August. I think we've put it down as 11-10 favourite. He is.
Is he favourite?
Southgate 11-2, Glasner 6-1, Tuchel 8-1. This was before the game today, so he might have even shortened after that result.
To me, is it weird to say that I'm less convinced after today?
Maybe, yeah.
No, I think
harder game though in a way.
Last week, I kind of over the last week, I've been like, I love this guy, and
it's harder to set up today in a way, isn't it? Because you don't quite know. You know what? You can set up a team to. I mean, brilliant results against City and Arsenal, by the way. But you can set up a team to defend against.
On the counter today, yeah. Do you think that with what happened with Ole Gunnar Solskjaer? Some people say, it doesn't matter what happens with Carrick this season. The Solskjaer did that and then got the manager's job, and it didn't maybe go how people wanted to. Is that fair, or do you think you can't just use that as a reason not to give Carrick the job? Because we've seen Mikel Arteta have his first job as Arsenal manager, and he's going okay. Like, is that an unfair comparison?
I personally think it's an unfair comparison. They're 2 completely different guys. They're 2 different, completely different personalities. And Carrick has it ended not brilliantly at Middlesbrough. But he did take Middlesbrough from a certain point to
close to the playoffs.
Very close, and I think Middlesbrough fans would have said that season they actually should have got promoted from the Championship as well. He just didn't get the job done. But to me, I don't view the 2 operations, or the Solskjaer and Carrick, the same. I know he was on his coaching staff at that time and he learned a lot, but to me, I think Carrick is his own man. I don't think United are making the same mistake. I think the thing for me is they need to find, there's lots been made of manager or head coach, right? And what the right dynamic is and what the name it means. I think to me, I don't think you necessarily go and fix this by saying, hey, Thomas Tuchel, after the World Cup with England, come and be our head coach and everything's fine, because maybe it's not the right dynamic. Maybe he doesn't want to work in that dynamic. I don't look at Thomas Tuchel's football down the years and think, you play the exact way that Manchester United should play. And I think that's overlooked a lot. I think Diego Simeone's name keeps getting talked up a lot. Yeah, we will talk about Manchester United's style of play all the time. I think that's crazy, personally. Carrick, for me, has now 14 or 15 games to show that if he does well, if he gets United in the Champions League and you feel like he has a chance, he should definitely get an interview, should definitely be considered. I think you just have to take evidence, though. You have to look at what this 15, 16 games has told you and weigh it up at the end of the season. I just don't want the club to make an emotional decision. I think when Ollie was given the job, it was an emotional decision by Ed Woodward, and it went up and down and up and down. To me, I think, though, that this is a different crew of people. This is a different bunch of people who are in charge of the football club, and they are football people. No matter the criticism they get, I'm more optimistic that they will make the right decision eventually, even though they got three big ones wrong already. I think they'll get it right eventually. I'm willing to wait this process out. I'll wait it out.
Do you remember before, when Carrick took over, we on the, I think it was on the talkSPORT Goals preview show, we talked about Carrick losing his first 3 games. It was 11-1 to lose his first 3 games. It was 33-1 to win his first 3 games, and 150-1 to win his first 5. So if someone sat on that ticket right now, they need a Spurs win, a win against Spurs, and a win against West Ham to land 150-1.
I mean, Man United won 3 games in a row under Michael Carrick, Star's tenure, something Ruben Amorim achieved once in 14 months.
That was in October.
That was recent.
They won 3 in October, didn't they? Yeah, 3 in a row in October when they beat Liverpool in the middle of they beat Liverpool in that little.
That's Maguire header, wasn't it? Yeah, that's remarkable, isn't it? Marcus, you mentioned about United still a big club. They still can attract kind of the top level managers. Who do you think is like that level of manager that United can realistically get? Like, if he's not being Jurgen Klopp, for argument's sake, they can realistically get that almost feels like not a banker, but a pretty comfortable place to be like, yeah, you know what, he's tried, he's tested, he's proven, we've got the right man.
I agree with you. Klopp would be a surprise, certainly. I think.
Left field opinion from me, then.
Forgive me for saying this to everybody who doesn't like the England national team, but if Thomas Tuchel, he probably won't, but if Thomas Tuchel was to win the World Cup, you'd be duty bound to go, thanks very much, good night. And I think Tuchel would be one who is a manager of great quality and knows the Premier League, loves the Premier League. You've already mentioned him, and I understand, maybe not convinced or whatever.
He's a great manager.
Sure. I don't get the Southgate link. Maybe it's slightly more likely that Steve Holland's there, but I think Southgate is basically doing other stuff. He doesn't seem to be involved in football. I'd be very surprised at that, and I think that Man United fans might find that of an underwhelming appointment, and I think they would be.
I don't think they'd be very happy with it.
No, I think they would be within their rights to think that as well.
I also think the players weren't. I never got the feeling the players were having Amorim, whereas I think the players are having Carrick and his team.
Well, possibly because he's not Amorim. Yeah, I think that's it.
And then does Southgate really, when you think about players, they've got a lot of say in these things, even if it's not.
Yeah. Well,
obvious. It's social media and all the rest of it.
But if the players do have a say in it, you're thinking Maguire, Shaw, and Maynard are going, yeah, get Southgate in, please. But I don't think it's going to be Southgate, and I think I don't even think it would be Oliver Glasner necessarily. I think actually the guy who was in the opposite dugout today, Marco Silva, I think would be a very canny choice for Man United. But I think when people say, as you were talking about, oh well, they've done the whole former player, should they do that with Carrick? Or well, they've done the project manager. No. You've hired that guy. You've hired that guy. You don't. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer doesn't represent all of the former players of Manchester United. You know what I mean? Yes, it would be mad if they gave Steve Bruce the job, but they're not going to. Michael Carrick is a different.
Who'd be the most rogue former player they give the job to?
I think Bruce would definitely be
Incy, maybe.
There you're talking. I think that again, you take everybody on a case by case basis. Right now, Carrick, the odds say, and he is in pole position. It's his to kind of lose right now.
Yeah.
We shall see.
Michael Carrick has to make it impossible for United not to give him the job.
Yeah.
So far, so good. 3 wins. Marcus, thank you very much for the last couple of hours. We are 7 minutes away from the 4:30 game, so we'll say goodbye to you. Abby Summers is going to come in, and we're going to take a very quick break, because when we come back, it's a big game, isn't it, for Tottenham Hotspur, who have to try and pull away from the relegation zone.
Not sure Abby will say that.
Hey, you never know. But Man City 7 behind an Arsenal team that won yesterday. We're watching Spurs Man City in a couple of minutes' time on talkSPORT Goals.
It will be an underwhelming Premier League title.
It won't be.
I think it will be.
For Arsenal. If they win the title for the first time in 22
they won't care.
years, they will not
No,
care.
they won't care.
That it's underwhelming.
But everyone else will.
Done. Well, yeah, last year he was giving Liverpool stick for the way they went about.
I've been proved right when you look at them this year.
They still won the league.
It wasn't a great Premier League
but
last year.
They still won the league.
Liverpool can't. That Liverpool team. That's what I said at the time. It was in March. We're at the Cheltenham Festival. I got a lot of stick from Liverpool fans, but I stand by it. You can't talk about the Liverpool team that won the league last year in the same breath as Manchester City's treble winners, United's treble winners, Jose's Chelsea, Arsenal's invincible.
But it was the first season in their development. It's like this season for Arsenal. This is the first season that they're going to put some silverware on the board. So you don't just automatically put them into a bracket with some of the greatest teams that have ever graced the Premier League. That happens over a longer period of time. It may well be that after that, they had to rejig. They surprised themselves by winning the title last year. They had to rejig. They had to rebuild for the future. It may be that they come again.
Well, it's a different story with Arsenal. They've been building up to this moment. And I think that's why Gabby says, not to their fans, but maybe to the rest of us, if they are only going to score 69 goals, you've said maybe it is a little bit underwhelming. And I love Theo Walcott, but I can't believe he even asked the question on television. Would this Arsenal team beat the United team of 2008? Absolutely no chance.
It is a little odd, though, having come close 2 seasons ago with an attacking approach, a creative approach, that Arsenal have gone in such a different direction, in such a quick sort of turnaround of time. They're less willing to take risks now. Who's responsible for that? Why have they decided to do that?
That's the manager, of course. And I don't think there's any Arsenal fan out there that will care come May. They will say 1-0 to the Arsenal. The song that they sing, they've sang for many years. They don't care. They'll win it by a point, win it by 3 points, 5 points, play defensive, win it off set piece, get called set piece FC by other fan bases. As long as they win the Premier League.
A very good afternoon and welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. We are live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and we're with William Hill, our very good friends at William Hill, brought to you by Final One Standing, which is new for this is one. Do you know what? How many times have I said that this season, right? And I haven't got it written down in front of me today. But you think by now that I know what to do with that one, wouldn't I?
Yeah, but you did it. You're okay with it.
I think I botched that, didn't I? Last time?
Why do we...
Yeah, hi, Abby. I'm supposed to introduce
you.
This is how it's supposed to work. But I know we're a little bit left field this show, but at least let me introduce you.
All right, go on then. I was going to ask a question on that.
And representing Manchester City today in her blue is Abby Summers.
This was completely coincidental, by the way.
By the way, can I say, Abby, on her way in. Hi, Abby, by the way. Welcome back to the show. It's such a lovely thing. She goes to us, I really missed being on the show last week and on Wednesday Night League. She gets FOMO when she's not here.
I do. I watch you.
Yeah, we had some good shows last week.
I know. And also, I wished I was wished. Yeah, that is a word. I wished I was here last week. I was really ill, so I obviously didn't work. And then obviously I was watching the game on my own.
What was the game? Arsenal Man United.
And I was having just pure limbs on my own. Honestly, like I can't remember a weekend that I've had that felt so good. Like in the footballing sense, like the Dorgu one, like
great hate watch.
It hit good, And then the Kuna one at the end. Honestly, the level of joy I experienced on Sunday, I'm so grateful to.
You should have recorded. You should just put your phone up in your living room and just record it too.
I should have.
People do that, don't they?
I had such FOMO that I wasn't here to celebrate with all of you.
No.
So, nice
well, welcome back to talkSPORT Goals, Abby. It's still Scott Saunders, Abby Summers, Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps. Confirmation. Villa 0, Brentford 1, United 3, Fulham 2, Forest 1, Palace 1. It's now Spurs, Man City. Of course, Spurs, they 8 clear of the relegation zone going into the game today. Man City 7 behind Arsenal after winning yesterday. Let me bring you the team. Spurs have got Vicario in goal. Interesting there. Our TV picture telling us it's 5 at the back. I'm going to go. It's going to be 4 at the back with Gray at right back, Romero, Dragushin, Udogi, Gallagher, Paulinho, Basuma in the midfield 3, Kola, Moani, Solanke and Simmons lead the line, and the Spurs bench looks very, very thin with lots of injuries. City got Donnarumma in goal, Nunez, Kuzanov, Gahey, O'Reilly the back 4. Rodri's going to sit, Cherky, Bernardo, Silva, Semenyo. We think Nouri's going to play left wing and Haaland up front. That'll be interesting to check out, Lee, when the game starts, how City line up there. Because, again, I think actually what our TV pictures, our friends at PLP have done for us is going to be right. I reckon O'Reilly, is going to sit with Rodri in midfield and Nouri's going to play left back. Should we do some odds and bet build as well, Lee?
Yeah, bet build. It's gold weekend at William Hill, so you get a 50% winnings boost if we can land. We need it to win 50% boost. We haven't got long, so should we do it?
Yeah, let's go.
There's also epic boost is Haaland to score in this one.
What does that go up to?
That goes up to even money from 4 to 7, I think it is. He scored in midweek. I think he scored 2 at Tottenham in his last. I'll go first. I'm going to go for Ryan Cherky to score or assist.
Okay.
Don't like it.
Didn't like it, no, cool.
Somebody said, should we break? And I thought, no, the game's about to start, so probably no. I wasn't shaking my head.
No, Abby, what are you going?
What'd you go for?
Cherky to score or assist.
All right.
I'm going Romero to be booked.
Like it, he got booked in the reverse fixture when you won 2-0.
Can I just go Haaland anytime?
Yeah, you can.
Time
because you're boring, but you can.
It is boring, but we want to win this, right?
Yeah. Score Haaland. Yeah.
And I think there's going to be goals in this game.
Tottenham goals?
No, more Man City. There'll be more Man City goals than Tottenham goals.
I
think Spurs might score. But can I go over 3.5 goals, please?
Ooh.
What, in the whole match?
It's incredibly
really over 3.5.
Oh no, more for City because we don't create. So yeah,
over 3.5 goals. Or you can go over 2.5 City goals if you want.
No, over 3.5 goals, please.
Over 3.5.
I mean, we're about to kick off. Do you want to put it on?
Yeah, that is.
All right.
Whack it on.
God, much more fun when you're not here.
You don't mean that.
Right.
Anyway, we've kicked off.
So I've got over 3.5 goals. Okay. Scott, Scott went Haaland any time. Good. I bet you're fun night out.
Not anymore, man. I've had my day.
And Abby went Romero to be carded. Okay, here we go. We are underway then. It's Tottenham versus Manchester City in the Premier League. Again, it's a massive game, in particular for Man City, who are 7 behind Arsenal after they win yesterday. Abby, I'm probably going to ask you the question that I'm sure you've been asked plenty this week. Do you want... I mean, I don't like asking this question, but I feel like I should ask this question. Do you want Tottenham not to win?
I'm not bothered if they lose.
What a pathetic, weak mentality that is.
Well,
Are you not worried about relegation?
No, I am worried about relegation. Potentially. I am, but I was worried about that when we didn't beat, the teams in and around us against Bournemouth or against, games against Sunderland, for example. Like, they're not even in and around us. That's actually disrespectful to Sunderland. The games that we've needed to beat and the teams we've needed to beat in January, those were the games I was bothered about, I'm not necessarily bothered about this particular fixture for a few reasons. Firstly, obviously, I want Thomas Frank to be sacked.
This is dangerous territory, Abby. This is very dangerous territory. You're willing your team to lose. You
can't then sit there.
You must jump down my throat all the time, all of you. Can you let me
Quaker's not even here, is he?
God. So, I've got a feeling we might end up going 1-0 up randomly, by the way.
That's why I went over 3.5 goals. I think Spurs will score.
I can see that. I can see that happening. So obviously I've said for weeks I'm happy for him to go. Like, I don't think we're going anywhere with him. And
sorry, Abby, dangerous chance here for City. Semenyo's 1-on-1 with Paulinho into the box. Semenyo! just tried to almost open his body and pass that. Did he toe poke that lead, you think? Maybe, and Vicario got down, held onto it, then spilt it. But that was almost worrying, I think, how much space Haaland had there in midfield to run into. Played into Semenyo.
He was a little bit slow to actually.
They've actually set up back.
Haaland could have been a bit closer.
I think João Palhinha is playing sense back.
He set up at the back.
But I agree with you. I almost expected Semenyo when he went 1-1 Palhinha to be a little bit more decisive.
Yeah, and when he hit it, I think he surprised Haaland because Haaland wasn't really we'll watch it again here. He wasn't really following up as well as he could have done because the keeper did spill it. Yeah, it was kind of
weird finish. I don't know. I think Semenyo's in good form. I expect him to be a little more incisive in terms of shifting that ball onto the right foot, getting the shot away.
Early chance, isn't it?
It is an early chance. Yeah, Spurs 0, Man City 0. Go on now, back to what you were saying.
Yeah. So what I was saying was,
you want Thomas Frank to be sacked, and you want Spurs to lose.
We lose basically every week, right?
What's one more game?
That's kind of my thought process on it. Like, what's one more game? And I understand people saying, the mentality of that is poor, and I'm not saying it's not.
That's Tottenham.
I'm not disputing it. I read a really good piece in the Athletic today by Dan Kilpatrick.
Have you got a subscription, have you?
I do have a subscription.
Oh, good for you.
Yes, I do. And it was a very good piece. And it was basically saying that, again, we're in this situation where obviously we play City and it's a bit different to the one a couple of years ago because if we would have beat City that day, then Arsenal do win the league. This is obviously with 14 odd games still to go. So, yeah, that was slightly different. But obviously, I would never want to do anything that benefits Arsenal potentially winning a league. Like, I'm sorry, I don't care what anybody else's opinion on it. That's my feeling, and you can have your own opinion. I'm not asking you to agree with me. Just mind your business. So that's me on that. And secondly, like I said, we're so poor. There's a lack of ambition from. Fine, the fans. Yeah, okay, cool. But there's a massive lack of ambition from the board, and that is so clear to see. Like, if you were going to back Thomas Frank, we've got 12 injuries, right? And I seem to sit here every single year having the exact same conversation. Last year we had 16 injuries. This year it's 12. Obviously, to key players, not even just key players, we're now so injured that we've gone into a lot of those players that have been underperforming for us anyway. We're in that kind of third string at this point. Look at the bench. Like, it's all kids, essentially. Yeah. And I'm actually would be happy to see the kids play. I think at least they'd fight a little bit more.
Telstar and Odegaard on the bench. But
That's it.
The other 6 are kids and keepers.
So for me, I'm like, if you were really backing Thomas Frank, I appreciate we brought in Sousa, who will inevitably probably end up on loan at like Espanyol or something like that. Or left back. And you've got
Sorry, is it not weird that you have Udogie and Spence, you sign him, and then you want Andy Robertson?
Is the Robertson thing still happening?
No, I don't think it is happening. But I think Spurs wanted it.
No, the reason that was happening because obviously Ben Davies, who has now played his last game for the club, and unfortunately with that injury, that is it. So we needed to replace there. Udogie is very injury prone. Obviously, Jed Spence, he's now out injured as well with a calf injury. So I do understand that it wasn't a key area for me that I thought, we need to do that in Jan. But the lack of ambition stems from the top, and I think if you were really backing Thomas Frank when you've had such terrible season so far, especially in front of goal and being creative, like surely you would have tried to bring in someone, and they say, we tried really hard to bring in Semenyo. Well, you weren't going to try that hard because you were never going to actually compete in terms of what the City wages are. So
is it a case of backing him though, or is it just a case of spending money terribly? Because
both.
Yeah, I think
I don't think Conor Gallagher's a bad signing, by the way.
Is he a game-changing signing? Or
no.
Maybe he can make a difference in this game today. But it just seems like it's more of the same in that Tottenham midfield with him, really. I like him as a player generally, but I don't think he's going to move the needle, particularly for Tottenham. And they've got to put up money for him this month.
Scott, we're so far behind in terms of moving a needle. Do you know how many signings and how much quality would need to come into this side in order to move the needle?
You spent a bit of money, though, right, over the last few years, right?
Yeah.
Even putting up that much money for Tell.
Yeah, but crazy. Like I said that at the time. Like Tell's all right. Like he's again like he's a very Spurs player. He's kind of average.
Yeah.
I don't feel like anything in Tell's loan spell justified a move for him, in my opinion. Like again, it's kind of like a bit of a cutting a corner. Our recruitment is terrible. We know that. Our player ID is terrible. I've called out Johan Lange like a million times. Like. It's the same. You look at him when he was at Villa, and since he left Villa, look at the complete parallels. So, yeah, back to what you asked me originally. Do I want to lose this game? If it happens, it happens. It's not going to be the end of my world.
No, but you're saying no. You're not going into this game wanting to lose, right?
Did I tell you before my girl math that I've been doing all week?
Your girl math?
My girl math.
So what makes it girl math?
Well, they just call it girl math. It's actually, like the meme where it's like he's probably thinking about another girl.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like...
Just me sat at home thinking about Roman Reigns winning the Royal Rumble. Once to the sky. OTC.
I have been that meme this week. So...
Can you explain this? Go on.
Right, so there's the meme of, obviously... He's in bed thinking about another girl, and it's like all the things. It's like, no, he's like, is he going to play this formation, that formation? So me this week has basically been like the repercussions of us losing this game. Let's say we got spanked today, hypothetically. Sure. Like, let's say it was like 4, 5, 6, which I don't think it will be, but anyway. Then surely that puts more pressure on the board to say, we have to sack him. Because we said that after West Ham, we said that after so many games, this season, and it still hasn't happened. So let's say we got spanked, hypothetically, and then... they end up sacking him over the next week, whatever happens at United happens at United. And then obviously we get in whoever it is for interim, vibes, end of the season, they just say, go out there and play. And then we've got North London Derby in a couple of weeks. The bounce, the new manager bounce. That's what I've been thinking. That's the math in my head.
Okay, so I understand. So you're basically, without saying it, you're basically like, it'd be really good if Spurs lost this game of football. Xavi Simons here comes forward. That's a really good tackle from Kuzanov. Interestingly, Spurs have actually had 3 or 4 minutes of possession, and watching City, they're almost just allowing Spurs to have possession inside their own half. They're not looking to be ultra aggressive and press. As Donnarumma plays out from the back into Kuzanov. Rodri there's got a lot of space to push out. Spurs are, by the way, playing with a back 5. It is João Palhinha at right centre back, and it's pretty much a 3-5-2 formation. On Thomas Frank there, on Thomas Frank there, Leo, I'll come to you first on this actually, because Abby says there, possibly if City do spank Spurs, he could lose his job and all that. But my guess would be I think when your own fans turn on you, I think as a manager, that's where you pretty much hit rock bottom, your own fans chanting against you. The fact that that's happened a couple of weeks ago and he's still in situ and he's still the manager, does that almost not just tell you that the Spurs board are like, he's going to be our manager to the end of the season, you can boo him, we can lose games, we're going to stick with him? Unless something happens like Abby just described, where they get an absolute tonking by someone like City or someone else. I mean, they're on 29 points as it stands right now, live table, with a point from this game if it stays like this. Probably won't. So they're on 28 points. That's below Crystal Palace. They're 2 points above Leeds, 2 points above Forest. Now, I don't think West Ham will get out of it, but if
Forest are in a relegation battle,
then Tottenham are close.
And so are Tottenham.
Tottenham are close, yeah.
And also, I think I was saying to you before, I was actually looking at that Chelsea game yesterday. Never in my life have I wanted Chelsea to win a football match, but I was like, I actually need Chelsea to win this. Yeah. I'm not.
Your next 3 games after this, and Manchester United at Old Trafford, you are better away from home than at home. Newcastle at home. Now, you're poor at home, but Newcastle are pretty bad away, and then you've got the North London derby. You could conceivably think you might only get a point from those 3 games.
Correct, and we only took 3 points all those fixtures in January. We've won twice in 14.
After that is Fulham as well.
Fulham away.
Look, I look at this month and I think, where on earth are points coming from? And I think we said it a couple of weeks ago, if the fixtures were reversed and we had all of these games in January, and then I was looking at Bournemouth and those teams that are in and around
West Ham,
Burnley, etc., I would have thought, okay, maybe we can pick up some points. But actually, those games that I would have thought we can pick up points, albeit we picked up 3 in that whole entire fixture list, I would have given us a little bit more hope. But no, we've done terribly through those. The Burnley game, the away fans are singing, get Frank out the club.
So we talked about Crystal Palace earlier on and the situation with their manager. It's a similar one with Tottenham in that you're having a disastrous league season again, but look at your Champions League performance.
Cherky scores for Man City! Tottenham 0, Man City 1-1 on Lee Phelps. Ryan Cherky gives City the lead into the 11th minute. And you talk about lack of urgency, a lack of energy, a lack of aggression. Cherky, we know he's a good player. He's allowed just to carry the ball. Carry the ball. Shift the ball onto his right foot and get a shot away. And he says, no worries, thank you very much. Look at this, have a look at this replay. Romero's got the ball. He comes infield to Basuma, who turns and tries to go forward. It's
good from Bernardo.
Aggressive from Bernardo, wins the ball back. Haaland plays out to Cherky. But do you not think here, Dragoshin or Romero, should they not look to be a bit more aggressive and try and stop the shot? Abby, what are your thoughts on that goal?
It's nothing I haven't seen a million times. I looked at how they were defensively against Burnley last week. Shape was absolutely all over the gaff. Look, a lot of them look like they don't actually know what they're doing, and that does stem from the training ground. Even just being in a defensive line. I think to myself, who's the leader out there? Who is the one? That's meant to be Romero in all honesty, in that particular role, as being the leader and organising your back line. And I don't see that. I didn't see that. He was so bothered last week about going forward, because in all honesty, our attack has been now have been our defenders because we've got nothing else. But they can't.
Van Romero scored most of the goals, haven't they?
Bar Richarlison, who's obviously out injured as well. It's Romero and Mickey van der Ven next. So they're great going forward, but they can't defend. Dragusin, this is his first game back in a year. He was also meant to be leaving the club as well this month. But because we've got so many injuries, again, Kevin Danso misses out today. Mickey van der Ven misses out today. It is what it is. We're past bare bones at this point. So again, even if there was something on this for us today, hypothetically, like let's say
there is something on it for you today. You need to start winning games of football.
Yeah,
you're in the relegation zone, Abby. There's something on it for you.
Let me rephrase that. Let's say there was something like competitive on it, like how it was last time.
This is competitive.
No, it's not. We're not competitive outfits. Do me a favour, Sam.
No, but that's almost why you need points. Because you're getting closer and closer.
This is going to be bad, by the way.
I could actually.
Semenyo in down the left-hand side. That's a poor ball into the box. Basuma does one and clears it. Ryan Cherky's now got it for Man City, and that's a good strong tackle there from João Paulinho.
Your 3.5 goals and the Cherky shout at the start of the show. Looking bang on at the moment.
What was the odds of that, by the way?
Cherky score assist Cherky.
Yeah, what was the odds on the bet builder?
It was 11-1. Then if you had the 50% off, it wins. What's that? 16.5 to 1.
Happy days. Sorry, Abby, carry on.
No, what I was trying to say was, let's say it was the same situation as last time when we had to play City and the Arsenal situation, and we could have finished in the top 4, right? If it was something like that, maybe I would feel different this time round because there's 14, 15 games to go. But yeah, we lose every week, Sam.
Yeah, no, you do. You do.
We lose every week.
Go back to what I was saying.
No one says to me every week about, like, do you want to beat Burnley? Do you want to beat this?
Why? So you've done pretty well in the Champions League.
Yeah.
Amazingly well.
Sorry,
really.
that's what we were talking
about.
So
why doesn't Thomas Frank deserve the right to finish off the season in the Champions League if he's done so well as manager in the Champions League?
You might get relegated in the meantime, Lee.
Could do, but you probably won't get relegated.
Hold on. Also, we play completely differently.
But you won a trophy last year and finished 17th.
And if we had Ange, genuinely, I'd back it because part of me would think I'm going to win the Champions League.
If you got to the Champions League semi-finals and finished 15th, would you take that as a good season?
No. That's not a good season.
No.
Final? If you got to the final?
No.
And lost?
No, you have to win it.
Okay.
I only count last season, but I'm actually... No, because what I was going to say is not even true. I don't think last season was a good season, despite the Europa League. Obviously, on paper, it's our most successful season we've had in 16 years.
But you can't do that every season.
You can't do that every season. It was the worst season, the most painful season. I sat here every single week watching us get battered, turned
us last season,
over. Yeah, you'd enjoyed it. I watched us lose 22 times. And the only reason that last season was not the worst season in our history is because of one night in Bilbao. But it still was the worst season in our history. Mm-hmm. Like, if you're looking at it from a Premier League perspective, it's embarrassing. No one is ever going to forget that they'll say, yeah, we won the Europa League. Oh, yeah, but you finished 17th. And obviously we will say, well, who cares? Because at the end of the day, it's measured by what you win.
Why do you think Andrew would have a better chance in the Champions League than Thomas Frank?
Because I've watched him do it. I've watched it.
In a different competition, if you know,
different
it's
competition,
much weaker.
But also
between the more pragmatic style of football, being hard to beat in the Champions League is possibly the way to go. That's obviously, you have been hard to beat. And you lost one game, didn't you? Was that to PSG?
Yeah, and that was to PSG. But I think that the draw was favourable to us. I know you can only beat who's in front of you, but our champions.
City, lovely football as a flick into Haaland, and Cherky might have gone down. I think they wanted the free kick there. City, by the way, City just passed his ball around.
I mean, let's be honest.
Basuma got a card for the challenge on Haaland, I think. In the build-up to that previous goal. Yeah. I think he's just done Cherky then as well.
Yeah, Basuma got booked after 11 minutes.
It might not have been Basuma who got Cherky, to be fair, but...
no, it was Romero.
That's Romero.
Even that from Romero, he's basically trying to lean in and shove someone off the ball.
Bit of a dead leg for him.
We'll take the yellow.
I don't think he's got a yellow card, did he?
Not yet. He will, though. Yeah, so the group that we obviously had in the Champions League.
You had nice fixtures of
it was basically very similar to the teams that we actually played on route to winning. Yeah,
the thing with that is, though, you are in the Champions League with 5 other English teams, so you will play an English team at some point over the course of the Champions League, you think.
Even when we faced one good team in PSG, we didn't win the game.
Yeah.
Like, we were... The Champions League suits us better, which it does to all English teams, because obviously it's a lot more open. Like, Xavi Simons has way more time, space on the ball, he's in the little pockets, they make the runs. Also, Thomas Frank is happy for them to have shots from outside the box in the Champions League, but won't let them do it in the Premier League because it's all about percentages. So it's a different competition. I think that's why all the English teams look particularly... Well, we all just look quite good in the Champions League, and by our standards in the Premier League.
Even Europa League last season, Tottenham and United were like head and shoulders above everybody else.
Despite being 17th.
Despite being terrible, yeah.
So I don't really give it that comparison. I wish I could see the performances we put in in the Champions League, a bit more open, a bit more free-flowing, a bit more just having a bit about us. I say a bit about us, it's not that much, but just in an attacking sense. I don't know why that can't be carried over into the league, but obviously this league is very hard. Like, how can you know, I guess it was 10 men Dortmund, or, you know, Frankfurt haven't been great either, but how can you go and do that and then you lose to West Ham and you draw to Burnley? Like,
here he is. Here he is.
Haaland through on goal. Oh, he should do better.
Oh, he's got to do better than that.
It's a long ball forward, and Haaland, the ball bounces for him nicely. Vicario comes off his line. For me, like, I think Erling Haaland's that good at football. I put that down like as a sit of a Haaland. Just a long ball forward. It's a high line from Spurs. They don't deal with it. Haaland is literally 6-8 yards out. Keeper's off his line. And he lifts it over the keeper. I can't believe he hasn't scored that, Haaland.
I agree with you. I thought that's
you get Messi, Abby. You've been awful in these opening 17 minutes.
Awful. But again, I didn't expect anything less.
Abby, what do you think changes, though? Like, let's say Tottenham do get hammered today and then they do make a change tomorrow, and then you've got United away next weekend. And look, Michael Carrick's just shown at United that you can go into 2 difficult games and actually get wins where you don't necessarily expect. But, like, is Thomas Frank that bad? Like, who comes in immediately and lifts this?
They're all over the place.
Look, by the way,
look at the space he's got.
Tottenham are literally popping the ball at Spurs. Man City are popping the ball around here. Ryan Cherky has just had the ball inside Spurs' half and has been able to literally just carry the ball to the edge of the box. There's Bernardo Silva and Cherky in particular are finding so much space, Abby.
Right, so this is what you just said. I have always maintained that I don't think Thomas Frank is a bad manager, because of his time at Brentford, player development, what he did at Brentford, very, very good. He's just not good for Spurs. He's not the right fit. Stylistically, he's not. And also, when you have a look at, for example, today is a great example. Look at how open they are. Look at how defensively inept they are. They genuinely might as well not even have a midfield. Like, so that comes back to what they're doing in training, what they're working on. You know, the only thing I ever hear that comes out of his mouth is second balls. Well, maybe just get to the first ball, or maybe just be stronger. What are you working on in training, mate? Like, genuinely, that's a genuine question. What are you working on? Because apart from the last time we played City, back in August, I've not seen one good game. Not one.
That was second game of the season, wasn't it?
Second game. I saw a decent game against PSG in the Super Cup, which we bottled and lost, but the performance was good. And I've seen us play against City at the Etihad, and we played well.
This is a bit like the Chelsea game, isn't it? You know,
arguably, I think I was going to say this might be worse, but
93% possession.
No, it's worse.
7% possession at home.
In the last 5 minutes, I should say. That isn't in the whole game. But no, but Elite, we're looking at each other almost a bit embarrassed here for Spurs, because
imagine how I feel.
You know, look, City are obviously a good team, we know that, but City are just almost popping this ball around like for having a sort of a light training session the day after a tough game.
Well, the mad thing is as well that I'm not saying when Carrick took over.
And do you know what?
There's a blueprint for how to beat Man City.
Get a bit of needle in there.
I don't want to sound like Roy Keane here, but Colomwani's just clattered into Kuzanov, is it? I don't hate that, by the way, because they've needed something, Lee, haven't they? A little bit of Rodri saw his clad in. Show a little bit of aggression. Show a little bit of fight. I don't hate that, Lee.
Yeah, and if you think about Thomas Frank, Manchester United are giving you a blueprint of how to beat Manchester City. At home.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Give them possession and then hit them on the break. So why aren't they doing the same thing? Why aren't they just saying, right, let's just do what Man United did?
Yeah.
Because that works. It'll give us a good go.
You're right,
Double up on Semenyo.
Have pace out wide.
Yeah.
And try and hit him on the counter-attack.
But they're so open. I mean, Silva picked the ball up and he looked up and it was almost like, I can just run with this.
Yeah. But you know what you just said? It's a blueprint. So one of the things that Thomas Frank was well known for, and what I expected of him,
being adaptable, Abby.
Exactly, was being tactically adaptable, being very good at adapting to the opposition. Like, I've not seen that once.
This is better from Spurs pressing, but whether they get anything still going with it.
That's a late tackle, and that's going to be a free kick. Or rest played the VAR. Give him the free kick. He's done well there. That's Kuzanov, yeah. Yellow card there for Kuzanov. Really, really late there on Javi Simons. And this is on Jean Polina. Sorry. I'll go one more time. I think it's Conor Gallagher, wasn't it? I'll tell you what, my mince pies are going, Abby, on this show.
Not the mince pies again.
Yeah, and it's going to be honestly, Lee, I used to be able to get everything on this show. I used to be able to get every player right.
I need to get some bins on.
Huh? Can I try yours on?
Mince pies in Feb.
Huh?
Mince pies.
I'm already thinking about December.
You know what, Sam?
You like it, Lewis?
With the shacket.
Works, to be fair. Yeah.
With the shacket.
I look. Sorry, no, I can't see a thing. But I think I can see that I look quite cool in the camera.
It's giving Clark Kent.
Intelligence, yeah.
Do you think I look like an accountant?
No.
Liam Rossini, really? I didn't realise you're a comedian, mate, as well as a producer. Yeah, good stuff. Honestly, Marco, come play a song. Lighten the mood up a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. This might work.
I went to the gym. I went to the gym the other day and saw a guy who was a spitting image of Liam Rossini, and I really wanted to take a picture, but I just couldn't get the picture away.
You asked him for a selfie, mate.
Yeah, I should have.
What happens to you now? Isn't it on the train?
Spurs, this is a chance for Spurs. They've got to get this on target, haven't they?
Enough about that. Isn't it like you on the train coming down now? You get off selfies, don't you, on the train? No. Xavi Simons got a free kick for Spurs, left hand side, 25 yards out. Only 3 men in the Man City wall. I don't know.
I don't think they're worried.
He's not going to cross it, is he? He's got to shoot.
He's on target.
He's got to whip it over the wall, hasn't he? Simons does, but Rodri hits him, and then the goalkeeper comes and collects.
No one's even challenging Donnarumma there, are they? No. You're all right, mate. You can have that one.
Yeah. It's been a 22 gone then. It's first sort of flown, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Even look at this one.
Look at the space he's got and the time he's got in between the lines.
To collect it, time and turn. Scotty Saunders. Obviously, by the way, we're talking here about Abbey and Arsenal and not wanting Arsenal to win the league. Blah blah blah. What about yourself? Obviously, you're a Man United fan. I'm sure you'll prefer Arsenal to win the league over Man City. What do you make of Man City's chances of winning the league?
I don't trust them to put enough consistency together. To me, Cherky.
Ryan Cherky hit goes through down the right-hand side. He's got Semenyo in the box. I think he mishit that. What can Cherky do? He goes on the outside. Cherky!
What a run.
Oh, such a good goal.
Why didn't you pass it?
Oh, my God. He did so well there to go down the right-hand side. He went past a couple of players. Then from a tight angle, we tried to shoot. And he goes past Romero, who...
almost gets a penalty.
Yeah. And then he skins Dragusin, and then his shot just goes wide.
Oh, what a save! What a save!
Yes, the right hand
I thought that wasn't given as a corner.
No, it wasn't.
And
no.
I thought that should have been, because that was a decent save from
What? So I know I'm Vicario.
Yeah, it's not often we say
not
it,
his biggest fan.
Yeah.
That's a big strong right hand there, isn't it, to clear it?
I mean,
clear it to save it. I should
guys,
say.
I'm sorry, but we are so embarrassing to watch. So embarrassing. Like we're just so open. Like. I said it against Chelsea. I said it against Arsenal. They will not have an easier game.
How can you be that open when you don't offer anything going forward? It's just baffling to me.
I really don't know. It's a really good save from Vicario.
Yeah. Just to go back to your question there, Sam. Look, I don't know. I don't trust Man City enough to put a consistent run of form together to go and actually challenge Arsenal in this race. I think they'll win today, but I think they're.
I don't trust City defence.
Yeah, I don't trust them. You look at the defence today. It doesn't look like it's not the Man City of old, is it? In terms of who I want to win the league, I've seen
City.
Man United
fan. You want City to win it. You want Arsenal to win it, sorry, wouldn't you?
Do you know, we're getting a little bit deep into it here, but
I know you don't, do you? I know you don't.
What?
Do you want Arsenal to win the league?
I feel a bit of nothingness towards City when they win the league.
Do you think because we've all just become so used to it, do you think?
No.
It's inoffensive.
For Man United?
No, I feel nothingness because of everything that's hanging over them. Generally, that's how I felt for a long
charges.
The charges, but
alleged.
The alleged things that they've done. I've always felt that kind of a little bit of nothingness towards them. To me, I would ultimately prefer. If I had to pick one, you might get answers. If there's United fans in London versus United fans in Manchester, they'll give you different answers. But I'm neither of those. I think I prefer Arsenal to win it.
What about United fans in Wales? How about that? Yeah. That's the one to ask you, isn't it, right?
Yeah, but look, I think Arsenal win the league. I've come to peace with that, to be honest.
Yeah. Is it busy week next week, Lee?
Yeah, it's quite busy.
So I wasn't being nosy, but obviously when I look at the screen...
I was just waiting. I think Cherky's coming off.
Yeah, that's a real ship. Good job. Impact sub, I guess, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
By the way, I do love these Pep Guardiola kind of touchline, sometimes on pitch after the game rants at his players. He's shouting at Ryan Cherky. I have to know what he's saying. He's been their best player. I don't think he's coming off, is he?
Oh, he's not.
I think he's ready to come back on. Yeah, I think he's coming back on. A little bit of transfer news to give you. David Ornstein's been busy this afternoon. Jean-Philippe Mateta undergoing a medical. To AC Milan. Agreement in place between the two clubs. It'll be around £30 million. So Mateta off to AC Milan. Jürgen Larsen stay at medical later today before joining Crystal Palace from Wolves. £43 million plus £5 million. Not shy of £50 million there for Jürgen Larsen.
One goal this season.
Yeah, I know.
They also spent 35 on Brandon Johnson.
And by the way, you'll like this one because I've criticised this guy. Juventus made an inquiry last week about Beto.
No way.
I mean, I saw this earlier.
Scored yesterday.
Yeah, fair play. But maybe I'm watching a different Beto and Barry to.
But he did all right in Serie A with Udinese, right?
Oh, okay, maybe that's what I think.
I think it's maybe different leagues and players show different parts of their game in different leagues. It's a weaker league, obviously.
Yeah. Okay, maybe I'm just being really.
But no, I looked at it. I had the same reaction. I thought it was a little bit silly.
Oh, good.
It's crazy, like monetary wise. Obviously, I know the wages are totally different at City compared to Palace. But when you think for the exact same money, they bought Semenyo and Mark Gahey, and then Palace have got Strand Larson.
Something I know City spent big on Jack Grealish, but if you actually look at all the money City spent, like a lot of their signings are 50, 60 million. But like, they don't spend like Liverpool have spent £100 million on 2 players in the last window. Whereas I mean, I'm not trying to
It's kind of your going rate now. 20 years ago, it was 30 million, or 15 years ago, it was 30 million for players like that, and now it's raised to your going rate for a Premier League player is about 55, really, at the moment, isn't it?
50 million.
Yeah, I just look at. There's no chance
a bad ball. I think Palace are obviously desperate, aren't they? And they've probably seen Strand Larson in the Premier League, has scored. God, no, not this.
He had a good season last season, didn't he?
I think it's probably more desperation than anything else, isn't it?
I feel quite sorry for Conor Gallagher, by the way.
Why?
Because he could have been at Villa.
He chose Spurs.
I know, but all because he wanted to live in London. It's just harsh, isn't it?
You can't feel sorry for him. He made the choice.
Yeah, it was his decision.
Villa lost today, by the way.
Yeah, I know. But like, he could have been in more of a title race, like the different end of the table.
He could have been in more of a title race. Yeah. I mean, I'm in more of a title race than Spurs are this season, aren't I?
I just think really you just wanted to live in London that bad, like Birmingham second city.
Yeah, that is true. To be fair, 28 minutes gone. Then it's Spurs 0, Man City 1. Ryan Cherky scoring the goal for Man City very early on. Lovely right-footed finish going across the goalkeeper. Man City dominating possession, and Spurs to dare is to do. Well, they're not daring to do anything at the moment, are they? Because this is all too easy for Man City. Not really sure what Tottenham are trying to do. Ryan Cherky, by the way, is back on for Man City. He's been absolutely fantastic. Scored the goal. Could have had another goal there when he went down the right-hand side, going past Romero like he's not there. And then Vicario with a really big, strong, powerful right hand to push the ball out for what should have been a corner kick. But at the moment, Spurs have got 11 men deep inside their own half, and Man City just passing the ball, trying to keep the ball. And Scott, I've used the word control and dominance about Man City this season, that they don't seem to be able to dominate and control games like they used to. They used to be able to have 80% possession, pass you to death, and that's that. And this game, I think, is a good example of where City are at, because I've seen them go one up in a lot of games this season and then not be able to kill off the other team and allow that team to come back in. The old City here go up at half-time, 3-0 up, score a couple more goals, it's game over. Can they make the pressure count and be clear by half-time?
Look, I think the way that the Spurs are giving it so far today, I think it's just a matter of time until City score a second goal, to be honest. Spurs are just offering nothing, and maybe I'm jinxing them here, but they're just offering nothing going forward. Xavi Simons is trying his best, but there's no players ahead of him either. Spurs have still got like 8 players behind the ball or whatever. This is just like, I think this is going to be a procession for City for the duration of the game, the way that it's going. Spurs need to show something, and they've not shown anything, like pretty much for the entire season, that makes me think that they'll go and get back into this game. The only time they really showed something was at the Etihad in the reverse game.
Yeah,
like time ago now, doesn't it?
I will also say it is not to give like a little bit of leeway to Thomas Frank, because no one did it with Ange, really, as well, with the injury situation. But when you've got so many injuries, and like obviously there are long-term ones as well, like he's had all season without Kulusevski, who we still don't know when he's coming back. James Maddison, just bad luck with that. Obviously he missed Solanke for months. Now obviously Richarlison out, you've got Kudus out, you've got Porro out, Jed Spence out, Kevin Danso out, Mickey van der Ven out. Like
the injury list is brutal.
The injury list is brutal. So like,
it was brutal kind of at the start when you had his 3 best attacking players not available. So, now he's still got them not available, Solanke, and you add all the other players.
Yeah, and like I said, we're in kind of the third string for the most part, and I do feel sorry for him with that, but I don't like to use that as an excuse, because we were told we weren't allowed to use it when it came to Ange. So yeah.
I think you can involve it in conversations, can't you? When, like, you're not the only Aston Villa struggling with injuries at the moment. So
they got. I think it might be more than 12. I think
who?
14.
The Spurs. Yeah. No, that's a lot of injuries. Lee, Celtic won, by the way, in the William Hill Scottish Premiership.
So closes it down a little bit. Just going back to that though, but like, I guess you have got the injuries, but like, and everyone gets injuries. So
of course, everyone gets injuries.
You can still
there is still more in this 11 than we're seeing.
I agree.
But some team. Tottenham seem to get a lot of injuries season after season. You do have to. Arsenal suffered from that for a while, didn't they? They used to get, and obviously you get a bigger and bigger squad. But you wonder, don't you, why? Is it coincidence? Is it like?
Well, I don't know, because I thought a lot of it was down to the way that we played under Ange, that high line, and it's clearly carried on, so it can't be.
Oh, Haaland's touch there.
I think I passed that.
Bernardo and Haaland played nice 1-2, and Haaland carrying the ball forward. He
looks so cumbersome sometimes.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Cumbersome.
Cumbersome. He looks
Good
cumbersome.
word. You can forgive that though. Like when he's
absolutely
when he's like side to side with the defender.
He's very cumbersome.
By the way, also, I'm sorry to make this. Come back to your football point in a second.
Yeah,
Have you seen the attire of Lee Phelps today, by the way?
It's a very.
I didn't actually see the trousers.
I've gone full pep here.
Look at the shoes he's got on today. What shoes are they? How do you describe those shoes?
Put your feet on the desk.
I've pulled my.
Very nice.
I've pulled my.
They are a Sam Ellard shoe if I've ever seen one. Oh, you've got new crap. You've got new trainers on. Let's see.
I've pulled my ears out.
Me too.
You know them? Yeah. Darren Bent gave me 2 free pairs of shoes.
Oh wow!
Oh,
2.
Nice.
I thought it was 1, 2.
No, it was
That's
2.
very lovely.
The black ones. You seen the black ones last week?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got the white ones on today.
That's really nice.
Yeah, he basically he's one of the nicest guys you can meet.
And he's got a lot of shoes.
And he's that's also true. Obviously, he basically saw me one day with like these old black running trainers on that I've worn for like 3 years, and he looked at me and went, "Come on, Sam, come on." Colin Mawani in for Spurs down the right hand side into the box. Bernard Silva clears offside, and he basically looked at me and went, "Mate, I'll get you some shoes, mate." Like it's tragic what you're wearing, and literally rocks up, gave me a couple of pairs of shoes.
Oh, guys,
you're the same size as him then.
So I'm one higher than him. So like in these shoes are okay. The black ones, like my left baby toe, is taking an absolute battering in these black shoes. But beggars can't be choosers, can they? Let's be honest.
No, they're very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. I like these as well. What have you got on?
I got some Vans on.
Yeah, you're quite a Van guy. Edgy.
Mate, sort it out.
Edgy.
Scott edgy.
I'm not edgy.
He's edgy.
I'm
Vans are quite edgy.
I wouldn't say Scott's an edgy guy.
No, the shoes are edgy.
If anything, I'd say you're kind of one of the laid-back, chilled guys that I've met. He's not edgy.
Yeah,
I didn't say you were edgy. I said your shoes were edgy.
Well, Vans are edgy.
I think they're quite an edgy shoe in this day and age. Yeah.
I have no idea.
It's like Converse.
I gotta be honest. No idea what you were in.
Chunky.
They're very in, aren't they, at the moment? Yeah.
Are Chunky still in? I don't know.
I like chunky trainers.
I got one pair of Chunky trainers.
What?
That were given to me.
Oh, really? You got freebies as well?
Yeah, I got a freebie from
Brand?
somewhere.
Also, do you not think, Abby,
I can't remember.
Abby, that earphone in Scott's left ear looks very uncomfortable.
It is. It's been uncomfortable for the entire day, to be honest.
Why have you not got the bit that goes...
Has anyone spoke to you throughout the show or not?
No, not
really.
I reckon you want to take it out.
I don't know. I reckon for the last... Marco's now trying to talk to you. I reckon for the I don't know, because it looked like quite aggressive, that
I don't even know if this
earpiece.
is this turned on? No, I don't think I have the volume.
Is yours in, Abby?
It's been in the whole time, but...
Or has it?
Oh, now I can hear you. Anyway.
I just grown comfortable to like hearing the show back and hearing your dulcet tones.
Oh, you're very kind. You're very, very kind.
Anyway, back to football.
Go on, sorry.
Nothing's happened. I mean,
nothing's happened.
Going back to Sam's point about Man City, just like it's so boring.
Spurs just sitting off them, Lee.
Why aren't City just haven't? I mean, it's like I know.
I'm sorry. This is like a training session for City.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. I mean, it feels like a training ground routine. Yeah. And I thought the goal looked a bit like a training. Let's just cut in from the side, hammer it across goal, and it might go in. And it just feels like that.
But Lee, from a City point of view, they can't go up. They can't. Haaland! Oh, I tell you what, that's another dink to the back post. And Haaland, the ball almost just goes over his head again. I think Haaland of a few weeks ago buries that. But Lee, goes back to my point to Scott. City need a second and third before half time, because then it just gives Spurs something to go for in the second half.
So
do they need it?
What?
Do they need it?
No, I don't think they need it.
No, but as this game goes on, though,
I think they will get it.
Get more nervous, maybe, and Tottenham get a couple of chances in the second half if they could get a couple of breaks.
Possible opening here. Conor Gallagher now coming forward. Xavi Simons has got space down the left-hand side. He cuts in field. Has he got options?
But even that is so slow. There's like 6 or 7 City players that have got back there versus 3 Tottenham players, and the chance is gone.
But that's basically what we do.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's what we do. It's who you are, isn't it?
It's who we are, mate.
It's who we are, mate.
There is a stage protest today, by the way, on the 75th minute. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, really?
If it
a stage protest.
If it carries on like this.
What's that? Everyone leaves the stadium?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it'll be earlier than that.
May I ask why 75th minute? And sorry for my ignorance, that's a silly question.
I think it was just because of the end of the game.
That's just nothing to do with
no, I don't think it was. They're doing a walkout.
And that's against the board, obviously, isn't it? Not the manager.
Most of this is always against the board. Like even when they're booing at the end of games, it's not aimed at the team. It's actually aimed at the board.
Hit it!
No.
God, the ball falls to Simmons.
Right hit that first time.
I think he should have hit that first time. I think you're right. I think he tries to be too clever there, Xavi Simons.
Probably not allowed because it's at the edge of the box.
Oh, that was... Look, Semenyo's on here.
Yeah,
look at how... This is so bad.
Semenyo now got the ball on the left-hand side. Run with a bit more pace and power, mate. He's up against Paulinia, goes on the outside. I think he dived there. I think the referee got that right. I think he's the goal kick here. But when that ball there, Lee, fell to Simmons outside the box, I think he's got to get the shot away. I think he's in a decent position.
Where's the urgency? Where is the urgency to have that? To have that shot, hit it, just open like. Anyway, sorry.
And by the way, there's no one on the right hand side. He's looking for the ball out to the right, isn't he? There's just no one there. No one pouring forward.
Sorry, I just wanted to talk more about this protest because they've said it's not to boo the players, it's not to disrupt the match, but that it's to basically hijack the TV product. That in the sense that if everyone's doing the walkout while it's obviously on TV, then obviously the cameras will pan to that.
Okay, so
what's the intention in the game?
The intention is to show like
today.
Yeah. But I mean, I hope that they get it because I know the Change for Spurs do try and do quite a few protests before the game, so they're obviously trying this instead.
If you fall down by the 75th minute, they'll be walking out anyway. Probably.
We'll be walking out, at half time.
Okay, that's happening today then. Okay, interesting, Abby. Thanks.
But I'll always spread the news for Change for Spurs.
Simmons hit it. Oh, it did hit it this time. It's well blocked by the City defenders, and City are going to come forward now with Haaland, and that's going to be a yellow card, isn't it, for Xavi Simmons? Bernardo Silva, by the way. Goodness me. Like Bruno Fernandes gets stick for being gobbied in the Bernardo Silva is the worst for me in the Premier League. He's an absolute... He does not stop going to the referee and pointing and... Look at him, he's still going at it.
He's allowed.
Mate, Xavi Simmons has just been booked there for a late tackle. What are you still moaning at the referee for? Scott. Say something.
Scott.
I'm trying to work it out. I don't know. Look... I think he's an experienced professional, isn't he? He knows exactly how the Premier League works. I think he's trying to get as much as he can out of that for his team.
He's still moaning at the referee. Shut up and get on with the game.
I don't know.
Absolute. Just get on with the game, Lee.
It's football these days, isn't it? Unfortunately.
I'm not saying he's the only one, but he's definitely one of the worst in the Premier League.
You're complaining about Bernardo complaining, by the way.
Yeah, you're right, mate. I'm not allowed to do that. Honestly, Vans are so 1990s, mate. 7 minutes to go then until half-time. Spurs 0, Manchester City 1. Abby, what else has been catching your eye maybe in the footballing world over the last sort of week or so?
What's caught my eye?
Right, you should have really come prepared.
Did you feel something half decent out of Tottenham winning the week? Or do you just feel apathy all the time?
I feel... Oh, I agree.
Ryan Cherky there trying to stop the Spurs counter-attack and he was blocked by the referee. Nico Riley comes forward now. Antoine Semenya's got the ball left-hand side. He goes out to Aiden Norrie. Back to you.
How does a professional footballer fall over when he bumps into a referee?
The referee did. He clattered into him.
I know, but you'd think that you'd have a bit more strength and balance about you. Yeah, you wouldn't just get knocked over by a ref.
I know, that's
back in the day. If you think about old refs and proper footballers, that wouldn't have happened. No. The referee goes over.
Is he a unit?
No, but to be fair,
he does look a unit. Well, they are units now, aren't they?
You see the ref yesterday in the tunnel, one of the games. 20 keep-uppies.
Remember when Howard Webb used to referee and he was massive?
I bet you remember Howard Webb refereeing.
I'll tell you something that caught my eye this week.
My Pilates was good. Sorry.
I've actually been slacking with Pilates.
Yeah, I know. What's going on?
I've been doing more gym stuff. No, what caught my eye yesterday?
Scott said he's been watching your gym videos.
Yeah, you have you?
No, you just.
I do post a lot of gym content. I do. You do post a little bit sometimes.
I post a little bit.
I saw you the other day.
Yeah.
I prefer Abby. So, what's been catching your eye?
What's been catching my eye? I enjoyed Kairat having their goal the other night. I thought that was nice.
Kairat, sorry.
Yeah, I enjoyed that.
Ages ago. It was
Wednesday
night, wasn't it?
I enjoyed that little moment for them. They celebrate. I liked it because, again, when are they probably ever going to be at the Emirates and have a moment to score a pen? And I really enjoyed that moment. I thought Newcastle gave a good account of themselves against PSG.
Oh, they gave a great account of themselves against PSG.
Yeah, I thought that was
should have won Abby in that second half.
Yep. My favourite moment, two favourite moments of the week.
Oh, go on,
One, Benfica.
Unbelievable.
Absolutely unbelievable.
The best bit of reaction in talkSPORT Goal Studio.
No, it was a great reaction.
The best one was in the Sky Sports studio when after Benfica scored, Paul Merson went, so they must have needed another goal. Yeah, probably, Paul. That's probably how it worked. That's probably why the goalkeeper
probably a job to know
when they were leading 3-2.
That was such like a football heritage moment.
Yeah,
I fully loved it.
I love that it was Mourinho on the touchline.
Yeah,
just
everything about it was just perfect.
Perfect.
That was awesome.
And then
bringing in more wrestling references.
Favourite moment was watching...
Better than Benfica Real Madrid?
Well, on par, was watching Adama Traore just absolutely
dash. Oh, that was funny yesterday.
Just dash Kukurea to the side like a ragdoll.
No, but the best bit, I think, was when he went after João Pedro.
Yeah.
Did not want to be involved, did he? Semenyo's got the ball for City. Oh, that's an awful ball.
Terrible ball.
I think he's had a poor first half here, Semenya Lee.
Yeah, I think
by his standards,
playing over Phil Foden, by the way.
I agree. He scored the winner against Tottenham, didn't he? When they beat 3-2 Bournemouth. And I thought
was his last kick in the Bournemouth.
Yeah.
I thought he'd have a really good game here today, but yeah, he's just been a bit. It's not direct enough. What about Chelsea winning at Napoli?
Yeah,
first time since December 2024 a team's beat him.
Conte's not great in the Champions League.
I mean, good for you. That's not on the level of like Benfica.
No, Benfica. No. Last minute limbs, unbelievable.
That's
from a keeper.
For me.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I thought Chelsea.
No. Fair play. As a neutral, you obviously want to see the England. Go on, mate.
The Rosinia's substitutions, by the way.
Yesterday
and the week before.
You could.
You could argue you should have started with them.
I was surprised he made that many changes for the West Ham game yesterday. But sure,
finishers. They call them finishers now, don't they? He's one of those.
Eddie Jones coined that, didn't he?
Eddie Jones
coined the finishers phrase in rugby.
What, substitutions?
Yeah.
Finishers.
Call them finishers and just how you change the game.
Sorry, let's call them substitutions.
Let's call them what they are.
Like Rossini calls them finishers.
Okay. It's a very Rossini.
It makes the substitutions feel more like part of the team.
But
also, you have a specific job to go and finish the game and change it for us.
It's very NFL that. I don't like that.
It is, yeah.
He's growing on me quite a lot, Liam Rossini.
Yeah,
he's got a really nice interview where he admitted, where he said his kids have been sent.
He's seen all the memes,
and his kids send them.
I think it's great that he can laugh at the fact that he's not taking himself too seriously.
He seems like a very normal bloke.
Yeah, and like Chelsea fans, he's like, they shouldn't be applauded for this. They should do this. But like he goes over to the away fans and claps them after the game.
Yep.
Like Chelsea fans, almost means like little things like that are going to, bring you closer to the Chelsea fans.
Even yesterday, saying I'd have booed us. I think just be real, be honest.
Yeah, be you, basically.
I just think he seems like a very decent bloke.
Be like you, Abby, on the show. Just be you.
Just be me.
But you don't try and be somebody else.
No, we don't. You just get the cold, hard version of me.
Yeah.
To having a head loss. Yeah, cool.
Mateus Nunes got the ball for City, edge of the box. Oh, my goodness me.
This is a really strange game.
Yeah. City, they've let their foot off.
For a while.
Really?
Well, it's just like...
In what why?
Because Tottenham are at home. Yeah. They are sat all the players behind the ball.
Correct.
And City aren't bothered about really attacking because they're one goal up. It's really odd.
But also,
imagine being in the ground watching your team.
You pay that much for a season.
They've only got half an hour left and they can go home.
Yeah. Well, firstly, Tottenham are set up in the way that we are usually set up, which is incredibly negative, and that's why the fans are so anti-Thomas Frank. City have
Semenyo.
Oh, he does score. There's me saying he hasn't had the best half.
It came central.
He did come central, yeah.
Lewis, can you hear the game? No, I wanted to hear how loud the boos were just then.
You were right in terms of it's been a strange game, but I kept going back to that point of can City get that second goal? Yeah. They've been dominating this game. Don't allow Spurs to come back in it as the game goes on.
Almost
that's game over.
They almost bored Spurs into submission, didn't they?
And that is, I have to say, look, I think, we know City are a good team. This Spurs first half performance has been nothing short of absolutely embarrassing. Dragoshin has the ball. He plays a ridiculous hoof up the pitch as Rodri wins it back. How easy there, Lee, is it for Rodri to get the ball, to play the ball into Bernardo Silva? Look how much space here Bernardo Silva's got. On the edge of the box, let the ball run across him. Semenyo's completely unmarked, and Semenyo slots the ball past Abbey. From Dragoshin's poor ball to Bernardo Silva having space, Semenyo having space. That defending there is absolutely woeful.
Just woeful, but it's not something like you want me to be shocked. You want me to have a head loss. It's something I see every single week. I've seen this level of performance.
I'm angry watching this. It's pathetic.
But I'm apathetic at this point. I've lost my head so many times sitting in this very seat. I'm not angry anymore. I'm so apathetic to it because if that board are going to continue and persist with this guy in charge, why should I keep getting annoyed and winding my own self up? Have a bit of ambition yourself as the board to say, actually, this team is 15th currently in the Premier League. They can't buy a win. Yeah, we've got injuries, but I'm not using that as an excuse. Look at the level of performance. And you tell me if this is a team that is playing for a manager or a Tottenham team that is worthy of being in a stadium like that or whoever is representing that badge. Now I'm starting to get wound up because, yeah.
We joke, by the way, about Spurs being... I don't know if we're not joking about Spurs being in a relegation.
I'm not joking about it either.
But Nottingham Forest, who are 17th in the table, are 2 points behind Spurs. And Forest and Leeds have found a decent bit of form over the last few weeks. You talk about West Ham. If that, West Ham if West Ham could find a couple of wins, and you've got this really tough
They've
run.
got Burnley coming up as well in this next few games, West Ham.
Next game's Burnley away.
I needed Chelsea to win that game yesterday. And you think that's a joke. It's not a joke. It's actually cold, hard facts.
I know it's not a joke.
I'm embarrassed of this football club. It's not even about the players at this point. And it never really is about the players. It comes back to the whole infrastructure of the club. I'm embarrassed that
I appreciate... I talked to Bournemouth, and you've spoken a lot about the ball. But
they do
I would just say, on the first 45 minutes here, Man City have shown this season, right, that you can get at Man City, right? They are not strong defensively. They can be open in midfield. I can't believe
36 possession percent. 36 possession.
I can't even think that's true.
Yeah, that feels made up.
It feels completely made up. Completely.
What, the 2-0 down. What are they doing? What are they doing?
But guys, you're not.
Abby, I've seen looking around the stadium. Spurs supporters are leaving their seats. It's nearly half time. The mood is bleak.
But this is how many times?
Chance? No. Sorry.
How many times can I sit here?
We have to do it again.
How many times can I sit here and say the same thing every single week?
Yes, I've said. Get another Spurs fan in there next week.
What? No.
You need to say it again.
No, I'm going to have to watch these questions.
Well, shall I?
Sorry.
Cool. Sit back and relax. I'll take it away for you.
Half time in 2 minutes.
New evidence every week. It's the same evidence, but you're getting new evidence.
Same evidence every single week. Look, the players do take account. There is accountability that lays on the players. There is accountability that lays on Thomas Frank. There is accountability that lays on Johan Lange, and accountability that lays on Vinay. And there's accountability that lays on the board, and still Daniel Levy, because he's still involved even though he's not there. The whole thing, the whole infrastructure of Tottenham is the problem. So when change for Spurs,
what about the 45 minutes on the pitch from these players?
And that's why the bloke shouldn't be in charge. Tell me what they've worked on all week.
No, that's what I'm saying.
I refuse to believe that some of these players are as bad as the performance I see week in, week out. Maybe they are, but you can't tell me they're as bad as some of the players at Burnley or some of the players at Wolves.
No,
they're definitely not. So that tells me that what they're doing in training, or the lack of what they're doing in training, ultimately the buck will stop with the manager. Get the bloke out of the club. He shouldn't have been there probably after Christmas. They should have pulled the trigger. One thing I would have said about Daniel Levy, if he was in charge, he'd have done that a lot sooner.
And that's Levy would have sacked Frank by now.
I have seen managers sacked for far less.
Nuno lasted 9 games, didn't he?
Far less. I've seen him sack Martinelli at half time.
Yeah,
I've seen him do that. And do you know what? This manager was the one where it should have been done months ago, time ago. Wasted more and more time on a manager that's going absolutely nowhere, not happening at this club, and now we're even in a worse situation. Yes, we've got injuries. Yes, the recruitment's not good. But the lack of ambition from this board, from this club, I'm embarrassed to be a Spurs fan, because when your own board has no ambition and doesn't care, to dare is to do. You don't dare. You don't do anything other than sit there in your little director's box and occasionally, might do a little thing in the programme saying, yes, we know we're trying to change the club. I appreciate it doesn't happen overnight, but show us something. Connect with us, talk to us. And that's another problem. The disparity and the disconnection between the fans and the board and the manager and the players, and you charge the highest season ticket prices. I feel I repeat myself all the time on that. What are we paying for? What am I paying for? For Beyonce to come to the stadium, to go on the go-kart, to go on the skywalk? I would rather be sat in White Hart Lane all day long in a stadium that had a soul, that actually meant something, and have a porter cabin training ground back in Essex like we used to, than have any of this. I would, because at least the club still had a soul. This is nothing. This is part of a portfolio. It's literally there to generate money, and it's a football club right at the bottom of the list. So that's very annoyed. That's what I get annoyed about. That's what winds me up above everything, and it will always come back on the board. And I can't change that. So I get to a point where I'm apathetic, which, believe it or not, I am today. Doesn't seem it right now. I've got myself worked up again. But I'm apathetic because what am I meant to do? An XG of 0.
Oh my God.
Look at that XG.
0 point. There's a lot of low numbers on that XG, isn't there?
Yeah, the first shot on target was a Xavi
0.1 XG, 155 completed passes to 314. It is terrible.
It's so bleak. It's so unbelievably bleak that I'm just sick and I'm so sick and tired of watching them.
Well, you'll be happy to know, Abby.
We're going to a break.
We're going to go to a little break because you can have a couple of minutes to make
a cup of tea.
Yourself a cup of tea.
Yes, please.
What happened to those biscuits, by the way?
Yeah, where'd they go?
Where did they disappear to?
No, there's cookies out there.
Oh, how many are left, Lewis?
Quite a lot.
They're gone.
5. You've got one and Lee one, haven't he?
Can I have a
I'll have 2.
Can I have a peppermint
you have
tea?
1. I'll have 1.
I think that's
back in a couple of minutes' time. Abby, she's on one today. Can you blame her? Spurs 0, Man City 2.
they seem like a different team. You know, Fernandes is picking the ball up in areas he wants to, and it looks like he's controlling that midfield. You know, you've got Mainu who's come back into it. He's really, you know, amazing performances, really, when he hasn't played in the Premier League since probably May, isn't it? Something like that. So, you know, certain players have come back in, Ben, and, you know, it looks like they've been let off the leash. And some of the goals against Man United, against Arsenal, Cuna's goal was a fantastic winner, but even the second and first goal, Burmo took it so well.
Yeah, I think United have had these players. They've had players that are verging on the edge of world class. They've had them for the last couple of seasons, but they just haven't been able to show it. They haven't been able to go out there and express themselves and play with a smile on the face. I know this system. We all know this system didn't really suit Man United with 3 at the back, and it wasn't rocket science to change it to 4. It really wasn't. So I think everybody is just is on board with this kind of confidence, and now everybody. But you look at the fixtures they've got as well: Spurs, West Ham, Everton, Palace. The next 4 games. That guy, the one who hasn't cut his hair for a while, the United Strand guy.
United Strand, yeah. I'm
thinking that he doesn't want these to be wins, you know. I'm thinking, like, what's he going to do for content afterwards? So, they've got a massive chance now. They win these 4 games, they're absolutely flying.
Yeah, I mean, they have been just a breath of fresh air recently. And last week, Ben, was a bit of a free hit. There was no real pressure on Manchester United. The pressure was on Arsenal. Yeah. How do you feel about the state of the league table now? Just to get your thoughts on that. Do you think Arsenal can handle the pressure of being hunted by City and Villa?
I'm a little bit nervous for them, I can't lie. I watched them against United, and they didn't have this real belief to really just go and kill the game. Obviously, they scored.
Very good afternoon. Welcome back to TalkSport Goals. We are live on TalkSport's YouTube channel and on your smart TVs. TalkSport Goals is brought to you by our very good friends at William Hill, 18 plus, gambleaware.org. It's Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Scott Saunders.
Exasperated.
Yeah, exasperated. I was going to say an irate Abby Summers, which I quite like.
I love how I started that by saying I'm apathetic.
Apathetic.
And then I felt...
That's how it works, though. Like, I feel a lot of similarities in what you just said there to how frustrated I was with United under Ruben Amorim. And like even watching Tottenham then, like I know I defended him a lot, but watching Tottenham then carry the ball like through the middle third and into the final third, and you have like 2 attackers like off the guys on the ball and like 7 defenders to break down. And I know that's not like the real issue at hand here, but it doesn't. You got no. It doesn't seem like you got any hope.
It's just so incredibly embarrassing, and it's like. I feel when I start talking, and like I feel the blood and the boil inside of me. Like it's like I can't actually control it, and I get hot and I get sweaty, and I just need to throttle this board. Like I think of it all the time. I literally, honestly, the amount of times I used to think about what would I do. I told you this. What would I do if I ever saw Daniel leaving?
Yeah, what would you do? I've seen him a few times in Broadway.
Is that where he goes? Is that where he frequents?
No, who's Tottenham's Michael Carrick? Who's the guy who could come in and just kick?
Ryan Mason.
No, shut up.
Steady the ship and just get him going again.
I was gonna during half time have a little bit of like just a little bit of smoke.
Oh, sorry, right.
No, it's up to you guys. I don't know.
We got plenty of time to talk about that in the second half.
We've got 3 minutes here. I will say Villanelle Brentford 1, United 3, Fulham 2, Forest 1, Palace 1. It is Spurs 0, Man City 2. Spurs have been pathetic in that first half. Lee, how's the weekend been for you guys at William Hill?
Terrible yesterday. Yeah, bad day for the bookies.
Why yesterday? What favourites win?
Well, because a lot of the favourites. Were quite good prices, weren't they? We talked about this. I mean, Chelsea were a little short, I guess, 1-2, but that's expected. But Liverpool were a reasonable price, weren't they? Actually, to win. So people did back them, and then they won well and won with both teams scoring. So any time when favourites win with both teams scoring, it tends to mean that it's a bad day. A good day for final one standing players. A lot of them got through because of that. But today will be a much better day. Obviously, the fact that Villa lost is a big result. If Man United had drawn with Fulham, that would have been a huge result for us. But a lot of people back in Manchester United.
Yeah, you went under 2.5 goals in the William Hill preview show, Brighton Everton, which that was one, wasn't it? Yeah. That came off. You fancied the Forest Palace game to be a draw, which was correct. Yeah, you said you didn't fancy Newcastle. Yeah, you've had a. Sorry, Wolves Bournemouth. Do you know? You probably don't know. Did Bournemouth have more than 6 corners? I need to know.
It's 6 exactly.
Oh no way!
I've got it by that.
Lee always we do a preview show every week for the YouTube channel, and Lee always every month or two we go for the most niche stat ever, where he'll tell me how many corners Bournemouth have had or something.
Bournemouth average over 6 corners every away game, and they get 6.
Oh,
I bet there's one as well. I bet that I didn't watch the game. I bet there was one that was should have been a corner. Or could have been a corner.
Yeah, it wasn't. And in terms of outrights and stuff,
I just asked the traders after the results earlier on to see how Man United's price had changed in terms of the top 5. I guess
he thinks Villa are going to miss out on Champions League football.
Probably going to call it top 5. So
is that tough for you? How do you know when to you just go Champions League football basically?
No, it's top 4. There's top 4, top 5, top 6. But I'm going to say top 5. I think we will. Pre-match today, Villa were 1-12 to finish in the top 5. Liverpool 4-11, and Man United 1-2. So all odds on. Man United will be about the same price as Liverpool now to finish in the top 5. So it's a fairly short price to.
Yeah, Villa come out a bit.
They'll drift a little bit, but they'll still be a short price, and obviously City and Arsenal are prohibitively short. So
I was at QPR Coventry yesterday. Coventry lose.
Mm-hmm.
Coventry was still top now, just in goal difference. They've won 4 of their last 12 games. Coventry. They haven't won any of the last 7 away games. Coventry. So I mean, bad form. They're still top. Borough did win yesterday in the Championship, so they go level on points with Coventry. But Coventry are a little bit fortunate that some of the chasing pack yesterday.
Still odds on. Still odds on 10, but only just 10-11. Remember, they were really short when they were on that great run. Middlesbrough second favourites 9-4, then Ipswich at 3-1. In terms of the promotion picture, which I know you had a close eye on, there's still 1-6 to get promoted, Coventry. Middlesbrough 1-3, same price Ipswich. So that's a really good race between those two. Hull are now 100-30. Millwall, who you've been talking about since the start of the pre-season, 9-2 to be promoted. Then Southampton 9-1, who got a good win at Stoke, didn't they? Birmingham 10s, Wrexham 12s.
Yeah,
I mean, Wrexham's story is mad again, isn't it?
I mean, Wrexham are going really. They're currently 6th in the tables. Yeah. They're on a really, really good run of form, Wrexham. And again, it's I say this all the time on the show, but it's so tight. I mean, Southampton down 14th are 7 points off the playoffs. And, there's normally one team that in the last 6 to 8 games can time their run really well and win 6 in a row, 7 in a row, whatever, and sort of gate crash the top 6. And I think with Coventry, I think if Coventry don't come top 2 and drop down to the playoffs, I don't think they go up. I think that to have led for so long to have to do that.
Surely they've got another good. Excuse me, Scott. They've got another good run in them. You'd think. There's so many goals in that team. I mean, I don't know what you.
So many good attacking players.
Shots on. Which is surprising. You've got 4 or 5 players who you can go shots on target in a bet builder.
Asante, Ellis Sims. Sakamoto is a good player. It's tight there. We're approaching half 5 then on talkSPORT goals. We'll take a very, very quick break. When we come back, we're watching the second half of Tottenham Man City, and Abby is going to tell me everything that people are saying on social media.
Looking at the points, they're on the same points as Crystal Palace. They're 2 in front of Leeds. They're 3 in front of Forest. They're 8 ahead of West Ham. They haven't won, though, in any of their last 5 games in the Premier League when they've played Burnley, West Ham, Bournemouth, Sunderland and Brentford. And the next 7 fixtures that they've got look pretty tricky. City at home at the weekend, United away, Newcastle at home, Arsenal at home, Fulham away, Palace at home, Liverpool away, straight after the international break, plus the Champions League fixtures thrown into that. Are they too good to get dragged into a relegation battle?
I think they are. And I think a bigger problem for them as well, Sam, is, like Crookie said there, some of these players are turning up in the Champions League. But are you looking at Simmons and saying, look at the standard of players you're playing against in the Champions League? As well. Yeah, Moani hasn't scored in the Premier League yet. But they're 10 points off Manchester United in fourth position. If I'm the hierarchy at Spurs, I'm saying we want to get back-to-back Champions League seasons. Not going to happen this season because they're miles off.
Can you see them getting back into contention for a European place?
No.
With games against City, United, Newcastle, Arsenal, Fulham and Palace and Liverpool over the next.
They could easily not win a game out of all those games. They could easily not win.
Well, he'll be gone if that does happen. You know, he's bought himself a little bit of respite, certainly with a hierarchy. Won't take long for the fans to turn again if they start to struggle against Man City this weekend. If they don't start to put wins on the board, inevitably they're going to make a change.
Solanke could be a player that helps him out. It's looked good to see Solanke back. He's given him that physical presence up front, holding the ball up, linking with players. Took his goal well during the week as well. That is not an easy finish to take your time, composure, put into the corner of the net. So keeping Solanke fit, getting him the service that he needs. But other players have got to turn up. Simmons, Muani, Odebear. You've got to do more.
A very good afternoon. Welcome back to talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing, which is new from William Hill. Is 18 plus. GambleAware.org. It's Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Abby Summers, and Scotty Saunders. With you until we're mixing things up on talkSPORT Goals, keeping things fresh. talkSPORT Goals is live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and on your smart TVs until around, basically the conclusion of the Spurs-Man City game. And then when we're done, Madge and Alan Pardew are going to be here taking your calls on a busy day of football. The results today: Aston Villa 0, Brentford 1. Villa losing back-to-back home games in the league. Brentford win for the first time in 2 after 7th. United left it late, Fulham left it late to equalise against Man United. Then Man United left it really late to score against Fulham. Benjamin Sesko scoring off the bench. Lovely finish. Forest 1, Palace 1. Spurs 0, Man City 2. Rangers dropped points away at Hibernian in the SPL, but Celtic beat Falkirk by 2-2. We put a little bet builder on, didn't we, team, for the Spurs-Man City game? Excuse me. I went for over 3.5 goals, so it's Spurs 0, Man City 2. Also, by the way, when you're losing 2-0, I'm not sure Pap Sarr's the sort of player you want to see come on to try and change the game. Anyway, I'll get Abby's thoughts on that in a second. I've gone over 3.5 goals. We're halfway there. Okay, I'm happy with that. Scott went Haaland to score anytime. He's had a couple of chances. Abby went Romero yellow. Hasn't come in yet. Feels like it's going to happen. Yeah. And you were loving life, Lee, because Ryan Cherky scored the Man City goal and you went him to score or assist anytime, didn't you?
Yeah. So we're on the way, aren't we? Romero card. You think the more frustrated he gets, you'd think that'd happen. If City push on a bit more, I think we land this, because Haaland's likely to score, or if he goes off and the substitute comes on.
I feel like he might get subbed to Haaland.
Oh, sorry, Romero's off.
Oh, who's coming on for him?
Oh, did you start coming from Romero?
So we need Sarr to get booked.
Yeah, number 17, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so yeah.
I'm sorry, who's my centre back?
So Sarr to be booked.
It looks like Pauline is playing alongside Dragushin.
That's
Romero off at half time. Is that another injury?
I'm actually
must be injured, right?
Must be another injury.
Either that or he's just battered Thomas Frank. So I'm not sure.
We obviously I've just seen Romero's gone in on Frank at half time. Yeah. Obviously, we hope that. I'm sure that hasn't happened. We hope that hasn't happened. Obviously, corner for Man City. Oh, Skakey won the ball at the far post, back into the box. Romero has gone off at half time for Pap Sarr. So I'll try and work out there. Maybe. It looks like Paulina's gone. It looks like it might just be a 4-3-3 now, where Paulina's playing alongside Dragushin, Udogi at left back and Gray at right back. He must be injured.
I don't know. I'm trying.
Romero,
sometimes with Impact Sub, it's really good. He's really helps you out. That's not a good one. I don't think he's ever had a yellow card.
I feel like Romero's more likely to get yellow carded than.
He picked up 6 last season, 9 the season before for Tottenham in full seasons. He's had 0 this season, so maybe he's due one, to be fair. That carries on. That Romero card carries over to Sarr.
This is crazy.
Romero's had a habit of coming up with late goals recently as well.
Well, he must obviously be injured. I can't imagine he's taking him off for a tactical change or he's resting him for the next game. We'll try and find out why.
We've got a week off.
Yeah. No, he must be injured. Abby, a lot of emphasis there. You've been busy on your phone in your. One of my friends, Paul Newman, by the way. Have you heard of Paul Newman, Abby?
No,
he's a cricket journalist for No Works The Athletic. I think I've just watched the worst half of football from my Tottenham in my lifetime. Ground is like a morgue, total apathy, bereft of all ambition, sleepwalking towards relegation. And I know Paul, he's a level-headed man, he's a good man, he loves Spurs, he's passionate. I'll read that one more time. I've just watched the worst half of football from Tottenham in my lifetime. Ground is like a morgue, total apathy, bereft of all ambition, sleepwalking towards relegation, Abby.
Yeah, I think you're spot on.
There's some frustration in this Spurs lineup as well. They just come out a bit niggly, and there's already been a couple. That's a yellow for Solanke, I think, and then there's been a couple of other little niggly challenges. This could get messy. Disciplinary wise and goal wise.
I mean, it could do. I mean, I've seen quite a few different things, obviously, on social media over the last 15, 20 minutes or so. But basically, everything that your friend Paul said is nailed on. They said, I've heard a better atmosphere at a funeral. Like, it's basically it's dead in there. 62,000 people just numb, and if they're not numb, they're booing, because fair enough. I saw another good tweet that said Ange beat City with a centre-back partnership of Ben Davies and Dragusin, which is a great point. So even with injuries, it's about the intent, it's about the belief that you've got in the side, and about the manager, and what you've worked on every week in training, and the belief you have in the squad. So I've seen us do that when I've had Emerson Royale at centre back against City.
Oh, remember him?
Yeah. Look.
Nori for City into Haaland there again. Maybe that wasn't the best ball, to be fair, from Nori, Abby.
No, but there was another tweet which I actually read to you guys, that Martin Samuels on Sunday Supplement, and he said,
he works the Times here. Be careful.
I would call him out to his face about it. I'm just reading it, saying it's a bit it's been one season like this. It's knee jerk, and Spurs have lost 43 out of their last 99 Premier League games, 4 Premier League wins in a year, and the highest season ticket price in Europe. So I wouldn't agree that it's knee jerk. I think
that's fair. And again, you mentioned the money that Spurs fans are paying. You've mentioned obviously how long you had to wait for that trophy before last season. So,
and also,
can I ask you a question, Lee? Well, when Abby's talking, because again, Lee, you support a team. They're outside of the Premier League. They're in League Two, Grimsby, aren't they? Ball into the box. Gallagher, that is high and wide and poor. I'll come to you, Lee, on this. When you hear Abby speak, and she speaks very eloquently about the hierarchy, the ball, the lack of ambition, etc., etc. Do you think that's vindicated, or do you sometimes think, all right, Abby, fine, it's not great, but be careful what you wish for. Not be careful what you wish for, but you still got to see your team win a trophy last season, playing in the Premier League.
I think I've said before, the expectation is higher than it should be for some teams. So Tottenham right now, the expectation is higher than it should be.
Yeah.
Admittedly, the bar is pretty low at the minute.
You can say we pay more money for our season than any other teams,
and that is the point that I was going to make. I think if you're paying the sort of money that you're expected to pay, you should be expected to see a better product. Whether that's if you were going to the theatre regularly and you were being charged £100 a ticket, you'd expect to see some decent stuff, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying you expect to win every week, but you'd expect to see something. You'd expect all the things that you detail about the running of the club. It's absolutely fair enough. Yeah. You should deserve to see more. Now, injury, sport, isn't it? And injuries can happen and all the rest of it, so you understand that.
That's why I don't use it as an excuse. I think there is a big investigation that needs to be had as to why we get so many injuries.
Yeah. But we would be just as... If I'm a Grimsby fan and I'm going week in, week out and I'm seeing my team lose and we're at the bottom of League Two, I'd be just as annoyed as Abby is, but my expectation would be a little bit lower, wouldn't it? I wouldn't be expecting to go and win.
Chance for a doggy! Oh, what a save by the keeper! The ball got worked to a doggy inside the box. It almost just set off him perfectly. A big, strong, powerful shot went towards goal. And to be fair to Donnarumma, who hasn't really had to make a save so far today, has he? It's a big, strong fingertip over the bar. That's a good save because he hits that with pace, doesn't he, Scott?
Yeah. Look, I think... We need to see, or the Spurs fans in the stadium need to see some kind of impact and some kind of intent from Tottenham. I've seen nothing so far today. It's been absolutely abject.
They've come out the second half a bit more.
I was just thinking a few minutes ago, out of possession though, they've changed to a 4-2-3-1, I think, with the substitution that was made with Romero. But it looks a lot the same.
Oh, Dragic in there.
Put it this way, it couldn't have been any worse, could it, boys?
Yeah, it was.
No. I just wanted to pick up on something you said about the fans, right? Because say what you want about whether or not we wanted to lose this game, whatever. Some of it is obviously we'll say it in banter or just a little bit, type of thing. We obviously don't want to be in a relegation battle, but we are. That's the cold, hard facts of it. I would say about this fan base, we are incredibly self-deprecating, and you will not find a fan base, probably, especially in the Premier League, that is more honest about their club's faults when it comes to Spurs. We are always the butt of every single joke and always have been. We are Spursy. We are always laughable, and that is, something that we're defensive about that in the sense that, we can laugh at ourselves because everyone else laughs at us. Maybe it's just like a defense mechanism at times. But I would say that you give us something to get behind. It doesn't. All we want to see is a performance that plays for the badge, right? You can lose a game.
That's a good ball into the box.
Solanke, just as Solanke should score! Yeah, they do score, Spurs! Tottenham are back in it. Tottenham 1, Man City 2. The first half performance was pathetic, but the first 7 minutes of this second half, Spurs have been a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more, having a little bit more intent in possession, which is what you need. And Dominic Solanke goes to on goal. He keeps his composure and puts the ball into the back of the net. And we speak a lot about Man City and how great Man City teams would be 4-5 up at this point and out of sight. Man City aren't out of sight, and a proper City side would have been out of sight at half time. Simmons with a really nice ball through to Solanke, an unbelievable pass. Solanke gets through, shrugs off Kuzanov, and then there's a couple of bodies that go towards him. He puts the ball in the back of the net. Yeah, look at that power there. Get out of the way, Kuzanov. Nice bit of skill to put it onto his right foot. And then, he kind of kicks through Gahey.
Gahey's leg, doesn't
It's not a foul, is it that?
No, I think that's an own goal, Gahey. I think that's
come off Gahey lost.
Yeah,
but Abby, that's good proper centre-forward play from Solanke. And the ball from Simmons as well is really impressive.
That is good. And that was basically what I was saying. If you give fans something to get behind, they will get behind it. Show a little bit of fight, show a little bit of determination for the badge and a little bit of performance. And these fans who will...
What are they checking?
He's kicked his leg.
Are they checking first for the offside? And then does Solanke kick through the back of leg of Gahey? That's what I'm asking.
He kicks Gahey's leg, which then kicks the ball.
He's not offside first. He's not offside.
He's just pointing to the spot. He definitely... I don't think it was a foul, by the way. No. VAR's like, they look at everything, don't they?
In all honesty, City haven't had to get out of second gear, so let's see what they do.
Well, they might have to now, Man City.
Let the game coast.
They have let the game coast. That's what City do now. They let the go. This is the problem, Man City. They got great players. They can play great football, but I sound like a broken record. I'm going to repeat myself. For all the great attacking players they have, the great Man City teams of the past would control games, dominate games, have 80% of possession, and they would kill you off. How often do you watch Man City be 3-4 up at half time? And I think a more clinical Man City team in that first half would not have gone in at half time 2 up. It could have been 3-4. It was like a training session for most of the half.
They need like an aggressive midfielder. They need a Roy Keane type in that midfield to go, right, we're not having this. This is what's happening. But, because it's so, I mean, obviously Rodri's an unbelievable player, but
I don't think it's a foul, no.
No, you can't give a foul in that because he's in the process of taking the shot.
Foul.
He's in the process of taking the shot.
I agree. I winced when I saw it for the first time because I thought you'd, but I agree. I think when you go for a shot, no.
See, look at them.
Look at the joy inside the stadium.
Give them something to get behind.
That's Spurs fans that want to see their team beat Man City.
That's a team. That's. Look, do you not think that all of us? I can't remember, bar Bilbao, the last time I would honestly having a good day at Spurs or being proud of this club. It's years. It's years above the night in Bilbao. Give us something.
Well, they might give you something here, Abby, because you have pulled a goal back in the second half against Man City. Spurs 1, Man City 2. Also, Scott, the pass from Xavi Simons as well. Talk about having that little bit of extra quality.
He's been good today.
I think he's and last few weeks of Oli, I think we're starting to see the best of Simons, but just that ability to have the ball deep and play that kind of defence splitting pass.
Yeah, it's a Gahey own goal, by the way. It's been given so far. So,
again, City switching off.
Solanke came out, got the yellow card, looked like he was up for it, and obviously, made an impact. That's all you want, isn't it?
Yeah.
Make an impact. Have a go at City. But the thing is, City lost at Man United, lost at Bodo Glimt. So they get after them.
You can let City have the ball. United showed it a couple of weeks ago. You can let City have the ball, but if you show that you've got an attacking intent going the other way, you can sit in and you can actually hurt them because they do have a soft underbelly. Look at that backline today. It doesn't overly convince you, really. This isn't the City team that was dominating 80% possession at all times and had the sting in the tail to go with it. This is a City team that lets you off the hook. And they have let them off the hook in the first half.
Yeah. Did any of you guys think that was a foul?
No, is there social discussion about it?
Well, just the first person I've seen is Clinton Morrison saying that should be a foul. I don't know what VAR are doing. VAR should have got involved. He kicks through Gahey. That's one person.
I see where you're coming from, but I just don't think you can get to the point where
it's not a foul when you're going for a shot.
He's going for a. He's pulled his leg back and Gahey's got in there.
He's ready to take the shot.
Yeah, he's taking the shot. He's in possession of the ball.
Bernardo Silva now for Man City. He's got Haaland at the back post. He tries to pick him out. Fair play to Xavi Simons there. Does well, wins the ball. And now he comes forward. Now he shows a bit of aggression for a slide tackle. City winning back. Now, great game of football here. Cherki, right-hand side, cuts in on his left foot, gets the shot away. And Archie Gray manages to clear. But Lee, one thing for certain now, we've got a game on our hands here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and in terms of the odds, I mean, Tottenham were massive outsiders at 2-0 down, the 14-1, the draw 4-1. We've boosted a red card show. I don't know if it's it doesn't feel that touchy. I know there's a few kind of tackles flying in, but 7-2 for a red card to be shown here, and 3 goals. We need one more goal for your bet builder.
Pep Guardiola, I think, has just been booked there. He does that sort of sarcastic kind of, yeah, we go. Honestly, I went on a rant, didn't I? I don't know if you guys were on the show last week, and I had to go at Pep for complaining at that, Wolves, the referee in the Wolves game. Yeah. And the bloke, it was his first game, but he just, Pep Guardiola walked over there and started shouting in his face. And, the referee just stood there and took it. This time, Pep's moaning on the sidelines, and the referee's, fair enough, has gone over there and said, no, you can't do that, and showed him he had a card. And fair play, don't let him get away with it. If these refs are going to... I don't understand, Lee, when, you're allowed in the rule books for dissent to show cards. When these refs stand there and scream or talk sarcastically to the fourth official, even if whatever point they're trying to make, just book them. Yeah. Just shut them up.
Yeah. They'll be in the stand and then they won't be...
I'll tell you what, the more time I look at that, by the way, I do think that's...
It's a shot, though, isn't it?
He still does kick through the back of Gay. He does.
If you look at it, yes, he does kick through the back of him, but, he's in possession of the ball.
He's about to take a shot.
But does that?
I'm sorry, I don't think that's a foul. I think
it's not a foul for me. If you're ruling goals out on VAR for things like that, I think the game's already gone as it is.
He's literally in front of goal.
I know.
I think that's crazy. I think that's absolutely crazy work if that was to be ruled out for that. But the game and VAR seem to.
No, it's VAR. I'm saying not VAR. It's my. I'm not.
I see where people are
discussion about it, guys. I think we should talk about these sort of things.
Okay, if that was ruled out on Ekatike, would you feel the same way?
No, I'm happy. I'm not.
He was good yesterday.
I'm not. I'm having a conversation, Abby, about something we've seen on TV in the Premier League game.
I just asked you.
That's my job as a host, is to host the show and to have discussions.
Your opinion was that would be that you think that is a foul. So I'm just asking you, would you think that's a foul if that was Liverpool?
I think that when the ball comes off Gahey, Solanke does kick through the.
Watching? Can you share it with the?
No, I've just seen a picture. I mean, that angle there. I mean, Solanke does kick through the back of Gahey.
But he's going to hit the ball, isn't he?
Yeah, no, I know that, Lee. But if you go up and try and win a header, but by mistake elbow someone in the face, it's still
a bit different.
No, that's different.
I'm trying to say, Abby. I appreciate Dominic Solanke's intention was obviously to kick the ball, but I'm saying if you execute it wrong,
if you go for a header,
I don't know. If
you go up for a header and
I can't quite believe this is a conversation.
If you go up for a header,
it is a conversation.
If you go up for a header and you end up butting heads with someone, that's never a free kick because you're going for a header. So I don't think that can be the same.
Right. So first off, we have 36% possession. We've now got it's completely flipped round.
Wow.
66% possession to their 34. So I wonder if Thomas Frank got told he's getting sacked at half time and the team thought yes, but now
it's a yellow again, isn't it?
Yeah, by the way, the more I'm looking at it, I think it's a foul, by the way. He completely kicks through Solanke, through Gahey's leg, which I don't think you're allowed to. You can't kick through a player's leg in football.
He's taking a shot.
No, yeah, I know that. But if you try and make a tackle and get it wrong and kick through someone, it's a foul.
Different.
What are you on about, Abby?
Game's gone.
Game's absolutely gone.
Game is gone if you run that out.
Crazy.
Game's gone.
Lee?
Full stop.
I don't think that's a foul.
All right.
At first,
any of you boys in the back think it's a foul?
At first, I wondered.
Marco? Foul for
Marco
you?
does, I'm sure.
Do you think... No, he'd like us to win this game, obviously. Do you think that's a foul? Marco? Not Marco. What's your name? Lewis?
Yeah, he says he thinks it's a foul.
You both think it's a foul?
Yeah, these are sensible lads. But remember the one we had a few months ago of the Van Dijk header, and all you three in here were like, "Oh my god, what are you talking about?" And then when everything calmed down and you watched it back, I mean, I think Quakey was the first to say apologies to me. Maybe not as resented about that one as this one.
I see your point. He has kicked through the back of him.
It's a conversation then, Abby, isn't it?
I think it could be no more than a 10-second thing, really.
All right. Well, what do you want to talk about then?
Tottenham are back.
Honestly, do you want to go another round about the owners or something like that?
I want Tottenham to score in the 74th minute and see if everyone leaves.
Abby, what I think you should do is you should walk out the studio in 75 minutes
I would,
and not come back.
In solidarity.
That would make for a really good social media.
Come back. Do they come back or do they leave and that's it, they go home?
No, you can't come. It doesn't have quite the same effect if you come back 30 seconds
that's
later,
the point.
right?
Yeah, I'm making my point.
I was going to say, if you can come back, you can go out the studio and come back.
I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to be a part of it. I fully back change for Spurs. Spurs. I'd like some change.
Just to let you know, I mean, everyone thinks it's a foul. I'm just saying.
That's okay. I don't think that's a foul.
All right, let me know when you change your opinion, Abby.
I won't change my opinion.
I'd love to know what do the refs say about it. I'd like to see what their view.
Oh, so Marco doesn't think it's a foul now. Marco changed his opinion. Lewis, you're backing me up, aren't you?
I need to see this.
Marco, why have you changed your opinion?
Yeah, definite foul. Thank you. I don't think he saw it. Yeah, he has got every right to go for it, but he didn't get there. He kicked through the back of the player and didn't get the ball, so therefore that would be deemed as a free kick. Anyway,
good header from Mark Gay.
We should move on, shouldn't we?
Yeah,
because I don't want Abby to get upset. You know,
I'm not. That's the least of my.
Yeah, true. The goal stood, didn't it?
I could care less.
By the way, hey, Tom Banton, 46 from 28, Lee. England need 15 runs from 14.
Yeah, good.
I still want to know why Romero's off. I'm still trying to.
Yeah, well, it must be a knock. You must have contacted this other club, can't you?
Lady.
Mid-game. Mid-game update, please.
Yeah. Harvey Elliott, by the way, is 3 more appearances away, and they'll have to trigger the 35 million obligation to apply. So I reckon he's got.
Surely that can't.
I reckon he's got 2 more appearances in him. Then he's done, right?
Like surely Villa can't trigger that. What a bad move, though. What a bad move for him. Like off the back of such a high moment.
I can't believe Aston Villa. Would oh goodness me, that was a really good tackle there from João Palhinha on 8-0. The 8-0 he's gone down, and now Spurs on the counter attack. Xavi Simons has the ball. He's got Conan Moani to his left hand side. He picks up Conan Moani, goes down the line, and that's, I think, good defending there from Mateus Nunes. Nunes, by the way, has low key gone to right back and done really well, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think City fans are actually raving about him at the moment. Like initially when he moved out there, I think people were looking at him thinking this was just a square peg in a round hole, but he seems to have adapted to it really well. In the context
remember
of
when
what
Kim was in here for the Manchester derby and he was slagging off Rico Lewis, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was poor in that game.
After that game, they were talking about how much they missed him. I think this might be a bad one for Aït-Nouri.
Yeah, it looked nasty. It was a strong challenge from Paulinho.
It was a really
old school, wasn't it, Lee?
It was a powerful run, but he just ran straight into him, to be fair. He should have released the ball before this. It's a great run, but then he just kind of runs out of... It's like...
Yeah, his ankles...
I don't know if I think the tackle actually maybe isn't, but I think he gets himself... Oh, yeah, I hope nothing's pulled there. I think... Am I fair in saying, Scott, that the actual tackle from Paulinho maybe isn't as bad as... Like, he does get some of the ball, but yeah.
I think it's just an honest coming together. It's just...
it was a twist. He is up and walking, though.
Yeah, he's running now. Yeah. Unbelievable. It's funny, isn't it, how they kind of go down like they've been shot, and then suddenly he's absolutely fine.
Maybe he was hurt, mate. Remember that time he pulled your hamstring in here?
Oh,
I didn't scream, did I?
You made a meal of it, mate. You let everyone know about it.
I just left it on the 75th minute.
Yeah.
I came back then.
Yeah, well.
It actually went down as a Gahey own goal anyway.
It was.
Yeah, it was an own goal.
It was definitely an own goal, Abby. It came off him last, because that's the point I'm making, Abby. Solanke kicked through the back of Gahey, coming off Gahey into the back of the net.
It's literally not foul.
Okay, fine, but it was a Gahey own goal. Have you only just clocked it was a Gahey? Where have you been for the last 10 minutes?
Just trying to figure out what happened with Romero, but that no one knows.
Has anyone seen Christian Romero?
No one knows quite what's gone on, whether or not he's injured or.
It would be an odd tactical change to make anyway if you put in like Levi Paulinho.
Well, it's either an injury or something has happened at half time.
Yeah.
Like Romero's gone in there.
Yeah.
Do you think that's a possibility, Abby?
Do I think what? Sorry.
Like Romero's gone in there and had a bust up, or is that just my making up?
Speculate wildly.
Well, no, I did just say.
The general speculation would be that he's gone in there and gone mental, but like, I mean, you would.
I mean, it was a bad first half. It was terrible.
Yeah, but you wouldn't take your club captain off.
Is he on the bench?
No, he's not come out.
Again, everybody on social media is speculating that it's.
Because it's a very Romero.
I'm sure there's some sort of knock, Lee, right? You're the sensible one here.
Thing to do.
Yeah, you'd think.
You think it's some knock.
Great story, if not though.
Yeah, I know. All the great story, if not. Right, what can Spurs are playing much better here in the second half.
He did that social media message the other week, didn't he?
And then he got
actually just thinking about it.
Then he had to change the word.
Which one was that?
He put something out on Instagram blasting the club, didn't he?
I can't remember what loss that was.
When you say blast the club,
no, it was proper like you.
Well, the manager.
I think the football club.
Yeah, the
in general.
Conan Moani. He does really well there. Used his body well. Do you know what? I love a goalkeeper that celebrates like a good tackle and a good save. Gahey did really well. They got his body in front of Rando Conan Moani, and Donnarumma came out and swept it up. But again, 66 gone. It's Spurs 1, City 2. And then just Spurs to play well in the second half, been much better. But you just wondered, from a City point of view, they should be more clinical. They could have killed this game off. And Spurs, Abby, to be fair, in the second half, you've been much. Yeah, I mean, City haven't. Most of the play's been in City's half, hasn't it?
Yeah, they've looked much better second half. It begs the question why they...
Solanke, ball in from Simmons. Solanke just missed it.
Why didn't they start a little bit more positively, really. Why does it take you being 2-0 down to do that?
Chance here there maybe for Semenyo. Haaland plays in Semenyo down the left-hand side, just slows things down. He's up against Paulinho. Oh, Paulinho jumps in, wins the ball and does really well. That'll be a goal kick. That's the aggression that Spurs fans want to see.
Yeah, obviously little bit of change of shape as well too. It's been helpful, but yeah, I'm a bit lost for words when it comes to us, to be honest with you. I really am.
You don't sound it when you go off one, Abby.
No, but then once
this is better though, isn't it?
It is better.
But is it hard
again,
to get excited? Is it hard to get excited by it?
I don't get excited about any. I'm sorry, I can't get excited about it.
If it went 2-2, would you get?
I still wouldn't get excited. No, I don't.
You just always seem to suspect there's still a sting in the tail because they're not playing well enough. The similarities to what happened at United for a long time.
I really don't
right there.
feel much. I really don't. Because even
after everything that you said about the club and the direction and what they're doing, is one game actually going to change that?
No, of course not. Even if we managed to win this game, it wouldn't change my feeling. It wouldn't change my feeling towards the board. It wouldn't change my feeling towards the manager, and everything would still be the same. And we'd probably come to United and then lose that game. So no, I don't get excited over anything when it comes to Spurs, other than full time.
Well, in this case,
I can stop watching them. Yes.
Ryan Cherky's gone down for Man City.
Done.
Look at the shiner under Ryan Desai there, by the way. Have you seen that? Yeah. That's nasty, doesn't it?
He was warming up before when Cherky had a little knock, and I saw it then. Yeah.
Cherky's gone back down to the ground now. So, bet builders. Oh, but I need one more goal for my one to come in. Yeah. We need a Saar yellow, and we need a. Imagine going Haaland to score. I mean, what a stupid thing to say.
Haaland's been pretty absent.
He's like.
He really just looks very cumbersome.
Yeah.
You were spot on with that.
Yeah. His touch is really heavy, isn't it? Like when you see him with the ball, he started off the game pretty well actually, but then when you see him get the ball, God, it's like.
Gokeres-like, isn't it? Wow, that was rude of me. It was a joke. It was a joke, guys. It was a joke.
And he's probably got enough in his locker now to.
Yeah, I think he's backed off those comparisons. He's yeah. Look.
Yeah, Cherky's coming off now. Yeah.
Nico on as well. So you've lost control of this game. Yeah, they really have. It's.
How'd you lose control to Spurs?
I know. As much as Spurs have been better in the second half, City have let them off the hook completely, and you'd think that with a team that has Haaland in it, with a team that has the amount of quality that they do have, Spurs were there for the taking. They could have been 3-4-0 up. There was so much space for them to go and actually really put the hurting on Spurs and be able to rotate for at this time of the game without the game actually in the balance. They were so far clear, so much space for them, and now Tottenham have. Whatever's happened at half-time, something's happened at half-time, hasn't it?
Yeah,
something's happened, and it's put a rocket up them, and they're looking a lot better.
Something has definitely happened at half-time. I'm just having obviously Matisse Tell's come on. Why maybe he didn't start Tell as well? I mean, he's the one that didn't obviously play during the week, fresh legs. He really doesn't fancy Tell one bit. I'm just having a look to see what else. We haven't got anything else on the bench.
I thought he was looking to leave before the deadline.
Yeah, him and Casemiro. Casemiro didn't want to be here either.
Gallagher now doing well down the right-hand side. He's got bodies in the middle. Gallagher crosses Solanke! What a goal! Dominic Solanke! Tottenham 2, Man City 2. Dominic Solanke scored 2 in 5 minutes, and Spurs are back on level terms. Wow. What a finish this is. Abby, Spurs are back level.
I mean, I would love
what an off, by the way, also, I know we're speaking a lot about Spurs. Yeah. In terms of the title race, a massive final 20 minutes, Scott.
Absolutely massive. It's an incredible goal from Solanke. What a finish it is. I think we're all in shock here because we didn't expect that Spurs, as much as they were getting back into it, we didn't expect this to happen.
It started from Gallagher going for it.
Bit of aggression, running.
Second balls.
He puts a great ball into the box.
What a finish.
And the finish from Solanke.
Oh my God.
It's even better on replay. Ball gets whipped in and he almost sort of he almost kind of lets it go behind him, and then as he's falling over, flicks the ball. That's a ridiculous finish.
Ridiculous finish. I want to see that again.
Gallagher does really well, Lee. You're right, to win the ball. Great ball in. Oh, back heel flick finish from Solanke as he almost falls over. That is gorgeous.
I thought Rodri might have got touched 2 on goals.
Don't let me do that build up for that not to happen.
That's brilliant.
Is there
one more look?
Oh yeah.
Is there a touch?
Yeah, no, I think it is.
That's fully Solanke's goal.
That is a sensational goal.
Right. I know. We spoke a lot about Spurs, but
having a go.
Scott, for Man City, 7 behind Arsenal for all balls kicked. This is a huge 20 or so minutes of Man City in the title race.
Oh yeah, it really is. And City they're gonna have to go down the other end and actually score again here. They've lost control of this game. They've let it drift, and they just don't seem to have the killer instinct that they've had previously. I don't think many people have fancied them for the title this season.
Oh, that is such a good goal.
Just show the Solanke replay again. Am I describing it well enough for the people watching us?
No, it's absolutely amazing.
The ball goes behind him, and as he's falling over, he sticks out a right leg and beautifully flicks it into the far corner. It's an excellent, excellent finish. Thomas Frank celebrates.
What did he do at half-time?
72 on the clock.
Are you leaving in 3 minutes, Abby?
Oh, I hope they still stage it because it doesn't make any difference. Change for Spurs still need to do their protest. I'm sorry, but don't be blindsided by it. But that's an unbelievable goal. I'm actually I'm so confused. I don't know. Are you confused?
Well,
it is a weird feeling. You're so resigned to
I've watched Spurs a few times this season, and I've never seen them put 90 minutes together. But I've seen them put a few good 45 minutes. The game against West Ham, they were. Good, but in one half they were good. Second half, it was at the first half they were really good.
Yeah, but
second half they were dreadful. And I've seen that a few times. It's like they've done it again here. They were terrible in the first half.
But that first half performance was that was on level with Arsenal away, and same as Chelsea. And I'm very, very confused as to
what's happened at half. What's
happened at half time? Is it actually I don't know? Is it Romero at half time? I don't know what's happened at half time, but. They've come out an absolutely different team.
What a final 18 minutes we've got on store here. Spurs have been outstanding in this second half, but again, I can't keep repeating the fact, but I will do. This is a huge 18 minutes for Man City, isn't it, Lee?
Yeah.
They're 7 behind Arsenal going into this game, so a draw takes it to 6, and we've got, 14, 15 games to go in the Premier League. They just cannot afford to drop points, can they?
No, definitely not. I think I said to you the other day, I think City have to win every game to win the Premier League, I think.
Xavi Simons comes forward. He's got an option out to the right-hand side. Can he get a shot away? He does. That was Odegaard, wasn't it?
Big foot.
Also, by the way, Scott, what's happened to Erling Haaland?
He's absent. He goes through these patches in games where he's just completely absent. He's not a player that you can really, play off. You're supposed to feed him, and City have just stopped feeding him completely. The difference in the performance, I reduce football to this quite a lot, and I did it with United quite a lot over the course of the last year or so. But Tottenham, the way that they've approached this game in the second half, City have not been able to cope with the intensity that Spurs have brought in. And it's really hard to pick your game back up if you've let it drift like City have.
Yeah.
Conor Gallagher has epitomised it, by the way that he won the ball back for that goal.
Yeah, you can't turn the tap on and off, can you?
You hate to I hate to reduce the Premier League to this, but that there is what the Premier League is all about. A lot of the time, it's all about how physical you are. It's all about how much you want it. And yes, you have. Teams have more quality than others, but you just have to want it. And Spurs didn't want it in the first half.
No.
And now they're spraying it around. Yeah. They're attacking.
Look at the difference. Is crazy.
It's mad. I'm so confused by it. And we were just talking in our insights.
Xavi Simons gets the ball outside the box, and with his right foot, he tries to whip it. And Donnarumma, great save by the keeper. Does take a deflection. This is an outstanding game of football, by the way. It takes a wicked deflection. Off is that Reinders. It comes off, and Donnarumma, big strong left hand, tips the ball over the bar.
I'm so confused.
75 minutes up now.
No way.
Surely they're not leaving now.
No way they're leaving.
They should. Still, everything's still.
They're on top.
Spurs have got a corner here, and I'm sure Arsenal fans are probably not going to say out loud, but are probably urging Spurs on as much, probably more than Spurs fans are to try. Maybe not the Spurs fans inside the stadium. They look up for it.
I think also because of how bad that first half was, we need to just win this game.
Gallagher into the box. Kuzanov wins the header. Rodri tries to head that away. This. I mean, also, by the way, we've criticised Spurs in the first half, Scott. How much we have to criticise Man City in this second half here?
They've been really poor. You look at the attack now, and Semenyo and Haaland are the two players that you really think have the physical ability to carry the ball and give Tottenham as good as Tottenham are actually giving. The rest of them, you just look at the City midfield now, and then just a little bit Bernardo Silva's fading as a force and as a player. You brought Nico on, you got Rodri in there. Where's
the Szoboszlai type character?
Yes. Where's the player who's going to go and change the game for City? Because it's all Tottenham. If you're going to pick a team to win this game, it's Spurs.
It's only Tottenham.
And 40 minutes ago, that was absolutely mad to say.
Yeah,
absolutely mad.
You can almost sort of say City's performance in the second half has been like Spurs in the first half in terms of being passive, not being aggressive. I don't know if Erling Haaland just doesn't look fit, by the way. He doesn't seem to be moving very well. I know he's not.
He's not moving well at all.
He just seems to be off the pace with everything. You know, he no. And the chance in the first half, Lee, when the ball came to the back post, and the ball almost went over his head. And
almost like didn't make
bizarre.
the move.
And this is one of the most clinical goal scorers I've ever seen in the
almost like he was shrugged off it a little bit, like he couldn't quite get there. And his anticipation isn't as good as it normally is, and that's one of the great things about him. They're just about 4-1 to win the game, Tottenham.
And
the draws odds on 17-20, and City just under 2-1.
Wow.
Either team to win 3-2 is 7-4.
Simmons into Solanke. Chance for Archie Gray. Oh, he just can't sort his feet out. My goodness me. But tell you what,
Haaland to score the 5th goal, by the way, is 11-2. It doesn't look like he's going to get a chance, let alone score. But you never know with Haaland, to be fair, do you?
It might be inconsequential. Might over 3.5 goals.
This is the. He defended him well there.
That's a decent.
Not the worst one in the world, to be fair to Semenyo. I wonder if it's time for Phil Foden shortly, by the way, just to try and maybe get on that ball. Semenyo with a decent ball across goal, cleared away, comes back out to Bernardo Silva, into the box, headed into the ground, and Reinders goes into the ground, but it just goes wide of the post. This is Premier League football at its absolute best. There is so much on the line here. Spurs have been so good in the second half, and City, despite being on the back foot, does City try and play for the point here, Scott, or do they have to try and win the game?
They have to try and win. They have to try and win.
There's no point in playing for a point here, is there?
No.
They're getting battered though.
Yeah,
but they'll have a go, won't they? No, it's a shootout now, isn't it?
Yeah.
You got
They look to have faded physically though. Like they've just faded. Like the great City teams of the past would get a hold of the ball here and just kill the momentum that Spurs have built up. They just can't seem to do anything about it.
They're not the great City team of the past.
No, I know.
Like they don't have that. That's why we're seeing so much inconsistency with them. But I don't think anyone would have foreseen this at half time. This is just
City have last 2 or 3 minutes. They have started to get the ball a little bit more, haven't they? And Spurs seem to have just dropped off the pace. Yeah, just a little, just a touch. And City have just started to get the ball and pass it around a bit more. But you've got to, but.
I mean, we've got a back line of Polinia, Archie Gray, Dragusin and Udogie.
My Spurs mate in the group chat was just asked, how are you feeling about this game? He said, I don't really care in truth, but at least it's fun.
No, it's definitely fun, isn't it? Man City now, Nico O'Reilly's got the ball. Haaland! Oh, goodness me.
What is he doing?
Again, the cross on the left took a wicked deflection. Felt like the ball was in the air for a long, long time. And again, also, like the Haaland of old, you expect just a bully defender, win that header. And again, also like he just hesitating with everything, isn't he? Lacking sort of conviction. I just think he looks a little bit short of fitness,
which is it's so rare that we're ever critical of Haaland, but just because obviously the standard that he set himself. But recently, he just really doesn't.
Pep has spoken about him looking tired in the past.
If he misses chances, that's fine, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's not quite getting to the ball, is he?
No.
But it does seem crazy to criticise him because of his unbelievable record. He scored in Europe, didn't he?
Well, he got hooked in the derby and then he got benched last week, right?
He scored in Europe, didn't
Wolves
he?
at home, he didn't start, yeah. We have got 79 minutes played on the clock, 11 minutes to go in this game. City just possibly in the last 4 or 5 minutes slowing things down a little bit and just taking some possession now. Nico O'Reilly's moved to left back, by the way, with Nico Gonzalez coming on for Aït-Nouri. He's gone into midfield and O'Reilly's gone back to left back as Rodri again. Another City almost at times are just sort of relying on hopeful long balls into the box to try and make something happen.
And Rodri is just nowhere near the player he was, is he?
I said one of the reasons, but firstly, when he got injured, they didn't replace him, and then when he's come back, he clearly looks nowhere near the Rodri of old. And I don't think Pep's found his best balance in midfield. He keeps playing Bernardo Silva in that midfield. Has Bernardo Silva got the legs to get about the pitch like he used to? I'm not so sure. He's no spring chicken anymore. He hasn't played Rodri and Gonzalez together, has he, too often? No, Gonzalez.
Genuine question. Is like, do you think that we're watching the last few months of Pep at City?
I think with last season, because last season went so badly for Pep Guardiola, I think in his mind he thought there's no way I'm going out on a relative low by their standards. I want to go again. I think if he gets to the end of the season, there's no trophies, and they sort of showing no real signs of getting back to their best. I just wonder whether Pep might say, "Look, I had another crack of it, tried to rebuild, hasn't worked. Maybe call time on it. I don't know."
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been coming for a little while. I think he's got a contract till 2027.
One more year off.
He's got one more year on his contract, but I just think that they've spent a lot of money. They brought a lot of new players in. They spent heavy this month as well, and through last summer and last January, and it just seems like all that money, City haven't actually improved that much.
No.
And maybe it will take time, but like you look at key players like Bernardo Silva in there, and like I think he could leave in the summer as well. Like, there's been speculation about him leaving.
How many of those new signings that have come in have actually really? I mean, Shirky now, this season, has been really good. But you'd have to say, the majority of them have been, Nouri hasn't had an impact. Marmoush has been out of the team. Yeah. Kuzanov, players like that.
You can even look at Foden, for example. Like this is the age now where you'd expect Phil Foden to be absolutely.
Shazagay! Oh, Swan's feet out, pinball in the area. Pinball! Oh, it goes over the bar. A ball got whipped into the box. I thought it was going to fall to Gay. I think it did fall to Gay, and then it was just pinball in the area. Holland's appealing for a handball.
Somebody on the floor, I think.
Gay gets the shot away. Dragoshin goes down. Sarr goes down. It's not. I mean, Sarr hasn't even. He's not even looking at the ball.
Just moved it out with his backside as well.
Poor Sarr. I love Sarr.
And who does that take? Does that? Yeah, it comes off Sarr. That should be a corner kick, shouldn't it?
It's like playground football. That.
Yeah. That's like
the goal, wasn't it? A bit like the Tottenham goal, the first goal. It's like just bodies everywhere again. Yeah. It's crazy.
8 minutes to go. Plus, I can't imagine there's been too much added time. Haaland just looks knackered, doesn't he? Yeah. He's almost leaning there on Kuzanov. Is the referee can do what I hate here, where he just stops the play and goes over and has a chat to them. Don't do it. Let them get on with it. Go on, Ryan. Just put it in.
Big moment for City, though. I think as it stands, they're 6 points behind Arsenal with a slightly worse goal difference.
Yeah, 6 points. Yeah,
I think it's 6.
Like this is when you're trailing a team by that many points. Come into February now. These games are must-win games.
Yeah.
The point is nowhere near good enough.
No, but I do think within 6 points, there's in with a chance. But this City team is nowhere near it. Like, and I honestly don't even think Arsenal are that good. Like, I don't.
No, I agree. Yeah.
I'm not even saying that as a hater. Like I do hate them, but still, I don't think that they could be so much better.
They're good at being consistent.
Yeah,
like
they could be much.
And
better.
That's all that wins leagues nowadays. It's just you just got to be able to have that ability to just grind out wins.
And of course, if they do win the league by playing the style of football that they play, then fair play to them. Whatever, you've bored us all to the league, but they won't care. It's no problem.
And they promise you they won't care.
They wouldn't care, and I wouldn't care as well if it was the other way around. Fair, but like when we've seen them do title challenges before, especially that first season. They were so good, and they've got so many good attacking options that I just think, maybe just if I was.
Oh, here he is! Reinders! Oh, my gosh. Ball comes into the box. Haaland does well to win the initial header and then flicks it onto Reinders, who comes in with a diving header and just goes wide of the post. That was actually really good centre-forward play by Haaland. He won the header, headed it down into the path of Reinders, and it just goes wide. 84 gone Spurs 2, Man City 2.
Abby must be so conflicted right now. You're just thinking,
do you know what? At this point, we need the point. We need to pick up the point.
Oh, so sorry, by the way, did Spurs fans leave the stadium on 75 minutes or not?
I don't know. But probably
I didn't see anything on the screen about it happening.
I still would like to reiterate that change for Spurs, it needs to change. Not just because that we've suddenly got back into a game. Nothing has been undone here. No,
that's fair.
Everything I have said, everything that the Spurs fans feel is the exact same thing. And when we probably lose to United next week, and when we lose in the North London derby, or we lose any other game.
Granted,
yeah, but I mean, I think it just is. I think there's a lot of confusion more than anything. Like, I'm very confused as to how a team can look like they would lose to Soccer Aid in the first half, and you come out in the second half and you seem to be like a half competitive team.
It's good.
Soccer Aid got some good players, like Usain Bolt's pacey, isn't he? Michael McIntyre's good in goal.
I'm not being funny. I could do with Usain Bolt.
Yeah, well. Oh, Donnarumma! Goodness me!
I'm just extremely confused. Like.
They weren't doing that in the first half.
Xavi Simons there. Xavi Simons there. Aggressive. Wins the ball back. Shot! They should score. Xavi Simons has been absolutely outstanding in this second half. He shows aggression to win the ball back. Beats the man. Great ball across the face of goal. Nearly gets put in. Xavi Simons, by the way, he's the bright spark in this Spurs team. He has been absolutely outstanding.
Sam, so he should be. He should be the bright spark. He's our only attacking threat. He has been our only number 10, our only spark that has been able to...
But we're starting to see it now.
Yeah, and I want to see it. And I also want to give full credit to someone like Solanke as well, because obviously he was a massive miss for us. And I always question, rightly so, the lack of leadership in this team. And I've seen it today, and I've seen it actually from players I probably didn't expect to see it from.
Can Man City find this third goalie?
Yeah, great foul from him for the first goal as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a great foul, 100%. Gahey own goal, it all counts, right?
It doesn't look like either team has got kind of the the quality to get a winner here, does it?
I think there's one moment in this game. Well, as you say that, Nico Gonzalez plays a 5-yard pass.
The amount of times where you see City...
It'd be good for title to race City score.
We've been spoiled by City, obviously, over the years, but the amount of times you see the ball into the box is never beats the man. It's really poor a lot of the time. You used to see these balls like from this range here where
everyone's static. No, there's no movement.
There's no movement. Haaland's not really moving, and then when the ball gets lofted into Haaland, it doesn't get past. I mean, it was Chevy Siemens was marking him earlier on, and he got the ball. That's a
chance!
Oh my gosh!
Great ball.
By the way, can I just shout out Mark Gay, because I think he's been absolutely brilliant. You know, he got fouled, like if you want to go that way, for the lead up to one of the goals. But just a couple of minutes ago, he was the one I think that got in and made that block after Siemens had got the ball back. Yeah. I think it was him, and he's just been in there at the right moments.
Yeah, if Man City don't win this, it will be 1 win in 6 Premier League matches.
Wow.
I mean, that is just inexcusable, isn't it?
That's insane, you know.
Yeah, Bernardo Silva, ball, Holland! No. Oh, Paulinho wins the header. I know. Do you know what? Like, you're right.
Yeah. I'll play Gallagher.
This has been a complete game. I mean, Gallagher there, you know, he did so well to get the assist for the first goal. You know, Paulinho's done, I think, given the. I mean, by the way, as well.
This is not
a good look for Phil Foden that he's coming on the 88th minute, and also I think he's only coming on because Bernardo Silva can't move anymore.
What does that say about, like, you know, this relationship, like what he's actually bringing to the table at the moment, Phil Foden? He could come on and score.
Scott,
I don't know.
I think the fact that it's gone to 88 minutes and he's waiting to bring him on.
He should be starting.
Maybe
superstitious thing.
Like if he was on song, he should be starting every game.
Every corner, Haaland's in some sort of wrestling match. Just get away from him. And look at that, is crazy. That is mad.
They are absolutely.
You get a pen for that.
That is a penalty.
Really.
Yeah, that to me, was that actually in play?
That is a penalty. Yeah,
was that in play?
That must have been in play.
Look,
he's got his arm around his.
Look at him.
He's literally got
two fouls. That's
a foul.
That's a foul.
Lee, you know how I always say I don't want the referees to stop before to have a talk to
That is a foul.
Put the ball in the box and then there's a foul, give a foul.
Look at it. Look at it.
Dragushin there has got 2 arms around.
That's a foul.
They should give that as a penalty because it's a foul. And also, what the hell is he saying about doing? Absolutely, I'm not being. That's a foul.
I mean, if they don't,
it's a foul.
Surely they're looking at that.
They'll look at it. I mean,
it's a foul.
I think it's one of those sort of incidents. It feels like they only give it 1 in every 10 or 15, games, anything like that.
Yeah.
He's got 2 arms wrapped around him. I think it's crazy. I think it's absolutely crazy. Also, I mean, what the hell is your centre half doing in the first place to try?
I don't know. I really don't. It's just really stupid. That is an unbelievable goal.
When it went in live, I thought Rodri deflected it, and I thought it was going to be like messed up for whatever reason.
He can't believe he scored that.
That was
Donnarumma
even got a touch to that as well, didn't he? And Donnarumma's maybe made 3 great saves, world-class saves in this game.
Look, I think it's good to see some of the leaders that are in that side because, like I said before, we question it all the time. And whether or not I thought it would be from Xavi Simmons today driving us forward, no, I didn't have him down as the one that would be doing it, and I probably didn't think it would be Solanke. But I rate them for doing it, and I don't know what on earth happened at half time, but surely you got to try and build on this second half of football.
Why are they so why are they so friendly? These
Haaland's basically just leaning on Udogie and has been for the last 10 minutes.
But they've been laughing with each other every corner. They've been laughing with each other.
I don't know.
What's going on? I mean, I don't mind players being friendly, but
I do.
But it's weird.
You can't look at.
I'd be so annoyed.
You can't look at Haaland's expression there and think that this City team are doing everything that they possibly can to go and actually win this game to go and win the Premier League.
No, it didn't feel like that.
You know,
because I'd be annoed.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be laughing.
You got to be like, let's get on with the game. Like, come
on. The big question now is, how much at a time are we going to get?
7.
Think it's as much as 7? Do you?
I don't know. Well, they have a habit of tacking on time where you just don't expect it. And this is another sub now, but
yeah, I don't think it's 7.
I'm just used to it. They gave
9.
What?
9.
Oh, I'm missing my train. 9 minutes of time added on.
What's happened in this second half?
Have we missed a VAR or something? Was there?
Did they not? They didn't check that, did they?
Well, the VAR would have had a look at it. We obviously thought it was okay. You obviously thought it was.
Clearly, you can hold players in the box.
Exactly.
Guarantee next week we see one and it's given.
Exactly. That's the thing. They make that up as they go along, that kind of stuff, in terms of which ones they want to give, which ones they don't. But yeah, right. We have got 9 minutes of time added on.
I think we're going to win this. You
think Spurs are going to win?
I think a team will win.
I think it's going to be.
I think a team will win. Hot take.
Which one?
Big hot take.
Well, he's been unreal.
He's been great. Second half.
Yeah.
Where's he come from?
Never in my wildest dreams.
Has Pap Sarr changed the game?
I love Pap Sarr.
Oh, yeah, to be fair.
2-1 for another goal in the game.
I think formations helped.
Yeah.
An extra body in midfield.
Yeah.
So,
but he does bring a bit
of energy.
But he brings legs as well. Yeah. He gives you the option to actually move the ball forward, which obviously didn't have before. But yeah, I like Pap Sarr. A lot.
I think Spurs in the second half have been outstanding, but can Man City find a goal to try and drag themselves, well, not back into the title race, but keep the title race well and truly alive? My goodness me. Man, I mean, I go back to that first half, and I said it numerous times, and I'll say it again. That Man City team should have been home and hose in that first half. They were absolutely hammering a Spurs team that almost just sat off and let them play around them and stuff like that.
Would you take a point here, though, if you're Spurs, just to keep getting away from the relegation zone?
Spurs absolutely take a point out.
Don't overextend yourself. I mean, at least try and win. But, I think if it's not on, then you take a point. It's a decent point.
They can't get the ball at the minute, Man City, can they? They can't even get hold of the ball, to be fair.
Spurs definitely take a point in this situation, of course. Like, it's not often we get any type of at home, so... Yeah.
You move a point away from the relegation zone,
and you've got to take it.
Scott, what does this point do in the title race? Do for the title
race? I think with Arsenal winning yesterday after the defeat that they had last week, Arsenal reacted. City, I know they beat Wolves last week, but there's they lost the derby, and then Wolves is kind of a gimme nowadays in terms of points. I expected City to come into this game with Tottenham the way that they are, and City react as well, and they build that consistency and that momentum for themselves again, and actually kick on again and try and bring Arsenal back to them. 4 points. I think City have got to play Arsenal at home later in the season as well. And then, if you just stay 4 points behind or something like that.
Yeah.
Now, if it stays like this, it's 2 games, like 6 points plus goal difference. So they've got to swing all that.
They've got to go to the Etihad. Obviously, Arsenal got to go to the Etihad, but
yeah, I mean, look, I don't think it's over, but you just want to, like, if you're City, you just want to see that this team is capable of doing it, and maybe they are, but
for me, that with Arsenal as well, you because they haven't done it for such a long time, they haven't won the title. It's a tick box exercise now. Can they achieve various things? They were poor against Manchester United. Man United were really good. They lose that. Can they bounce back? Yes, they battered Leeds. I mean, we all questioned it. We all thought, well, they'll go there. Ellen Road's a tough place to go, blah, blah, blah. And they've done that. So they keep ticking these boxes, don't they? And they keep getting it done. Correct. City just aren't. City could have taken advantage of that loss to Man United again here by winning again.
Also,
you've got to take advantage.
Even though we're incredibly critical, for example, on Arsenal, when we talk about maybe the lack of attackingness from them, if they were playing us today,
it's directness.
Odegaard does so well there to carry the ball the long way, but Kuzunov does well to cover.
Look at how we set up against Arsenal, which was quite similar to this when we went to the Emirates, and they absolutely spanked us. Like, I would have expected City to do the same today, especially on that first half performance.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, Abby. I think City will rue that first half well. Look, they're still 2 up at half time, of course. But look at those second half statistics. Shots on target for Man City,
that's
0.
Crazy, man.
That is absolutely outrageous. The Spurs come forward. They want a free kick. Referee says he's got the ball. We've got 5 minutes of time to go in added on time. 9 in total being played on. Man City, as things stand, will be 6 points behind Arsenal with this point. Omar Mamouche comes on. He goes past a couple of players. That, I think, is what I thought he was going to give it as a foul there.
That's a foul.
I think that was a foul, yeah. But the referee says no. I'm sure Arsenal fans will. What a weekend!
You could have used a bit of that from Marmouche like half an hour ago. A bit of that, like, ability to get up and actually carry the ball through open space. But again, when was he introduced? Like,
he came on 3 minutes ago for Rodri. And I say subs have been weird, bringing on Foden so late and bringing on Marmouche so late. It feels, I'm not one to criticise Pep Guardiola, but the Foden one in particular, when you're chasing a goal in a game and you bring on someone like that so late on, probably because Bernardo Silva was injured.
Haaland's running through treacle now.
He's knackered,
Yeah.
He looks slow.
He actually is. I've not noticed it that much, but he is.
How you always think of him as like the explosiveness of him? He's not that. He's really not. He looks really lethargic.
Is that Odegaard on the ball yet? Pass in field is deflected, and Man City regain possession with Mateus Nunes now.
It's been like a basketball game there.
Yeah.
Is there one moment, one chance to Man City? Semenyo's got the ball now on the right hand side. They all do, to be fair. Semenyo's not running with pay. Foden, look at Foden in field. Give it to Foden in field. What are you doing? That's pathetic from Semenyo. Just holds on the ball for so long and Sol wins it back. What's he doing? Show a little bit of intent. Go down the line. Give it to Foden. His hands onto the ball.
Yeah.
But it's awful.
It's fresh on it.
Foden,
fresh legs.
Right hand side, cross into the box. Haaland, Marmouche, Haaland back into the box. Paulinho clears. Comes back to Nico Gonzalez now. Is there one moment, one little bit of quality for Man City? Mark Guehi's got the ball. We've got 3 minutes of time added on. At full time, this show is going to break because Majestic Nan and Pardew are taking over straight away with the final word show, taking your calls on this game. Out to Antoine Semenyo. Gonzalez now. Can City try and break down this low block? Lee?
It doesn't look like it, does it? There's not a lot of that killer ball that they used to be able to deliver just doesn't seem to exist anymore. And they'll try and get around the back again here, but again, even Foden, he's just come